Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one. Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her RAM drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Amaro repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You could definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
That's a hard one. It's a hard one. Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like, he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious enter, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at a side. He gets some good ones. We're almost.
Good shot. Okay, almost. The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do, like the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know.
Kan det roligt.
Sleeps like 11 hours. Right?
Yeah, he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's probably the easy one. Oh, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice on the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro.
Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one tap of my
just
teammate.
flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just got to believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match. And then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy. And he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are two key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial entry points, so it'll be visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in concert. Doe could be Jacko line, so basically be going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive! Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. Three go for VP! Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet. Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In Phase Beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here, and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
You've caught us at the back end of the North American League's Super Week. What does that mean? Well, for the past 2 days, we've been doing best of 1 games in the NAL for quite some time as we try to suss out exactly who is going to make top 6 to go to playoffs to see who goes to Atlanta. And today is the last day of this week. Welcome back to the North American League, friendos. Let's break this down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, joined on the desk by North American League expert Jesse J. Chick and former Xbox World Champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez. I hope you guys like that intro. I actually love being able to specifically flex that you've won a hammer before, Lax. That's a lot of fun.
Feels good to win a hammer. I'm not gonna lie. I only did it once though, so wish I could have did it again in my time of playing. But I got 1.
More than anybody else on the desk. Still a flex.
It's true, it's true. But you guys have all the experience here, and I'm just glad to be able to learn things from you. And that's a win in my book.
Yeah, that totally counts. Jesse, how you feeling?
I feel great, Jacob. Yesterday, I think we had the greatest day of the North American League that we have had the whole year. I'll include Stage 1 in that. I'm hoping we can get even half as good games as what we had yesterday, and we're set up for a fantastic day.
I mean, for the viewer experience in general, yesterday was nonstop siege action. We saw a lot of Night Haven. That's huge. It was just a great day of siege.
We had, I think, no game go any shorter than 7-4. Specifically on the standings, though, let's just take a look at where we're at, and then we can dive into what the schedule for today is. The Big Red has been at the top of this leaderboard since day 1. The end of day 1, they were here. The end of day 4, they're still there, and everybody else looks like they're trying to fight really, really hard to be second place right now, Jesse.
Yeah, because second place is where you need to be if you want to skip the first round of playoffs. And the first round of playoffs is brutal. Third place plays 6th. Fourth place plays 5th. The loser of that is out. They've got to go through the last chance qualifier. So getting into that top 2 spot is massive. Wildcard and M80 there for now, but Auction, Dark Zero, and Sonic's all hot on their heels.
No, these are going to be some pretty intense games for these teams that want to completely avoid and push themselves a lot further into those playoffs. It's going to be a slugfest.
We're getting into do or die territory now. That's probably the main concern. For the teams that are already in the bottom 4, we'll talk about them specifically in a second. But there are a couple of teams that have double headers today, 3 of them specifically, so we'll look at the schedule. Sonics, Mirage, and SSG, all of which have doubleheaders today. Everybody else only has the 1 game to play, only a potential 3 points that they can walk away specifically from this play day with. And at this point, Jesse, because we're already on day 5 of 6, literally every point's going to count from this roster.
Absolutely. And for a lot of these teams, we're starting to get into do or die. So it's nice that we're starting to see some of these teams shape up a little bit. Beast Coast, finally a win under their belt. I'm curious to see if they can continue that trend. Space Station, still no wins, but back-to-back round 15s, they're getting close.
That's true. Laxing, is there anyone on here that specifically stands out to you as your favorite game?
I'm just looking at Wildcard again because they impressed me yesterday going against M80. If they get the points against SSG, they lock themselves in for playoffs.
Yep, totally true. Let's talk about one thing that we need to highlight now, because it's probably not going to be a super relevant point when we get to play to number 6, and that's what the bottom table teams look like currently. The guys who are from 6th down to 9th place. Now, 6th place is still where you can qualify for playoffs. That's like the minimum bare threshold that you need to get to, but all 4 of the teams we're going to talk about here are the ones that are in dire straits, that are fighting for just 1 spot left in playoffs. Jesse, let's start with 6th place. Let's start with Mirage.
Yeah, Jacob, so Mirage currently holding on to that last playoff spot, but it's by a thread. Of course, they're the ones who play still 3 games. They're tied with Luminosity in terms of points. It feels like Mirage have been kind of all over the place. There weren't really high expectations for them at the beginning of the stage, but Kansan has come out and shown a monster performance to bring this team to the point that they're at now. I think we've seen some great moments coming through from Vertical. I think Rampy has shown a lot of great skill as well. And then Slothy and Spiker. This is a great 3K, I believe, coming through from Spiker. Slothy has had his moments as well so far from Mirage. So this is a team that I think a lot of people are still expecting, are still kind of shocked by based on their performances. But, they are right there fighting for that top 6 spot, and they are 100% still in the conversation for the major.
Yeah, and you talk about Kansan. You look at this roster, Kansan is the one that sticks out the most. Everyone else is really going to have to step it up in order to put Mirage in a way better position into even locking a playoff position.
So right now, they have 5 points, but there's somebody else who they're tied with currently, even though right now it's only in 7th place. Lax, Luminosity have been getting better slowly over the course of their inaugural stage in the league, but there's still a lot of growing that they have to do if they want to get to 6th.
Yeah, they are getting better. You look at all the 5 players on the team, they've been a team for quite a while now, obviously bringing in some 2 new bloods, but overall they're showing improvement. They're showing that they're they're learning from their games previous and applying it into their next game. Still, they're obviously big slugfest, but the fact is they are learning, they are staying competitive, and that is the biggest thing here. So I mean, when you look at these stats compared to how they were looking before, these are all looking relatively close, as I was talking about, and if they can keep this trend and keep fixing what they need to fix, I have no doubt seeing them in playoffs.
Both LG and Mirage tied for points. They both have 3 games left in the stage. They both play Beast Coast. The difference is LG gets to play Dark Zero and Oxygen. Mirage gets to play M80 and SSG. No real easy games going on there. Maybe a little bit easier coming up for Mirage just because Space Station hasn't been looking that good, but still wide open field for these 2 teams to grab points.
Definitely.
It's a tale of 2 new bloods because Wildcard came in as a team that's only been around for about 3 weeks with a lot of, I don't want to say drama, but there was plenty of interest drummed up about them before they even started playing in the league. Sure. For Luminosity, they'd already been a core for a little bit longer. 3 of these guys had played together before. You bring Asian into the mix, who's been playing with them for a while, and then you grab the likes of Twist. They're still fighting, but right now, it's very much only by a thread.
Yeah, and I think when you take a look at some of these squads coming through here, the bottom is still a tight race, but when we get to those bottom 2 teams as well, we'll see.
Well, speaking of those bottom 2 teams, they're going to have some pretty intense games today, speaking from Space Station. So we're really going to have to see something out of Space Station if they want to even go into contention going forward.
Well, I love how you just segue right into the next thing that we're going to talk. It's almost like you're looking at what the order of teams is right now on your iPad, Lax. That's crazy. Immersion broken. I'm sorry, chat. We should talk about SSG real quick, though, because they're not there's no win. There's no win to be found. They have yet to get anything on the board save a couple of overtime appearances, which is why they're not currently in dead last. But right now, Jesse, they're the only team that has yet to get a dub.
Back-to-back round 15 1v1 losses. It doesn't get more painful than that for Space Station Gaming fans. And obviously, you know, there's many things that could have gone differently throughout the regular matches and throughout the earlier parts of those off seasons as well. But it has been a difficult journey for Space Station, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them a lot of praise. They had a week going into this to prep, do what they needed to, and they still are not showing at peak performance that we want them to be. And as a Space Station fan, I'm worried.
I'm worried too, mostly because you're 50% of the way done with your stage at this point. Like, that's the trouble with having all of your games be double headers, and when you don't play in the first week, we get why Ashen wasn't 18 yet, but you don't have anything to show for your first couple of games. I'm beginning to wonder at this point, even if you've got 3 points, can you even really dig yourself back up into 6th place? They're not totally done yet, but the chances are not great.
Well, they need to turn it around, certainly here, Jacob.
Well,
everyone on the team has to step it up.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Let's talk Beast Coast real quick, because they are at the very back end of this standing, the team with the least amount of points currently. It's only 2. Their confidence is at an all-time low. But then they picked up Tristan yesterday and put on a crazy performance against Space Station. Lax, suddenly there are a lot more people paying attention to BC.
Well, Tristan put up a huge performance for his first debut. Better, I think, than any of the rookies that joined this stage in general. So Tristan is putting Beast Coast on the map, and he's putting himself on the radar as well. And that alone, you know, you're looking at Beast Coast as a completely different team with Tristan being a part of it. But still, a concern is the team needs to find improvement.
17-10 through the first play day, and you know there are people out there calling for Tristan to jump on the roster already. Let's hold our horses a little bit. Let me at least see him play a second game before we start calling for roster moves on Beast Coast. But undoubtedly, Tristan, an amazing first showing.
Technically, he was the highest rated player in the league after just his first game, which we're not going to count that because it's only been one map. There's plenty of other people who've been playing way longer, so you don't just want to assume he's going to continue one performance on forever. But Lax, honestly, do you think that Tristan being on this team gives them the best chance of maybe getting into 6th place?
I think it does. If he continues a performance like that, maybe that then motivates everybody else to do better because this is a brand new guy. He doesn't know the strats. He doesn't know the foundation of the team. So that could essentially boost everyone's morale, and we could see a better Mirage.
Yeah, sometimes even change when it's not expected and when you don't necessarily want that change, the change can still be good.
Definitely.
The potential for elimination for some of these teams is also pretty great today, which is the reason why we wanted to talk about them now. Not to say that all of them are going to get knocked out today, but as we go through each game, we will be touching on specifically the idea that some of them might not be fighting for anything in playoff contention come play to number 6. If they get knocked out, they'll still have the chance to compete. It'll just be through one of the myriad of qualifier brackets at some point, but we want to talk about them now because it's important to highlight that the guys at the bottom really only have today, realistically, as one of their last chances. Because if they want to make Atlanta, it's either do it through the NAL, do it through the quals, or buy a ticket to the major, like you can do right now. Let's wrap up this Super Week bad boy with 6 more best of ones we do today. We do one game next week, and then we get into best of 3 territory. So if you're wondering why we keep on going through best of ones, it's because we have not yet finished the round robin. We're going to come one step closer today by doing exactly that. Starting with Dark Zero and Luminosity on deck for game 1. And oh boy, that's one team that we talked about in the intro. And they only have the one game to play today, so they really need all 3 points against DZ right now.
Yeah, and Luminosity, tough game yesterday against M80. Started off great, 4-2 defending on bank. You're feeling very good, and then completely unable to get any attacks going. It's not necessarily a trend that we've seen throughout the entire stage from Luminosity, but that showing yesterday on attack was really worrying for me.
Yeah, you got to bounce back from those games. But again, we did say they are improving. It is important. Sure, we might see a little sloppy errors here and there, but that is the basic fundamentals in order to improve. You got to go through those hurdles, get over them, fix it, Going to the next game, apply everything that you learned going forward, and I think they can do that.
I mean, it also means a lot coming from you, Lack, specifically as somebody who's been through the grinder at some point. It's like, hey, it will get better. You just have to put your nose to the grindstone and know how much effort it actually takes to get to where you want to go.
And that's really the hardest thing is when you are in those situations as a brand new team, especially in the pro league setting, you have to hit those hurdles fast.
Yeah.
So that way you can get over them quicker, because I find it a lot more difficult when you make it super far and then you come into them versus getting into it right away and then fixing it.
Speaking of guys who made it super far, when Snake was playing for TSM, he went all the way down to the quarterfinals of the major in Jönköping, didn't make it past Sonics. He is now technically the veteran on this team, Laxing, and we wanted to talk about him yesterday, but we couldn't. So what's the big highlight here?
Yeah, Snake is a player that stuck out to me even when he was on TSM. I definitely understood why TSM picked him up at the time. He was a up-and-comer, and then he proved his way through TSM, and then now talking about him on Luminosity, him being the veteran, he is leading his team right now, which it speaks into existence. He is a performing player. He has consistency, and that is such an important for that being the veteran or the player to carry that team in the way that he is a significant feat in its own.
And Snake, I think we're used to seeing is this like big fragging entry player from his time on TSM. But you know, you take a look at his operators being played, and there's a lot of Lion being brought out, a lot of Buck to come forward from Snake. So he's really been flexing a lot more on terms of different supportive operators they can bring and different utility they can bring from the round. And I think it's been very effective and helpful for Luminosity for their journey so far.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, when he was on TSM, it felt like he was playing 1 to 2 things specifically. So is he being a little bit more flexible with his time on LG? Is that the point?
I'll say this. I love for new players to be as flexible and versatile as possible. That is what makes you so significant and a key role to your team, is that you can play any operator, you can play any role. Sure, it might not be your main role, but if you can flex around, that's so important.
Yeah, especially for a team like LG where it's basically all new players, right?
Yeah.
We don't really have any veterans. Snake is kind of the closest you have to a veteran. So for him to be able to add that flexibility to the team, allow some of the other players to maybe have a shorter operator pool, have a little bit less flexibility is great. I am looking at their operator pool right now, though, and there's actually nobody who's not flexible. The fewest number of operators being played, at least on attack, is Snake, and he's playing 9 different attacking operators through the stage so far.
I mean,
cool.
like I said, that's important. That
Yeah.
allows his team to feel comfortable because he can take on some of those other roles.
Not to say that Dark Zero is not inflexible, but we know them to be very rigid at certain moments. So I like the dichotomy that we're getting in this matchup of one team that is traditionally very loose and kind of fast with the law versus one that we know likes to go to a formula and likes to time things out very well. It's Dark Zero, and I think for LG, this is a really, really tough opponent for them to go up against.
I think so. Dark Zero have had a very good stage, despite the first slip-up that they had against M80 didn't look great. Since that game, they've bounced back. They've looked very strong. Obviously, did suffer a loss yesterday. However, it was an extremely close matchup. I don't think Dark Zero need to be sweating too much about losing to Sonic 7-8 in an extremely close Nighthaven match. Still, we see DZ playing very well. And you're taking a look at the EPS ratings as well. Pambazoo, their top-rated player from Dark Zero, he's putting in the work, despite the fact that he does have the smallest operator pool of, at least on attack, of any player who's going to be in the lobby today. Just 5 operators being brought by Pambazoo, Yana, the vast majority of his rounds.
But he is on a more established team, and we do know how Dark Zero operates. They do have their set roles and positions. Not to say that people can't flex around, because we do see a few people flex around, but that's the DZ that we know.
Of course.
I've also really been enjoying Dark Zero's propensity to try something brand new. I remember when talking to Mint in the Breaking Point interviews, he's like, yeah, we'd love to see the new maps get played at some point. Proceeded to not play either Nighthaven or Consulate for that entire tournament. And so far, 2 plays so far on Nighthaven?
2 plays on Nighthaven.
And they're what, 1-1 or 2-0?
1-1.
1-1.
Cool. So could we see it again in this matchup specifically? I think LG going to a new map would be dope, but it really just depends on whether Dark Zero is serious about going to a new map or not.
I think we could. I also think Consulate is a very likely map between these two teams. I predicted Consulate kind of as like a I'm hoping pick, but both of these teams have shown that they're very willing to play both of the new maps, Consulate and Nighthaven. Very few bans from either of these teams on either of the new maps. So I would like to see one of these new maps coming through. If we could get a Consulate, that's my fingers crossed.
Yes, sir.
I can't see a Nighthaven, but maybe a Consulate and a last-ditch effort just to squeak out these points and, win in regulation. I could definitely maybe see a Consulate coming in.
So the problem is that every time we have a Nighthaven lab come up, it's never a duo that isn't specifically Sam and Carter. It's always the 2 of them. If we don't have those guys, then we don't for game number 1. It means we're not going to be able to see Nighthaven be played.
True.
But instead, We don't have a map veto. Well, we will show you exactly where we're going to. You ready? Want to pop it up on screen? 3, 2, 1, maybe? Will it let me? That's it. Cafe Dostoyevsky. This bad boy is where we're seeing DZ and LG fight, at least for right now. Jesse, talk to me a little bit about what you like on Cafe.
I think Dark Zero are pretty happy to go to Cafe. It was previously dominant if you go historically for them. Then you take a look at Copenhagen. They did lose to NIP 7-4, but they won it twice in stage 1. 7-0 over SSG, 7-3 over Beast Coast. Dark Zero, it's been a minute since they've been back to Cafe, but they have been very, very good on it. And from LG as well, a win and a loss. They've played it a lot. They've shown it a lot. So Dark Zero are going to have that kind of footage to go back on. They've got their history to go back on. I think they're going to be pretty happy to be finding themselves here.
And you touched up what I wanted to make out here is DZ does have the VOD on LG recently. And again, that could play into LG's favor because they could make those minor changes. Guess we're going to find out once the game is played.
Yeah, and obviously those matches from Luminosity, pretty long as well. Yeah. Both of them going to overtime. 8-7 loss against Mirage. 8-6 beating out SSG. So very, very close, those matches still coming forward. Sorry, 8-7 as well against SSG. So yeah, Beast Coast playing a ton of rounds on this map. And it'll be really interesting. Sorry, I'm talking LG. Yeah.
I know what
all over the place.
You had the right idea, yeah.
Long map still, though. That is true.
Let's talk implications real quick, because like we mentioned in the pre-show, the odds for some teams to get knocked out today are relatively significant if they don't have double headers that they have to play in play day 6, and some teams only have the chance to get 3 points today specifically. Both DZ and LG only play this game today. So if LG were to win, that puts them up from 5 points to 8. That only gets them up 1 more place. It puts them ahead of Mirage temporarily. And if Dark Zero were to get 3, suddenly they're at 13 points tied with M80 in 2nd place. So this is honestly a really big game for them both.
It certainly is. And for Dark Zero, they do have a game in hand as well. So if they win this game, then they have the same amount of games remaining against M80.
Yeah.
So it's still a very good position to be in. They do lose in round differential, at least in the short term. And that may be what we come down to when figuring out that 2nd place spot. But again, lots of games still to play for Dark Zero when they come back next week for the group stage. And then for Luminosity, yeah, that battle against Mirage is very interesting.
And what it's looking like, it's a race to the upper bracket, and it's a race just to make playoffs in general. So these teams can't slouch here. They need it. They need it in regulation. So I can only assume that this map, it's gonna be one hell of a game.
I remember when we were talking about what the pre-show was gonna look like, and we got to LG, and I think you piped up, Lax, and you were like, "Oh yeah, LG's been looking really good." Yet somehow they're still down here in 7th place, and there's a lot. They have a really big journey if they want to get into top 6. Why do you like LG so much specifically?
I like seeing new teams come in and be competitive. We've seen many seasons where new teams come in and they just get absolutely stomped and destroyed by the top teams. It's just a nice change of pace, because you look at these points, that doesn't mean that they're horrible by any means, because when you look at their games, they're all super close. So you can't just be like, oh, this team is bad.
Yeah.
You got to actually look at the match and see what happened in that match, and then truly understand, okay, I can understand why they're at the bottom. They were this close, but if they just fix those small things, I can see LG being up there.
And especially because we talk about LG as certainly the underdogs coming into this game, right? Against Dark Zero. And we even talked about how yesterday they struggled on attack. I'm happy to see them. We talked about how this is maybe a good map for Dark Zero. I am happy to see them going to a map that they're comfortable on, at least. This is not going to be new territory for Luminosity Gaming, which means that they're going to be able to fall back on some of the attacks that they've done so well. I thought they did have really good executes when they first played Cafe against Mirage. So for Luminosity, I'm hoping that those mistakes we saw on attack earlier in the week won't be repeated this time around.
Well, the one thing that I do love about this Luminosity DZ matchup is DZ has always struggled against teams that play very aggressive and don't let up. And this is a team that is going to do that exact thing to DZ. So it's going to be interesting to see. And DZ has had experience many times throughout this stage so far with some of these aggressive teams playing against them. But I really am curious if LG, because they need these points, how much more of aggression we're going to see.
And I think the player you're going to want to watch out for that is going to be Silent.
Correct.
On Cafe, Silent running around. When they played against SSG, he was so scary. Just getting aggressive up on the windows, beating players when they're trying to get onto rappel. Lots of big individual roaming moments coming through from Silent Silent and the rest of Luminosity when they last played on Cafe. So he's going to be kind of the guy that I'm focusing on to bring that aggression, which, as you mentioned, can often stump Dark Zero.
Well, and look at the entry kills across the team. I mean, everyone's getting into a fight. They're winning that first engagement. They're clearly coming out on top of the man advantage. It's just a matter of how long can they keep that man advantage and if they can stay up on the man advantage.
And if I can keep talking about Luminosity players that I like, who we just saw stats for, Eddie, I thought, had a really good defensive half yesterday. That was on a different map, that was on Bank, but still had some really great moments. I thought both aggressive on the roam as well as inside the bomb site as well, and when he's more passive inside anchoring. We saw Eddie, if you'll remember, on the top floor, ratting inside of elevator, completely misdroned, had a perfect flank. He pulled a Laxing. You're right. He's showcased that he has that skill, and I really do think for Luminosity, the fact that they've got Eddie who can do that, the fact that they've got Silent who can do that, the fact that they've got so many tools in the toolbox is going to make this a somewhat difficult map for Dark Zero. They've got to really make sure their drones are on point, and they've got to really make sure that they're able to find those opening picks.
And I love that you talk about that specific moment in Eddie's playing in that elevator. Some players will crack under that pressure because they go too soon or they go too late. I think Eddie played that perfectly, as perfect as you could play it. He waited, stalled a lot of time, and that's the thing about roamers that I want to tell people is you don't always have to get killed. It's about stalling. It's about being a pain, coming in a flank late, whatever that case is. And if you're able to do all of those, you played that role, played that position perfectly.
So what you're saying is, by comparison to how we know Dark Zero play, if LG do what they did against Space Station on Cafe when they beat the Mate 6, or when they play in really, really tight moments like on that M80 game, like on Bank, when they were really, really tightly contested, you think they can take down these guys? Because it really feels like this is two very at odds competing play styles.
I'll say this. I think it's going to come down to Silent learning whether or not he can stay alive after he does get the initial pick, which is important. Don't get me wrong. He's the spearhead of that team. They need him doing that. But will he stay alive and continue maybe getting more frags or helping another team and keep pushing that man advantage? That's the only way I can really see them running away with it against DZ.
When it comes to hunting down roamers as well, and when it comes to dealing with aggressive players, often the person who's going to be really at the forefront of that is going to be your Dokkaebi player.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Rice, and we've seen him have really good games. We've seen him struggle sometimes as well. So if Rice is not showing up early on attack, having strong rounds, holding down the flank watch, I am a little bit concerned for Dark Zero, but I like Rice as a player. I've defended him on the desk before. I do think he can continue to show up today and watch out for those roamers.
Well, we're jumping into this bad boy. It took a second because we were waiting for Panba to join the lobby. But now it's time to start Playdate number 5 of the North American League, and it's the law firm of Mackay and Moritzen with the call for game 1.
Oh boy. Funny. Lynx is the one who's sinking all of his savings into going to law school. Neither of us graduated from post-secondary education. I went. I don't think you did go, though.
I attended for like half a year, 6 months, then I dipped out.
That's all you need, right?
Yeah.
Our school was the streets.
I suppose so, or my bedroom. But either way, in Denmark, education is free. Actually, the government pays you money to study, so I wouldn't sink any money into it regardless.
We're not talking about politics today.
No, that's right. It's another one of those days.
It's another one of those days. We refuse. First time that we're going to see Dark Zero go to Cafe. 2 attempts so far for Luminosity. They are 1-1 on this map. Earlier on in the stage, they lost the first time they played it to Mirage in a nail biter, 7-8, with Mirage coming out ahead. They ended up getting the revenge on this map against Space Station, 8-6. You and I actually casting that SSG match, if you recall.
Yes, sir.
Way back.
We did.
We did not, however, cast the first. DZ's map pool has been quite small so far this stage, but as a team, you know that they don't have a small map pool. Is this the fact that they haven't played Cafe yet? Does it benefit Dark Zero, do you think, going up against a team that's already shown it twice?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, DC is going to go into this having, cold hard proof upon like how LG will play this out, and LG, they're going completely blind. So I think if you're Luminosity right now, you gotta just play your own game. Like, don't worry about too many things. Of course, just slap out the upper bands that you think is gonna make your life a nightmare. We see LG opt for that multi-band to start things off. DC answers with Twitch and Asami, and LG just goes with Valkyrie. So I think this is a pretty normal Cafe, if you will. I know that some people say, oh, Twitch ban, that never happens, but Cafe is one of those maps where a Twitch ban is actually not that unpopular, because you can, there's so many dead zones. If you look at Piano as a room, for the top floor and reading bomb side, it's a dead zone because of those window repels. Defenders can't really move around in there. So if you chuck in a Brava drone or a Twitch drone, you can sap so much utility, clear out Valkyrie cameras if she isn't banned, etc. So with Twitch being banned off, it's going to stabilize the defense more. And it's also why, you know, DC start on the attack, they opt to ban the Asami, because attacking that piano room with Asami open plus Twitch banned is just such a difficult task.
It's only the second Twitch ban here in the North America League. The other ban came from Mirage when they banned it against Sonics yesterday, actually, in their matchup against Chalet. So if you look at the operator bans, Monty leading the way in this matchup as the very first ban you said brought out by Luminosity. This is the 7th time that Monty has been banned. The only attackers that have been banned with greater frequency are Ying and Dokkaebi. Both have been banned 8 times so far, so Monty is catching up. In terms of banned defenders, well, would you believe it? Asami and Valkyrie are the 2 most banned defenders. So, not a big surprise. And both of them quite potent here on this map. We've seen teams when they play on Cafe like to bring this dock on the top floor, play over by Cocktail, give you a bit more survivability. It'll be Snake bringing this operator in. Yes, prepping a window, you could potentially go for a jump out, or if somebody goes to just simply melee at once, then you get the drop on them. Either way, first round starting. Luminosity on defense, Dark Zero on attack for the first 6. First bomb site is going to be Cocktail upstairs.
An operator that Bro started seeing a lot of recently is actually the Grim. We saw it both in Brazil, we're seeing it in North America now a lot more frequently as well. And it's just specifically for this Cocktail side attack where you can use Grim's gadget to gain information with those beasts. They will ping out any defenders in that area. And what happened to Grim was that the size, the radius of those beasts, how far they spread out, much bigger. It tripled in size essentially. So if any defender will be near that A chance at Cocktail portion of the map, they will get spotted out. That's going to make those nades so lethal with those live pings from Rice and Gavin. That's 4 nades in their pockets. It's a slow setup. Very classic Dark Zero gameplay right now. And that benefits LG because they're not really fully set up for sight. We still see Silent using his pistol to destroy some self-destruction to create that line of sight in towards what would be the default plant from the bathroom mirror window.
DZ on every single attack that we've seen so far has been almost sluggish. But for those that know Dark Zero know that it's just simply a waiting game until they try to flush out one of the defenders, or at least expect the defenders to get a bit restless. The less experience a team has, the more likely they are to experience that restlessness. Luminosity, though, patient for the time being. There goes some Candelas tossed out by Pambazoo. Snake, after taking some damage, will bring himself right back up, but that's the very first pick coming to Pan. But Gavin dies to Azen, and Pamba botches the Candela, walking around, still getting the mirror window, though. It was a Pamba party just a couple days ago, and it looks like it's happening yet again. Feeding kills his way 3 for Pambazoo. Dark Zero in very quick fashion. Sweep through the bomb site and take the first round.
That was incredible to watch. I mean, Pambazoo joined the NAL, and people are like, he's an Ashman, a one-trick, he's just a gunner, he doesn't have a brain, he doesn't have the strategy. But look at how he used every single Candela with such high value in that round. Instead of just tossing out, 2, 3, 4 Candelas at once, he spaced them out. The first one goes in, drops the skylight, kills the duck. Second one goes in, pushes the freezer, kills the mirror window. Third one goes out, he also kills the person in the bathroom rotating toward him. Look at this, the value is incredible. Yeah, sure, he botched one of them. You can argue that, he should have been punished for it. But then you also have his gun skill come out at the same time. And you put Banbat on an operator that can enable himself in those injury situations with the individual skill of the player himself. And that is how you get a 3-0, basically flawless round from Dark Zero, where it didn't look like LG had much of a fighting chance.
LG responded well to where the aggression was coming from, right? You lose Snake in that Cocktail position, that's where Pamba's charging from. Conventional wisdom would be, okay, maybe he'll take the rest of Cocktail and wrap around towards White, which is why you saw the mirror covering the hallway and top of White stairs. There's one player as well by White stairs from Dark Zero. The mirror in particular was in a really rough spot. You have the mirror window to your right that Pambazoo can't technically see through, but if the comms are good and the drone work's been done, then he knows that somebody is playing in that position tucked away. The mirror was squared up to take engagements to both the left and straight ahead, but wasn't expecting somebody to be in back bar. It looked like Luminosity was trying to get somebody over in that direction, but it just came a bit late.
And the big reason for these things being difficult for the defending side is simply a lack of information. And this is what happens when you ban out the Valkyrie. So you have to like typically find some way around it. The Maestro, the Echo, the secondary bulletproof camera, which Doc has, you know, available to him as well. Because if you're just gonna be relying on holding up, you know, your gun, checking an angle, you might simply be having unfortunate timing, looking the wrong way, or as we saw in that previous round, there's simply too many options the attackers can be coming from, and without intel to kind of say, okay, this area is clear at least, it's just a guessing game and a timing game as to are you holding the correct angle at the right time.
I believe there's a rehost going on right now, so we'll get some nice scenic views through this free cam that was introduced as Heavy Metal came live just a couple weeks ago. It's weird. We live in this paradoxical situation where season feels like it started months ago, but also just days ago.
Yeah.
It feels like last week was June. So maybe that's just me. I'm not entirely certain. And now we are midway through. We're not just in September. We are midway through September.
Yeah.
We are as close to Christmas as we are far from June, which is insane to think about.
Oh God, don't say that. I mean, my entire like internal clock and how I function as a human has always revolved around the Pro League seasons. Having an off season during summer this time around, it was great for starters, but also so odd at the same time. No Siege for like 3 months essentially. It just didn't feel right. So I'm happy to be back, but time also is just like flowing by like crazy. I mean, we got the major coming up soon. We're already pretty deep into stage 2 as well. It's good stuff.
Amount of ground that we've covered so far in the NAL, and not just the NAL, but other regions as well, is quite impressive. With us working from home, it allows us to see a wide variety of leagues. I'm working, for example, NA, Brazil, and a single EU play day later this month. I know that you're covering NA, you've covered Brazil, and I believe you're also doing Japan, if memory serves me correctly.
I was going to, but change of schedule due to my my own plans. No Japan for me, unfortunately, but you are right. I did originally have a singular day in the Japan League.
That's fine. You got to play in Tokonami, right?
Don't go there. Don't go there, Parker. You know, that was the big one that we missed out on. We're like, you know, we missed like Milan, right? We're like, okay, it's fine. You know, we can always go there at some point. But then we missed out on Japan. And I believe that we were so close both times.
EG choked without your help in Milan, okay?
Oh my God, watching that, we watched it live as like some of the players, I think like Fabi and I, and like in WhatsApp and stuff, and the entire group chat lost it. We go, GG, EG won because we were not there to stop them. And then the top white staircase Oregon Troy play happened, right? And we're all like, what? Somehow Empire will stop them instead. Incredible round.
It's the first time as a caster I've ever experienced emotional exhaustion from a matchup, right? We go into that, EG wins map number 1. Go into map number 2, Clubhouse. Looks like they have it sealed. Looks like they're going to walk away with the trophy. And as a caster, a lot of people don't understand that energy management is a lot harder than people might think, especially when you're trying to craft a story, because not only are we trying to cast what's in front of you, but we're trying to keep it within like the framework of a settled narrative that all of the talent are on the same page about. So you'll listen to the cues that you get from the desk, and you'll listen to the way that other people are casting the match to try and sync everything up. So one person's not coming in and, you know, talking about a team being an underdog, and then next thing you know, the next casters that cast that same team are now talking about, oh, you know, they're world beaters. It just seems inconsistent to the viewer. So we're trying to keep a narrative going. Obviously, the narrative for both of those teams at the time was Evil Geniuses are a team that have constantly come up short and consistently seem to choke when they need to win. I mean, look at the game, go back to DreamHack. They lost to Millennium. Look at the matchups against you guys at the Paris Major and then at SI. This was a team that never could seem to close the deal and seal the deal and close it out in the final moments of biggest games. Empire here comes in, and obviously they had their struggles against you at SI and are a team very much on the ascendancy, but surely EG has the experience to finish this. Surely they don't blow it again, right? And that's the way that I was going into it. I know Kix was approaching it the same way. And then suddenly, not only does EG lose, but one of probably the most infamous endings to a round ever. The map ends, then we go over to, we go from Oregon to Clubhouse, and then they end up throwing it on Clubhouse, and Empire ends up winning it in incredible fashion. And it's just, it really sucks the life out of you trying to keep your energy up. Very similarly to trying to keep your energy up when you and Empire went to that 20+ round match on Coastline. It's exhausting. And I can only imagine how the players felt. This is just a bit of insight into casting for people that don't really think about it. I finished that Milan cast, and I literally just went back to my hotel room and just collapsed on the bed and just had to lie there for like 2 hours and just wait for all of my energy to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize this before. I was, working in the talent space as well, where there's so much that goes into it behind the scenes, the prep work as well, the general knowledge and how much you put into it, but also just as you said, the energy. It's the same for the players. You go in with a game plan, you do your strats, and then you're like, okay, we might win this map, we might lose this map, because in the best of 3 and best of 5, you're gonna have favorite maps and less favorite maps, right? And the outcomes you cannot predict, or you set the tone for yourself. And it was the same as you said in the long game against Empire from Coastline. Any round could have been the final round, but you never know. So you need to give 100% to try and win. We also can't give 100% for too many rounds in a row in case you lose, because then you go out flat regardless. But we are also back in the game, so these players, they only played a single round between Darkseer and LG before they got a nice little break to reserve their energy levels. But they're not back in action. Kitchen and Kitchen, the second bomb site for LG. We saw a basically flawless top floor attack by Darkseer, led by Hambusu on the game doing the entry work. And the desk kind of spoke about what they want from LG. They want them to be aggressive, be in Darkseer's face, shut them down, deny them space, deny them entries. So I like this. Kitchen and Kitchen room, top floor spawn peak, get kind of crazy with it. I like the Solace, the Echo, just allowing for mobility, right? You can figure out where Darkseer are, where they're droning from, where the drones are, and if Twist wants to get active with the Yokais, you can move them up a floor to assist the roamers, or simply do this. Play passive inside a bakery, instead of dry peeking the door, being like, is there a person out here? He will know with the Yokai intel instead.
Almost vindicated talking about how almost sluggish it looked from Darkseer on that very first round, only before they snap their fingers and kill everybody in the span of 10 seconds. And
yeah,
when you're a team that likes to take its time to get into position, as Darkseer tends to be, they are not a brawl-heavy team, as we see from some of the squads in the North America League. We've casted games, and we've also watched games that we haven't been a part of, where teams seem to just want to go in and get kills immediately. I mean, Slothy on Mirage is definitely a player who did it. Ashen did it a number of times when we watched SSG. That's obviously just the tip of the iceberg. Newers has been doing it for several seasons on OXG. DZ plays it a little bit differently. Whether LG can rebuff them, their third attempt now on Cafe. DZ playing it for the first time. It's been interesting to watch so far. You mentioned how Grimm's pick rate has been increasing, and he's on the board as well for Darkseer as they try to isolate Eddie and Azen. Both in very critical spots for DZ to take. And now Snake has joined the fight as well, who gets downed in puzzling fashion from Gavin. Darkseer gets on the board with just a little over a minute left in the round.
I mean, this is just a great round from DC, but also a great shot from AC, and he gets shot down. There's a trade, and Darkseer, they might have lost some bodies, but or one singular body, but they gained the ground that they wanted, and they did it in a very surgical way, right? The Grim Beast, the Cabins of Fire, etc., and the Crossfire is being established, but LG, they have a second line of defense, and they bring it back to a 3 versus 3, with still a minute to go.
Depending on where these 3 dread mines are as well, Eddie's going to be able to do some serious work, not just gaining information, but potentially capitalizing on it. You see one of those dread mines as NJR vaults in through the window. Getting a nice read towards the bomb site. Nobody playing by Whiskey that he needs to deal with. Silent seems to be the closest player to him, currently inside of coat check. Bees flittering around, preventing somebody from pushing in that direction. NJR has an idea that somebody is over there. They might just be able to flush him out. Working alongside the EE1D now, as there's only 20 seconds remaining, and LG showing great patience, not giving a single inch. There's an Echo still on the board as well, by the way, so they can do work with the Yokai, but DZ's guns coming alive. Gavin on 1 HP, everybody from LG dropped except for Twist. A 1v2 as DZ marches in, but Twist seems to be able to stop it, and DZ cannot control the clock well enough. All Twist needs to do is stay alive, and he does so admirably after getting a kill.
Look a little bit shaky there from both teams. The pistol whip from DC gets them the kill that they need onto that kitchen player behind the desk. I was to say, Silent, he chose to stay in that front forward position instead of Coder. He could have fallen back earlier in the round, but instead said, you know what, we'll make kind of like a triangle formation where he can be the spearhead and get support from his teammates. And you know, they tried to make it work. They tried to trade when Silent got swung out, then Twist swung from that bakery single door, and he did get 1 kill and a bunch of damage onto the second. And again, the clock being a big issue for Dark Zero. That's one of the penalties that you pay when, you know, you want to set up, you want to take things very structured, very slowly, and also DC opted for a very limited attack. They didn't go for the room clear, they didn't have a lot of map control, and you can tell that when they got into the building, they're worried about the main stairs, worried about the back stairs, because there could be a flank happening. It wasn't until they got like 3 kills they realized, hey, the last 2 members are also on the bomb site itself. Our flanks are good, but look at that, we have 17 seconds left. There's one way forward, and it's through those bomb site doors without any intel on exactly where those last 2 defenders are going to be at.
Sometimes when you're a team like Dark Zero, you just are a bit too patient, maybe. You called it. When Luminosity got on the board and got their very first pick, despite going down in numbers, you still liked structurally what they had going, and it seemed to work out. When you've got stall-heavy operators still on the board, a Smoke, a Maestro, a Solus down below or above you, depending on where the bomb site is, an Echo on the board, you need to be able to get into the bomb site a little bit quicker, because there are going to be those parts of the defense that are designed to prevent you. If you're trying to rush in with 3 seconds to go and there's still a yokai up, you're not going to have a very good time. Dark Zero obviously are aware of this. They know this. They're a smart enough team. But whether they know it and can actually accomplish it is a totally different question. Either way, Kitchen going in favor of Luminosity. A third bomb site will now appear. LG not going back to the top floor bomb site that we saw in round number 1. Instead, they're going to go to the middle floor for reading and dining. And immediately, one of the other most banned attacking operators, Brava, free and clear to be used, will gain some information for Dark Zero on that top floor. DZ will likely want to flush out everybody on the second floor around Cocktail before they can try to push into reading. We've seen time and time again what happens when teams don't do their due diligence towards Cocktail and go for a reading execute with defenders still above. It doesn't usually go well for the attackers.
No, and poor Eddie, he suffers 1 grenade doing a bunch of damage toward him, but there's still 1 left in pocket of Gavin, so he could lose his life inside the bathroom upstairs, and he's the first line of defense, but there he goes. Eddie goes down. No nade needed. Gavin just walks into Piano. The Bravo work earlier from Canadian, from DC, did a great job just checking for gadgetry. The new Piano was entirely clear. That dead zone we spoke about during the pre-segment, before this match started, basically come into fruition there. They knew it was clear. They could walk on in. There was no grim gadget, but look at that. Sometimes you hold an angle and just get smoked anyway.
I'm not going to say that you deserved a kill, but it certainly looked like Panda deserved that one. I would love to see a slow motion replay as to how he didn't prevail in that first battle. Either way, back to a 4v4. I'd be miffed if I was on Dark Zero.
Oh yeah, it's gonna suck. I mean, you had the advantage, now you got 40 seconds left, but good news, you only really need these 40 seconds. Destroy the floor as Rice is currently doing, drone out the bomb site like a Gemini from Gavin is currently doing, drop into Pillow, walk into that bomb site door, you're in a great spot to plant. There's no bomb tonight, but a single C4 from LG, and that C4 is likely not gonna reach that default position, so DC, they can easily make a play here.
You've still got Rice in that position above, as we talked about. You need to hold on to second floor. This gives Canadian an opportunity to get the diffuser down. LG are just inches away, but they don't seem to be aware of this. Gavin trying to isolate these players, preventing them from getting on in. Canadian, after getting the diffuser down, takes matters into his own hands. Gavin, though, looks the wrong way. Snake playing by reading door. That's a bit of a mistake for DZ to not clear that out. Twist in a spot to try and live, firing away, can't hit anything. NJR on the board, there's Twist to wrap around. Suddenly he and Snake are inside the bomb site, but you know what they haven't done on Luminosity's side? They have not cleared out that top floor. Snake compelled into action, diffuser way past the halfway point, and this will be tough, as now Dark Zero, 1 player up and 1 player downstairs. Snake past the point of no return, wasn't able to get to the diffuser. At best he could get a kill and ultimately still lose the round. NJR decides that he's not going to let him even have that one. DZ, 1 player left, and they win the clock. They take the round.
Such a beautiful post-ban as well from DC. They have 2 players both upstairs, and when LG they do go for that retake above, well, one of them will simply drop downstairs. It's like, you're just chasing each other. Look at that! He hits the shoulder and he dies instead. Sometimes being in action and moving around is the better position, and you know, if that was me back in the day, teaming with Fabian, and I was Pambusu in that position, I would get flamed. Because Fabian would say, why are you holding an aggressive angle with your face when a drone can do the same thing? And if the drone dies, you're still alive as a player, you just simply lost the flying drone. Now, DC might not have had a flying drone in that particular spot on the map. That's why, Pambusu is holding it that way. But the argument can still be made that you don't have to be so aggressive about it. You can play top, red stairs, proning, holding an off angle, let him walk all the way up before you do anything and not take those risks. We know it didn't really change the outcome of that round. DC still came out on top. They have such a good read on how to attack the bomb site and where to go for it. They didn't have enough time in drone work to drone out the pillar portion of the map. So instead of going down the pillar into the, the bomb site door, they simply dropped the hatch instead. And LG, they were not really reacting at all. They had 3 members very close to that plant position from Canadian, right by the bomb site, and nobody moved an inch. It was not until after the bomb went down that they started acting, and it's simply just too late in that moment. So LG, they start on the offense, they start in your face, but then they just kind of peel off and they peel back and they go a little bit more passive. I think they have to commit to a playstyle. Either full send it and thrive in that chaos, or simply try and, fight Dark Zero on the fundamentals. The issue is, I think DC has the better fundamentals here, so I don't think we want to approach it that way.
For us, since we're not in whatever voice program they use to communicate, I'm assuming it's TeamSpeak.
TeamSpeak.
We're not privy to how much communication is going on at the time. It certainly seemed like LG were not aware of the diffuser going down.
Yeah.
It's possible that somebody was talking and they missed the sound cue as Canadian got in a reading with diffuser in hand, especially given the proximity of Twist, whose back was to the very same wall that Canadian's back was to. If only that wall could be shot through, they could have very easily stopped that, but that's just how close it was, and LG seemed to be caught with their pants down on that one.
Very good. So again, intel is a big issue for them. Of course, Solus is great if Solus is alive and able to use the gadgetry, but Solus won't really know if you're planting until, well, you're literally in the animation of doing so. I still think they could pick up some more bulletproof cameras. They tried the echo on that kitchen and kitchen bomb side. No Maestro yet to be seen. It seems like only OXG will play that particular operator. Whereas Dark Zero, yeah, they're in the attack, but they're playing the Brava. Now they're playing the Flores. They thrive off intel. And guess what? It's always Canadian, the leader of the team, on those operators, because the more drones that he has in his pocket is the more time he can spend gathering information to make the right, the right call for his team and where to push those entries.
DZ's flushing them all out. There's a minute to go. They've lost Pamba. This is LG's very first uncontested first blood. Canadian somehow blowing himself up with a Rotero drone. Now that is impressive to say the least. I've never seen that before. Gavin marching into the bathrooms and absolutely assassinating Silent. And still holding on to this spot. This is a cocktail defense. DZ looked far more formidable the very first time they attacked here. LG an advantage that is now gone as Twist falls, Snake goes too, and suddenly DZ have sunk their teeth into this defense by Luminosity. Though NJR taking some damage down below, clobbering Azen. Eddie in a 1v3. It was a 5v3 for Luminosity. Diffuser dropped as Rice dies with it in hand, and now Eddie needs to retake the top floor. There'll be a set of eyes from DZ in this position, and Gavin seals the deal, denying a second attempt at this bomb site. LG 0-2 on cocktail upstairs. They can go back to it if they want. DZ's lead grows by 1 round.
I'm just really curious what happened with Troy. I mean, so before it happened, we saw the Rotero drone, like he went on it and then he left it. So it keeps driving until it explodes and stops essentially. And so I think he went on the drone, left it, went to go somewhere, and was like, you know what, I regret this. I'm going to go back to my safe spot. And then he went straight back into where that Rotero drone was placed before, because that indicator that it's about to blow up with that red icon comes up. Well, by the time Troy sees that, it's too late. I think he just timed himself in the worst way possible. But speaking of good things that happened, NJR, phenomenal player. I don't want to say he's underrated because he's very evidently a good player, and that's a very known fact. But he is on often like the heart breach or the second heart breach, droning a lot, But when DC needs someone to clutch and to become an entry, he's your guy every single time. And this is not a new thing. It's just that Pambusu has been so good in recent times, and now you got the addition of Gavin as well, whereas NTR doesn't have that many times where he's needed to do that kind of job. But in that previous round, we saw it. He just walks in, picks up 3 kills. It's easy for him. I would love to see a world in which where NGR was like an entry player for this team or for any other team for that matter, because I think he's the real deal in that spot.
Talk about depth on these teams. Dark Zero is one that certainly has depth there. If you want to talk about how good Pambazoo is, that's fine. Go ahead. Feel free to do that. But even though it's harder to see as it's smaller in the top left corner of your screen, NJR has not died since the rehost came in. I don't believe he died in round number 1, but honestly, it's hard to tell. I don't.
Yeah, one single member died in the first round.
Every single person who's died.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it was. But either way, that's still an impressive stat line regardless. I mean, same with Panba. I mean, he's 0-3 now, but he had 3 kills before the rehost, so he's basically 3 for 3 at this point.
Yeah, those 3 kills were not just impressive, but hugely critical for the round. Clearing out Cocktail, clearing out Bathroom, and then back bar as well. Prevented a rotate from Luminosity, effectively cutting off half of that Cocktail bomb site and putting LG in a really rough spot. Timeout taken by Luminosity, maybe a bit early, maybe too early for comfort for a lot of teams. Being forced to take it at this juncture is not ideal. We still got a whole other side to play.
Yeah.
Look at the kills for LG as well. They've had some serious struggles across the board getting on the score sheet.
You do have to play, but you're also on Defense Cafe. You're expected to go 3-3 here as like a worst case scenario, if you want to say it like that. I think 3-3 is like the expected outcome. They're down 1-3. So you take the timeout now, you get yourself into a stable position for when that side swap comes around, or when you go into the attack inside, because if you go down like, 1-5, you don't have the most confidence going into your attacks. You know it's going to be hard. You know it's a tall task. Mirrors open and available as well. We see LG play this operator very commonly, but the mirror windows are not necessarily benefiting LG, right? They play pretty static behind them, and both times inside that bathroom area of the map, Gavin just runs up the 90 hallway inside a piano and just kills that player both times. So far though this round, it has been a very, very slow pace for Dark Zero. They are double, triple checking everything with drones. Nobody's been into a gunfight yet, and this heavily favors the defense, of course, because time becomes an issue for the attack inside. Well, once Cocktail gets cleared, well, guess what? The bomb site is no longer in reading. It's that mining bomb site instead.
Nice to see all 4 bomb sites on the board. DZ deciding that doesn't matter where they go to, they're still going to treat Luminosity to the same Dark Zero special that's been going on so far. Twist and Azen, no more.
Yeah.
No damage done to DZ whatsoever. Oh no.
Oh, Snake. That's unfortunate. I mean, you can take the time that you need if you're Dark Zero. If you just go explosive, in 20 seconds time span, get 2 kills. I mean, this makes up that slow pace earlier on, but they still need to find a stable position on the bomb site where that diffuser can go down. 30 seconds left. Charge on Brava has 2 smoke grenades in pocket. I'm sure those will be beneficial in this round to deny some lines of sight and get him a safe passage in towards the bomb site. But
that's a sloppy gunfight from Rice. Snake is unable to do anything at this point. Frustrating situation, I'm certain, for Luminosity. They knew the location of Silent. All it took was one player to hunt him down. Snake being immobilized. It's Eddie in a 1v4. Snake can go on his gadget, but there really isn't all that much he can do. Easy, will get the diffuser down. They have no idea what's going on.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
It would have been incredible if DZ had choked that one out and lost the round. Just a waiting game at this point. Snake at least seemed to be smirking in his camera, so...
Oh, he moved. DC must be so confused, right? Because, no one can find him. They don't know what's happening right now.
It's really something, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's so winnable. He's not supposed to not be fighting them, right? So, you see DC are they're holding on to their angles. Where is this man?
Fighting time and space. Easy, just have to wait out the 45 seconds. And then I imagine we will get a rehost. Unfortunate circumstance for Luminosity. Would have liked to have seen what their plan was had Snake been able to take part in much of that defense. DZ wins a very anticlimactic round, a frustrating round, I'm sure, for Luminosity. And we're going to take a second to get Snake back into the game.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because when you play at mining bomb site, one of the big win conditions that we commonly see is you'll play either a pulse or a solace below the bomb site inside a kitchen Well, where Snake was, relatively nearby, he could have arguably denied the plant or made it more difficult for DC, and there was only 7 seconds left on the clock, so in some ways, a very winnable clutch for him. And Darkseer had no idea Solos was downstairs, to my knowledge, and they didn't really have any good intel on the bomb site itself either. They were running in blind, didn't know AD was in Pillar, so they had to trade 1-for-1, which led to that 3 versus 1 favoring DC. So it is very unfortunate for Snake, but I guess on the upside, it was only him that was affected by it. It could have been, the entire team in a worst case scenario. So the other 4 members still had a fighting chance. But DC got 2 opening kills relatively, like 30 seconds before that happened. So it really only was 3 members left for LG.
It looks like DC is able to communicate with one another. That's one of the benefits, actually, of being in person. We've mentioned it before that teams are not usually able to speak to one another during tech issues, but I mean, how do you police that if you're literally all in the same room with one another? You can just take off the headsets. It's not like they can mute you in real life.
That's a fair point. I remember Gavin's going for a drive there. Remember back in the day when we were playing in EUL, obviously we're all remote back here in Europe back then. And, you can always accuse other teams of like, oh, their coach is, talking to them, because you can't prove it. There's no cameras back then. You can just talk on Discord or on TeamSpeak or whatever. And I remember we would sit through MOS files, like the good old anti-cheat program that takes pictures of your screen, and we'd go through other teams' MOS files and try and see if we could find their Discord or TeamSpeak on the pictures and see if their coach's microphone was lit up. And that's how you would investigate. Is the coach helping the players or not during that online season? Because, some teams go to LAN and they play a lot worse, and then the accusation would be, oh, your coach is like helping you during the online portion, but he can't do that on LAN, and that's why you suck now. And a lot of funny nights were spent just going through photos like that. This is way back, though. Way back.
Hell, I remember back in the CCS days before I'd even come close to even sniffing casting Pro League, there were tier 2, tier 3 teams that were doing the same thing. Yeah. They'd search through and see if, somebody was playing on the right account, or if somebody in TeamSpeak was the same person who was on the account in the game. And let me tell you, there were some discrepancies. So...
Yep.
I feel like the closest thing that some of these people would get to being detectives.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the same. I mean, we've even had people kind of rally together being like, oh, we are certain this team, they have like a stand-in and they're hiding it. And then you'd have like 5 people work together, try and find the evidence, scouting through like pictures and tweets and geolocations from certain websites and whatnot. And it's like, you guys are crazy, you guys are nuts. Competition. You gotta go the distance to win sometimes.
Well, it was just a bit of an extended break as everybody gets back into the lobby. I'm not really certain why there's been a litany of tech issues so far in this matchup. This is the 3rd time that we've had to wait just since we started. The match was supposed to go underway 45 minutes ago, and we are only 5 rounds in. You and I are on early duty today, which is funny because with Lynx and Stokes, you and I are actually the 2 latest time zones. Lynx and I are technically on the same time zone. Sam is an hour behind me, but for you, I'm almost fairly certain you will enjoy not being off at 4 in the morning like usual.
Yeah, the anything between 4 and 5, and then having to like calm down after a cast as well. I can't just go to bed immediately. I gotta have like an hour to myself and just relax and whatnot. It's been an experience, I gotta say. I'm 25 years old now, and I have not been on this kind of demon schedule since I was 20 or 21, and I don't miss it, but I appreciate the job here. So we're doing it.
And you're living the Poland life, aren't you?
Yeah.
When we were doing Pro League for ESL, we were covering Brazil, EU, and North America all out of the same studio. Time zones be damned. It was an incredible experience. And honestly, the one thing that I've loved over the last stage that we've been doing is that you actually get to see multiple regions yet again. I like being able to do more than just one. It's nice to see the teams, see the players, see the strats, and be able to then bring that to the inevitable major. The Atlanta Major, by the way, tickets are on sale. If you are listening and you have not purchased a ticket, feel free to go do so. They are available right now. But for us, I mean, there were days where, there were weeks, in fact, where we would end up working 3 separate time zones, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. and you would end up basically finishing, going home at 7 a.m., immediately sleeping, trying to sync up for the show the next day. But the problem was that I often encountered was that we lived in apartment buildings and they were constantly under renovations. There'd be times where we would get home at 7 in the morning after casting the North America League. I would get about 30 minutes of respite before the drilling began.
Oh, no.
It made for some challenging and some interesting days, I'll say that much, but it's an experience that I wouldn't trade whatsoever. And I know exactly how you feel, but the one thing that you have over us is that you get to do it from the comfort of your home. We, of course, none of us were native to Poland, so we were all in flats that were rented to us. Totally different if you have to work in the middle of the night when you're surrounded by family, friends, and a culture you know and understand.
Oh, absolutely.
10 seconds left.
Absolutely. But yeah, what an experience you can tell to your kids, your grandkids, whichever one day, right? Oh, I used to live in Poland, do this crazy job for many, many years. That's a good one. What also is good is we're seeing more innovation here from Dark Zero. A Blitz, a Grim, a Dokkaebi, and a Ying all being brought out. And anything in Thatcher. But Thatcher's a slow operator. There's no real hard breach. Well, you can EMP the door, deny any of the gadgets from working, and Blitzers rush on in undisturbed. So, okay, the fire. You cannot EMP the fire, okay? The Vulcan canister will go off and stop a possible push here. But Dark Zero is spread across the map. There's 3 members, or actually 2 members on Garage, 2 members Bakery, and 1 single member on the big window. So they are going for this kind of like split push right now. I'm not exactly sure what they're trying to accomplish, especially with Pampa now running back to spawn. Gavin going upstairs. It almost seems like they weren't exactly sure on what the approach is going to be. Indecisiveness maybe, or new intel being gathered and picked up upon. But right now they're droning. EMP can go out, Gavin can fly on in maybe and see if they can get something going. Or he can walk away again. Actually, I'm so confused. I don't know. They have to set up for it.
A team that is notoriously slow and has been quite slow so far on this map, bringing a lineup that suggests speed and violence, yet not opting for either of those is certainly a decision. There goes the first logic bomb, by the way. Candela's as well to go off. B's shot out. Could this be the rush that they were looking for? Yes, it is. Gavin hot on the heels of the Jaeger, but Hambazu dies. The coverage for Dark Zero is not good enough. An unideal position to find themselves in, and now the Jaeger will again reaggress. Rice, very sloppy gunplay, allowing Eddie to get that cross kill. Amazingly, a 3v3 between these teams. It certainly looked like Dark Zero had lost out when Pambazu died first. Not the case.
That is such a, I don't know, such a chaotic round. Not what I expected at all. Good news though, Gavin has 2 smoke grenades. They could easily smoke off one portion of the bomb site and take on the other with the Blitz. Can just run on in, has that shield and the protection. They did lose the Ying, no Candelas. And it's Canadian NGR though. So not your typical cast for entries, but we said earlier, NGR is so capable at doing that entry work. Oh, Snake, you gotta run away. Or just do that. That works.
The Blitz shield does not cover all of you. Gavin charged on in, but it was not the play that was needed. Now Twist fishing for a kill. Looking over towards Prep. That MP5 is a formidable gun. Eddie, another kill. He's been fantastic so far in this round. NJR in the midst of the bomb site. He's getting pinged away from the Yokai drone. Needs to find Eddie, needs to find Snake. Doesn't hold on to the diffuser, so that will be the bigger challenge. Need to get 2 kills in under 10 seconds or get that diffuser down. Both of those tasks out of reach for NJR right now. What a great round from Eddie. The rush strat, or what we assumed would be a rush strat from DZ, did not work out. Ultimately, LG winning their gunfights and Eddie playing keep away. That's enough to make the difference. First half in the books, DZ still comes out with a lead up 4-2. They also burned LG's timeout, but there's been a hope with LG winning that final round.
Very puzzling round from start to finish because initially in the beginning, it wasn't a rush, but it very well could have been. Then they go for that mid-round execute. Okay, fair enough. And then it comes down to a 3 versus 3, where I don't feel like Dark Zero made the logical play. They sent Blitz of Gavin to rush up the red staircase to solo chase the Soulless Roamer. when you have 2 smoke grenades on Blitz and the option to just, run into any position that you want to, you could smoke off the kitchen double door towards the right side, run in on the left side and take that portion of the map and either plant down, maybe go for a kill, get some presence, etc. Sending Blitz up alone is like a really big gamble. Nobody was there to help him, and then nobody was also pushing the side. Either way, LG, they get that round that they so desperately needed. They get a 2-4 split, which isn't the end of the world, but they will be tested now. Their attacks, they have to be clean, they have to be great. Because if not, it's an easy one for Dark Zero. They got Solus, they got the Mirror, they got great operators to hold down this bomb site. The only thing you're really missing is the Valkyrie. You don't have a great amount of intel, but look at DC. They know what that looks like because they brought out 2 bulletproof cameras. They know that intel is a problem, unlike LG. So they have supplemented that Valkyrie ban with secondary intel instead.
I like the Capitao being brought by Luminosity. If I recall, DZ only brought it one time. It was Canadian playing the operator. Not just can you bully the defenders with those flame arrows, but the smoke can be especially crucial. Smoke grenades have not been a thing that's mattered for Dark Zero's executes. Luminosity bringing just the smokes on Capitao, so I imagine outside of that, it's more about getting kills and isolating those defenders, similar to the way that DZ approached this very first take on the Cocktail. Snake dies to Panbazoo, who jumps out of the window after those 3 kills in the very first round. He had some difficulty finding the score sheet. Panbazoo wandering back in, but he's a doc. He gets himself right back up as Canadian picks off another player from LG.
Beautiful team play.
This isn't exactly what they were looking for on their entry. LG already down by 2, and they might suffer another defeat. As Eddie charges up White Stairs, and there he goes at the hands of Rice.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
DC's teamwork is just so good in that round. Panda goes to the aggressive play, which is exactly what you gotta do to stop that execute from happening. And if he does it solo, he would die on that window jump in. But Canadian, he impacted the window to allow Panda to jump in quicker, and he covers him and trades the injure for a kill. And Panda's docked, so while he's injured, he just stims himself back up to full HP. And look at this. DC in a 5 versus 1. Asian, last alive, literally on the roof, 3 flashbang, 1 air jab in pocket. Can't do a thing in this round. They lost a lot of drones, utility, and just simply manpower. I get why Eddie rushed up the White Staircase. You're already down 2 members. You might just do something crazy, maybe get a kill or 2, but even that was shut down immediately by Dark Zero. They had the intel and they had the crossfire.
The good thing is for Luminosity, you're afforded another timeout at this point. It might not be the way that you expected to get it, but still allowing LG to settle themselves down and be composed. It's about probably the only real way to salvage the circumstances you find yourselves in. Amazing to me as well that it will be a flawless round for DZ, but maybe not. Actually, Azen is in the building. Might go for some picks. 30 seconds on that clock has been burned away as the Nomad now finding his way through the red stairs over towards Cocktail.
15 seconds to go.
Similarly to what DZ encountered when they attacked LG, defenders are not going to give a single inch. This is just a matter of time now for Dark Zero to pick up this fateful 5th round. Azen might get a kill or 2, or maybe none, but no, there's no chance. There's no way that LG was going to even come close to winning that round in a 1v5 with only the Mira having taken some damage. 5 rounds on the board for Dark Zero. Again, first time that they've played Cafe in this stage. It's a map that LG knows decently well, but every single time Luminosity has gone here, it has been a slog. They have needed overtime in both of their times taking it. This time they might not need overtime, but not in the way you would think, which is that you'd hope that they could win it without needing to go to OT. At the current time, with the fact that LG are now on defense, or now rather are on attack, and the fact that LG have used their timeout, I don't know what exactly they can do to get themselves back into this matchup, Nick.
It really is a matter of pace, right? And how you read the game and how quickly those rounds are going, because Dark Zero on attack, they were very fundamental, they were very methodical, they're incredibly slow on half of the attacking rounds. On their second defense, they just, on the first defense, they fly out a window. they go for those aggressive plays that LG should have done themselves when they were defending. So DC obviously have a better read on this. They have a very specific way how they want to approach these rounds, and it looks like it's very much planned out. And one thing that you can look at in that round, even as a professional team, is look at Dark Zero's discipline. They are 5 versus 1. Nobody's ego swinging. Nobody's doing that. They're just completely locking out LG. If you're Asian, it's such a tilting thing to play against. No one's swinging you. It's a fight. You're like, come on. You can throw some kills, right? Make Asian enjoy the end of that round at least with some exit kills or something. No, they sit back, they don't move an inch, and they just completely secure that 5 versus 1 flawlessly. Seems kind of that.
Information being given from Canadian, and he'll become aware of the fact there's a Nomad on the board. We're only 30 seconds into the round, and Canadian has actually spotted all 3 air jabs, so that's very valuable information that he can relay to the rest of his team. Seems to be evading them quite well. Though I don't know if he revealed himself through the door. Hazen is aware of it, obviously hearing the impact grenades. You might not have actually seen the operator, but the sound cue is more than enough. After a successful hold upstairs, Dark Zero will use their defenses back on the top floor, even though this is a second defense of mining. It went one time on the first half. It went in Dark Zero's favor when they were on attack. How can they accomplish, and what can they accomplish on defense? Candelas go out, Eddie dies, and then the Hyun is cut down as well. Goodbye to the Nomad. Goodness gracious. Dark Zero, in the first 90 seconds of the round, have eliminated 3 players from Luminosity. It's just Twist and Snake. Oh, this is grim for LGs. They're looking to just hang on to this round and hang on to this matchup.
You saw the setup there. Canadian early in that round, opened that rotate, cleared the air jab, and now Gavin jumped out, gets 2 kills, and then escapes back the same way. And look, he has a member on the white staircase too. They're baiting Snake in here. It's a trap. There's a crossfire. There's 2 versus 1. You might think there's only going to be 1 guy, but look at that. LG with a great read. They pick up 1 and they pick up 2.
No flawless round to be had. Luminosity fighting back, but still not in the position that they want to be in. Though keeping things close is ideal. Canadian will head downstairs in what I imagine will be the place that a Solus rests in a potential post plant, but that might be a tall ask for Luminosity to get into the bomb site and get that diffuser planted.
Ooh. If Troy swings this, it's a free kill right now, but he doesn't know that. His guy doesn't have that range.
Oh my. Twist looking towards reading, but doesn't understand that there's somebody playing inside of mining. Down he goes. Snake doesn't hold on to the diffuser, a decent gun in hand, but 3 players from Dark Zero in the final 20 seconds. You're going to need to go for kills.
15 seconds to go.
Snake knows this. Premonition around the A bomb site. He gets the pick, but it's traded out. Dark Zero, match point.
That's tough. I mean, what do you do against a team that wants to execute, right? They're playing the Capital, the Nomad, the Ying. They're so strong at doing that. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Well, you aggress into them. Kill the Ying, jump out a window, kill 2 following players, etc. It's such a good approach by Dark Zero. And again, with Troy going, earlier in that round downstairs to clear out the garage portion and the air jab, it just sets up that play that much better, because there's this DC playing proactive Rainbow Six Siege, and it's when they are the best, when they have a clear plan and they know how and when to execute it. It's been great in the defensive rounds, but also LG, kind of mentioned it earlier, you need more than 2 defensive rounds, preferably, especially with these upper defense, right? Sure, Valkyrie's gone, sure, Asami's gone, but you have Mira, you still have Maestro, Bulletproof cameras, etc. to get information. And LG didn't seem all that comfortable without the Valkyrie. There are multiple rounds when they were defending where they just didn't have any intel to work off of, so they're just standing still in corners. Dark Zero, they pick up a ton of information in terms of operators and utility, but they're also very happy to just make these active plays. Pamba jumping out the window, Gavin jumping out of the window, making these plays together as well, not just sacrificing sole players, but helping each other and achieve those goals successfully.
What could be the final defense for Dark Zero in the final round of this matchup will come on the middle floor, reading. Dark Zero opting not to go to that kitchen/bakery bomb site down below. What do you think there is that keeps DZ from going there on a very pivotal and crucial round in this matchup?
I honestly think it's a very simple bomb site to attack. You go top or down on the roam clear, you play buff and or sledge, and you just do your verticality and you execute, right? You want to play these bomb sites that are difficult to attack. So, you know, utilize the fact you have a mirror, utilize the Solace, play those multiple floors. It's what Canadian loves, it's what Dark Zero loves. And the reason why we saw mining being played by both teams is mostly in part due to the fact that mirror is on the table. Because mining used to be a bomb site that you would only play if you had mirror. That's of course changed with time, but it's kind of seeing that pattern again where if mirror is open, mining becomes very playable, like rather favorable, and that kitchen bomb site is just very simple to attack. Look at LG. They don't really seem too comfortable right now. Half they're on the spur, they're dealing with the Goyo fires, they're barely entering these first few rooms. Solace is downstairs as well, so if they stand still inside a piano, they'll suffer an impact grenade from below.
I'm spending so much talking about the teams at a much greater level, and more of a macro level. At the micro level, look at NJR, 10-1 right now. We touched on how at one point he was 6-0, only a single death for NJR since coming back from rehost. That is a mighty impressive tally. And again, just goes to underscore the depth that Dark Zero can have. If Bambazoo doesn't exactly show up, you've got NJR doing as well as we expect him to. Gavin also pulling a lot of weight, and Rice having a good game by his standards so far here in stage 2. All of that just comes together to be part of the reason why DZ is succeeding. NJR tossing out a Nitro Cell, down goes Silent, but Twist trades back onto Gavin. Gavin was blinded earlier on and playing keep away on that top floor. Another Nitro Cell tossed out from DZ, not as successful as the first. Ultimately finds nothing for it. Luminosity now with 40 seconds. They've got control on that top floor, but they need to get into the bomb site. Snake has an idea as to where one player is, as that proximity bomb goes off from the lifeline. Now some of the wall into reading will go as Twist just waits out the fire. The Goyo canister going by reading door. Snake hustled on on white stairs, waiting to get down himself. He can't do just that just yet.
15 seconds remaining.
Once that fire goes, Twist will break on in. Snake could have been a huge part of holding on to that, but NJR with a shotgun in hand gets some work done. Rice credited with the kill. Diffuser going down. Coverage from LG not good enough. A's in the first to die. Eddie and Twist in a 2v4 with Canadian still downstairs. And it's Rice's world that we're living in right now, reducing Luminosity to just Eddie. He's in a very strong spot on the top floor, over top of the diffuser. But DZ will almost certainly dispatch somebody upstairs. Eddie hears the sounds on that diffuser, so he gets into position, but he gets dropped. There's no way for him to be retrieved. Goodness gracious, that's the game. DZ 7-2 in a statement match, delivering LG their second worst showing in stage 2. As Dark Zero picks up 3 much needed points to keep pace with the top teams in the NAL.
I don't even know how they won that round. I mean, DC weren't in a great spot, but they somehow find it as well. LG, weak showing, but DC looking great.
3 attempts on Cafe for LG. Usually it goes to OT, not this time. I'm sure they probably would have liked to go to overtime, win or lose. Both of these teams are done for the day. That was their only matchup, but we've still got 5 more games to go, and we don't want to delay it. We're going to toss to a break, and then we'll come back with more of the NAL.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn. Right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1 minute and a half on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have much time.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and you killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up
You're
that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
For some reason, we just have some luck from yesterday that just kind of follows us into today. There's 1 or 2 or maybe 3 tech pauses in the middle of a game. But ultimately, the game time was about as normal as it usually is because Dark Zero finished that bad boy 7-2 really, really quick. So let's talk to Troy real fast. Dude, I mean, we literally just saw you yesterday, so glad to have you back. But you were genuinely just smoking LG's pack. Was that really even a challenge for you?
Not too much. I think we were just more well prepared. I think we're also the better team. So yeah, better team, well prepared. We played good. That's about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Facts. Yeah, Troy, I mean, you played well. The team's great. I'm sure happy, blah, 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 blah. How do you die to your own Flores drone? The stream missed it, so please explain.
So I was on it. I was going to send it into, I think I was going to send it into piano bar. And then we got a call out that a guy swung piano. So I just hopped off of it, let it like go through SAR, and it got like stuck on the drone hole or something. And I just dropped to go swing piano and help. And the bulletproof that was at cocktail EMP'd it. So, you know, like 10 seconds have gone by. And I'm like, well, like, okay, this is by now. I come back into SCAR, boom, blows up. Okay. Like that's just unlucky.
Yeah.
I didn't have the read on that, I guess. My awareness isn't that good. Maybe.
Well, Troy, you're talking your awareness isn't that good, and it was going to bring the point that I was going to say to you, bud, you're getting old.
Bro.
I think that's what it really sums up to. I'm old, you're old, but you're still playing. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I don't really have much to say though, aside from the GG, you guys look clean. I don't think there's much really to say to that.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like what I said previously. I think we were well prepared. We showed up. We played our game. Yeah, I think when you don't really get caught off guard, you know, and you're playing well, things are pretty simple.
Outside of EMP'd Flores,
as we learned today.
Who could have seen that?
That's one. Yeah, getting caught off guard. If I die, it's not that big deal.
You got 2 more games left.
It's not a big deal.
That doesn't happen until Playday 6. There's not really much else left to say on this one, dude. So hey, again, congrats on the dub, but that's kind of it. We'll see you next week.
Good, appreciate it.
Yo.
See you next week.
Who is that? Is that Gav? Wait,
that is.
Yeah, that's Gav. that is Gav.
That is a grown man coming in, jumping up. That is amazing. We love the
grown man. Okay, yeah.
Good point. He's not quite there yet. He's jumping with joy. Thanks a lot, Troy. We'll catch him obviously with the rest of Dark Zero on another doubleheader that you guys have to play, which is good because of the points potential they get. Because now that previous game ties them with M80 in second place currently.
Indeed, it does. They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves. Obviously, another day in the office for Dark Zero. This one, fairly simple.
No, we were saying that these top teams, they want to be winning these games in regulation and getting to 3 points. DZ did it in that, and in a fashion of getting a solid game out.
Yeah, I feel like Luminosity, I mean, really struggling on defense in that first half.
They played horrible. Just play it like, don't even go into it. They played horrible. I'm sad to see that, given the performance that they had overall leading into this game. This was a night and day difference team. They looked awful. I'm sorry, they just looked awful.
Asian picking Nomad every single round, despite Canadian always being on the Solus, calling where those air jabs are, and then just jumping out, or telling Gav to jump out some other window was tough to see.
This round is ridiculous.
This is the round I was just saying, yeah.
Jesus.
You've got a Nomad, you've got the air jabs, but they know exactly where those are placed, so it's not gonna do you much good.
I just expected better, and I'm just very disappointed because I've given so much praise to Luminosity, and to go into this game where you need these points and to just put up poor performance like that, it's just not looking good.
Look, if we can say Dark Zero basically played a perfect game of Siege, which you lost 2 rounds, sure, but it was textbook for DZ. If this is mostly LG not playing up to snuff, is there something in particular that you think is really their handicap right now?
I personally don't even think DZ did anything crazy. I think they did the normal things on Cafe of clearing normal, playing the map normally. Like, I didn't see anything special coming from DZ that was like, wow, you know, they really caught Luminosity off guard. I think it was just Luminosity playing positions really bad, overextending into areas that they didn't need to. I just think overall it's just a really bad game from Luminosity.
Well, there's still 2 more chances for them to pick things up because they also have a doubleheader to play as DZ do as well on Playday 6, right?
Certainly, and I hope we can see that improvement from Luminosity. There will be more chances. I think the big thing, just get the coordination down on the defense a little bit more, trade each other, be able to be in positions where you are able to take like 2v2 gunfights or 2v1 gunfights. It felt like they were so disconnected that
we
game.
saw power positions being given up by a mere just peeking over where they didn't need to. They could play that power position, wait for DZ to peek, and instead they gave it up.
Well, that's game number 1 already in the books. Let's take another look at the schedule for today, just as a primer for everything else that is meant to come. Both of these guys are done with their respective days before they move into Playday 6. Everybody else, all 7 teams, are going to have other opportunities still at some point next to have even more points on the board as they make their playoff pushes. Some of them will be successful, some of them won't. And I mean, the fact that Wildcard is all the way at the very end of the play day again for the second day in a row, they really got the dice roll in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, coming up too, Space Station versus Sonics, usually this is a great hype matchup. We're always like 2 top teams going at it. If I'm Sonics, I'm smelling blood in the water at that SSG.
I agree too, because SSG isn't looking very good. Sonics have been on the up and up and improving. So in that terms of being Sonics, I think they're in a good space.
Yeah. That's a pretty good primer for game number 2, which is coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn. Right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially is with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have the time.
Game number 2 next up, Playday 5 of the North American League. We just saw DZ and LG wrap things up pretty darn quick, tech pauses notwithstanding, and now we move into Space Station's first game of their doubleheader against SQ. This is the only game that, SQ also have a doubleheader, so both of them get primers right now, but oh boy, do Space Station need something to go right for them currently.
Space Station Gaming have yet to find a win so far. Yesterday they had back-to-back 8-7 games, both of them going down to 1v1s. One of them was a 1v3 that they started to clutch back, but didn't get all the way there, and the other one a solid 1v1 from JNO that he just couldn't quite close out. So yeah, for Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that is really hoping to finally get one on the board.
And I think we've harped on it a lot. This is not what we thought that we were going to see.
Yeah.
Again, I don't really want to keep repeating myself, but I kind of have to in a way that they did have an extra week, a whole entire week to prep, do what they needed to do, figure out these teams, and they just still are not coming in performing hot.
Well, as we dive into this matchup in particular, Lax, there were a couple of players you specifically wanted to focus on. Let's start with Sonics, then we'll go to Space Station. We can't not talk about Geo in general based on how he's playing, but what specifically has stood out to you?
Well, we talked about Geo a lot yesterday, and it goes into today. Geo's been a standout player for Sonics, in my opinion. He might not get tons of love or a lot of flashy show on screen, but Geo does a lot for this team in terms of his support role and his brain power. And again, we saw a lot of that yesterday in that Chalet game. The plays that he was making that was setting Sonics up for a lot of their success. I just love Geo as their support player.
Yeah, and you don't think about Geo as an entry player, but 5-2 for opening picks. When he needs to, he gets it done. I think a lot of that comes from him just seeing an opportunity and taking it. Doesn't matter where the team is on the round, doesn't matter who's going about their day. Geo is willing to make those moves and get that call, and he goes in and finds those first frags when he has to.
And I think it goes into that veteran experience of you saying he sees a play when you broke down that play where he jumped in, he made that play by himself into the inside games. Like, I think the team gives him that benefit of the doubt, is that if Geo sees a play like that, he doesn't need to say anything. And maybe he did communicate it. We aren't in the comms, but they will give him the benefit of the doubt of getting that done.
So his counterpart on the opposite side on Space Station is Fultz, which is interesting because you don't typically associate Fultz with being a support player necessarily, but he's been caught in the middle of these role changes, right?
Yeah, and we saw him in Nighthaven. He was, the second he breached that wall, he was running in his Thermite, getting a 2K, 3K, I think a couple times, if I'm not mistaken. But Fultz is that player that I was talking about in terms of the versatile play that he has. He can play any role. We've seen him on entry, we've seen him on flex, and now we're seeing him here on support, and he's still performing extremely well. I mean, look at that entry, 9-4. He has the EPS of 104, a kill death ratio still at a 1 for the support.
That's good.
That's great.
Yeah, 18 out of 28 rounds on attack that you're playing a hard breach, ace, thermite, or Habana, and then 10 out of 23 rounds on defense, you're rocking the mute. So different faults from what we're used to seeing, but one that I think looks good.
No, it goes into that versatile play that I think regardless of where you slot Fultz, he'll perform no matter where he needs to. He'll just perform no matter where you put him. And it's, again, important to have players like that on your roster.
Space Station at this point still have yet to get a win in a meaningful competition since, you remember back how long ago it was? Against GGG in the semifinals of Breaking Point. So it's been a long time since they've been able to get a dub over somebody who really, really matters. And of all the times to break the losing streak, it's now before your NAL skid turns into a 5-game one. The only question is, what map do you do it on? Because right now they don't seem to have a safe haven.
Yeah, for Space Station, I mean, there's a couple different maps here that both teams would like to go to. I could see an Oregon coming through here. Bank is also interesting because I don't know who would prefer it. Cafe is kind of interesting, not because I think we'll go there, but don't think either team wants to, so it's like who ends up banning it.
I think those are 3 solid ones. I don't see Chalet being in this. Even though this is a good map for both teams, I can't see Chalet being in the map pool.
I would hope that Space Station ban the Chalet, right? I agree, even though it's not a bad map for Space Station. I think it's too good for Sonics.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm interested to see where we end up, Jake.
All right, well, I mean, we can stop the guesswork. We can just see where we're going right now. All right.
It is Bank. Okay, nice to see coming through here. Bank, a map that for Space Station Gaming, an official 2-2 record, 2 losses in the NAL, and then wins in Copenhagen over both 6 Karma and G2. They did lose it during the offseason 7-1 to Dark Zero, so that's maybe a stain on the record that they don't love to have. And then for the Sonics, 2-0 through the Copenhagen Major, but their opening game, they lost Bank against Wildcard in a big upset. This is the first time that we're seeing Sonics try it again after such an embarrassing opening match on this map.
And I think that plays into that wildcard game with Sonics taking them to Bank. It did play into those idiosyncrasies that I talked about of not having on wildcard, of not knowing what those players did as a team or as an individual. So I think that does heavily play into why Sonics lost. Not to take away anything from wildcard, but I do think those things did play into that factor. But SSG now playing against them, these are 2 teams that are familiar with each other, how they play, how it pans out, and a good map, again, for both these teams.
Yeah.
So Sonics at the moment, looking at 9 points. Space Station only at 3 because all they've got to their name is 3 overtime appearances and not much else on the docket. There's a lot for both of these guys to prove, mostly because at the minute, Sonics are currently sitting down here in about 5th place. Right now, they'd like to get into top 4, have a better advantage. You want top 2 if you want to get a little bit further in the playoff bracket, right?
Certainly, but Sonics as well. I mean, they've got a good number of games still coming up. This is first of 3 that they have across both next week and today.
Yep.
So definitely opportunities. You think 3 games. In theory, that's 9 points. That would certainly solidify them going back up to the top of the standings and maybe even getting that top 2.
All right, let's jump into this bad boy. Can Space Station finally get their first win of the North American League, or are Sonics just going to keep on gatekeeping them the whole way through? It's Park and Peng with the call.
Oh, thank you very much. This will be an interesting one. Park and Peng. This will be a very interesting one. For the actual people watching at home, Sonics have a lot of breathing room right now. 5th in terms of points. Yes, 9 points as was talked about by the desk, but they have more than a game between them and 6th place, which is Mirage sitting at 5 points. So even if Sonics come up empty-handed here, they're not really in jeopardy of falling too far down the standings. However, victory would propel them upwards towards the upper echelon. With Dark Zero winning their previous matchup, Sonics would jump up to 4th place, leapfrogging over OXG and being within striking distance of DZ and M80, who are tied for 2nd. Fascinating to watch. Historically, this map has been quite good for Sonics. I would say historically it's been a decent map for SSG as well, but SSG obviously blew up their roster, bringing in new players, and given their start to Stage 2, 4 losses. No meaningful victory, as I believe Jacob said, word for word. It's going to be a tough one for SSG either way, but hey, a winning streak always has to start somewhere. Operator bans are coming in, Nick. Ying, the most banned attacker, and out again. What a surprise. Flores will join.
Yeah, not a huge surprise there. You say, you know, win streak and all that, but to be fair, SSG, they've gone overtime 3 times. They suffered a 7-8 loss, a 7-8 loss, and a 6-8 loss. Like, there's like a very, you know, second dimension alternative reality where like they're actually in a very different position in terms of points by just winning in those overtime, those final rounds. So while SSG don't look that great on standings, they're not far from success. Fenrir joins as the 3rd Operator banned. Nothing really out of the ordinary here so far. Fenrir, of course, very strong defender currently in the game, and so is Asami. Both of those will be banned here on Bank.
No Fenrir will certainly make for a much easier go of things for the attackers. Time and time again, we see Fenrir, a very popular operator, showing up, giving information, roaming. Good gun.
Secondary shotgun. You got so much in that operator. It is lovely. Now, Monty currently is in a weird spot because if you just go back to stage 1, and Monty is not banned all that often, and it's not banned all that often, but it still has a presence. But in stage 2 across various regions, Monty is either banned or just outright played when he's not. Like, Monty's pick rate has skyrocketed, and I can't exactly put my finger as to why that is. Monty he hasn't gotten stronger, he also hasn't gotten weaker. The meta has mostly stayed the same, but for whatever reason, more and more teams during the off-season has just seemed to pick up Monty as a stable part of their operator lineup in terms of the flexible players. I love to see it. I'm a huge Monty enjoyer myself, but I'm still struggling to figure out why that is.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
It's interesting though.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
You talk to the teams, I think you're pretty much spot on. Monty did not really have a lot of prevalence prior to the start of this stage. Yeah, you'd see a Monty here and there, but certainly not with the numbers that we've been seeing recently. You look at the lineup for SSG, and they are absent a dedicated hard breacher. That doesn't mean they don't have hard breach. It just means that they don't have an operator solely committed to it. Instead, they'll bring 2 sets of those secondary hard breach gadgets, one in the hands of Buck, and 1 set in the hands of Capital. For a basement take, this works out quite effectively because as long as there's no Kaid on the board, then you can get those hatches open quite quickly. Use 3 of the 4 to cause some serious pain. There's lots of hatches at the disposal. There's one inside of main lobby. There's one inside of elevator. You've got the open area hatches. You've got the back hatch and square. In fact, those are 5 hatches you might need to take care of. And that's just on the first floor to the basement. A lot of teams will extend upwards to that 2nd floor, and then you've got those hatches as well up there that you need to be concerned with. Early action as we're a minute into the round. There goes some logic bombs. Citizen being hunted down right now inside of Tellers. Pushed off of his spot towards that archives doorway. He sees an engagement but can't capitalize off of it, wasting time for the time being as Ashen is in hot pursuit.
That's close. And he stayed for a second longer. He probably would not have gotten out of that alive, but the roam game from Sonic's very effective so far. Even Forrest downstairs in the basement taking a bunch of damage onto the Monty. And so far, Sonic's is still sticking around, and look at that, Ben, he's got the read.
There's 2 separate players from Space Station that were trying to get him out of his spot, ultimately not prevailing. Otten had taken a lot of damage earlier on. Forrest now taking some lumps too. Suddenly, Space Station find themselves in significantly worse shape, but not before they've been able to tear strips off of Gunner and Citizen. Fultz walks right in. You still haven't cleared open area you thought you had, but Geo is lurking in that position. It's not Citizen, but somebody from Sonics is still there, and they're able to make you pay. Now it's J90 and Forrest side by side, old teammates on that Astralis roster brought over to Space Station. One of those smokes will go out. No smokes remaining, it looks like, from Forrest. There goes a goo mine that gets hit as Gunner watches over it. Those are his devices that will slow down and deal damage over time. Geo, another kill, this time on a J90. No protection for the Monty of Forrest, who pulls out the sidearm, gets punished by Rexon. Hot and cold, the only hope for Space Station to deprive SQ of a flawless round. Citizen starts things off and ends things as well. Not a single kill on the board for Space Station in round 1.
I really enjoy the fact that Sonics, they choose to stick around. We often see teams, do that, roam in the beginning, and the second they get pressure applied upon them into that open area section of the map, they drop the hatch. It looked like that Citizen was going to drop early, but he stuck around, took down Ashen with that wall bang, and then we saw Gio assist him inside of the kitchen area as well. I will say Space Station very much spread out very thinly on their attack and lineup. They have a Monty. They can go for that, server take, try and plant the bomb as they tried. But you can also just do the room clear with the Monty, because he could just walk on into kitchen, get that information that Gio is there. You don't have to drone, continuously. It's hard to drone against the visual gadget being active because the drones can't see exactly where he is. So SSG tried to go for 2, attacks at the same time, and they lost on both fronts. It's a tough start for them, and Sonics, with an impressive first defense, will go from basement into that open area bomb site where typically a very strong bomb site, and I think it plays into Sonics' strength. They can spread out across the map. They can also set up some pieces of utility like we see here, the mirror window, the castle barricades that they probably shoot in the hallway as well. So they got this nice portion upstairs in the top floor. Of course, they got the bomb set itself, and it just means that SSG again either have to spread out thin and attack these various areas, or all put like 3, 4, 5 members on the same side of the map and just brute force their way through it slowly. But now you got the mirror windows, you got the frost mats, there's just so many layers to this setup, and you got the post below as well. So if SSG they misstep just a little bit at any point in this round, they'll suffer massive consequences.
Not exactly the inspiring start that SSG wanted after the results that we've seen from them up to this point. I am interested to see if Space Station is able to get themselves out of the position that they found themselves in through these first 4. Oh my.
Oh no.
Maybe not.
Rexon's
Ashen
just
and Hot
that
and
much
Cold
better.
are not even allowed to get into the building.
He's better. I mean, this is just a classic Rexon live round. Like, he's just gonna do all the dirty work, just win those gunfights easy peasy. And if you're SSG right now, it's not like the round isn't literally lost, but when you're in this position, 3 versus 5, half round is burned, you lost your buck and your ace, it is statistically a lost round. They need to now come up with something else, a clutch, an impressive push, find some kind of crazy, a big gap somewhere in the defense. But as I mentioned earlier, deployable shield, frost mats, the mirror windows, holes always in the scanner. It's very difficult to find any gaps here, and they also have very limited drone work now, as those drones are tickling away very quickly.
Grim was an operator you talked about in our very first matchup. We're seeing yet again, but at this point, for dislodging defenders or even worrying about the anti-flank, maybe it's a bit too late. You're so heavily outnumbered at this point, but things get a little bit better for Space Station. Down goes Citizen. More importantly, there goes the Pulse as well. The only active operator on this squad that can give information as he goes. SQ answers back by eliminating J9O. That's your traditional hard breach. Again, though, SSG liking those secondary hard breach gadgets. They're in the hands of Fultz, who clears out with no intel whatsoever, the top floor. The timer continuing to run away. Rexon gets the read onto Fultz, lined up for a potential second onto Forrest, but Forrest is miles off. One of the keys to the Sonics doing well is for Rexon to immediately start off strong. Time after time, Rexon ends up in the crosshairs of fans, and even sometimes us, for having a slow start. 4 kills, no deaths for Rexon is pretty darn good so far for 1.5 active rounds, soon to be 2 rounds.
5 seconds remaining.
Forrest holds onto the diffuser, and he's just going to give the round to Sonics as the clock runs out. SQ looking formidable on their defenses. SSG's entry so far onto a big map like Bank, not where it needs to be.
Yeah, Sonics looking very warmed up going into this. Set plan, a good fundamental understanding of like where they put their utility. I would love if they showed us the Telos Archives bomb site to allow some more space for them, because CEO is going to put you in corners, and I think that's where SSG they might find a bounce back round because they can deal with that. But before we go into round number 3, we will see a very early tactical timeout call by Space Station. Some very clear issues being called by the support staff most likely that they gotta talk about.
I mean, breaking your timeout 2 rounds in is dreadfully bad.
Unless they go
There's
flawless
no way
now.
to sugarcoat that whatsoever. That is very, very bad.
Yeah. No, it's certainly not where you want to be, but also on the other side, you have a lot of time to turn this around. You know, get that 3-3 half is kind of what you're aiming for here. You can still lose one more if you're SSG, and it's still okay. But if you're Sonics right now, you're just gonna ride off that, you know, confidence that you have. If you're Rex in that previous round, you know, you wanna go. Like, give me the next round. I'm ready. I wanna fight. I just won 3 individual gunfights back to back to back and just kind of carried that last one. And I think SSG, they can slow things down, take a little bit more time, drone a bit more, and just ensure... Oh, they did it! They done did it! We don't see this bomb site almost ever in professional play. And I was like, with how Sonics have played the first 2 rounds, going Archives Tellers strategically makes so much sense because they can actually move. CEO bomb site, which we typically see as the second or tertiary option. You're just stalking corners against long lines of sight, against, you know, scoped in weapons from the attack. I like this a lot. It's a very weak bomb site statistically, but you have to play a certain way around it. The Vigil, the Mossy, the Valkyrie, and the Castle are the big 4 operators right now for this strat. Because you're denying drone information, you're running around constantly, using the basement, the first floor, and the top floor, and because you're using that much space, you need the Valkyrie cameras to cover some areas of the map for intel. Rexen on Frost is like the one thing where I'm like, I'm not sure what the Frost serves purpose-wise, but I mean, Frost is always great. You get the deployable shield, the secondary shotgun, arguably a great primary weapon as well to take gunfights with. And again, Sonics, they like, you know, just choosing a couple of spots on the map, like Janitors, to just bunker up in, and with one individual player, and the 3 other members of Sonics who can kind of spearhead the roam of like Gunner, Citizen, and Grixer can just run around the map.
Device converted.
Mozzie getting shown up by Citizen. An operator we don't see as often as we used to. We started stage 2. We discussed the absence of a lot of the SAS operators, Mutant Smoke, shaping the defensive meta for years. And more we see teams deciding to go and not use them. Oh my. That's genius. There's no way around it. That is
Rixen's so smart. He's so smart. Like, it didn't really make sense on paper, but look at that. He just stopped the full bomb site rush from JNO.
Do you have like some early access to their strats? Because the Teller's Archives defense on Bank is so uncommon, and you mention it, and now all of a sudden we're here.
It just made sense with how they played the first 2 rounds. Like, it literally fit this bomb site so well. I was like, they gotta do it. It's too good to be true. And they're doing well so
yet
far.
again going to Sonics. That's 3 rounds in a row, Nick.
Oh, it is. It certainly is. And look at this, SSG. They have no idea where they are roaming at. They have no clue. They're chasing ghosts.
Still have plenty of drones, but Sonics have had such an advantage in all of these rounds, and Space Station looking lost, frankly. Ashen getting only the 2nd kill for Space Station through these 3 rounds. Rexen on 6-0, is that it?
Yeah.
6? I can't tell.
That is a
5 or 6.
Reloading! I actually can't tell if he's a 6.
I can't tell if that's a 5 or a 6.
Oh, it's funny.
Ashen trying his best. He and Hot and Cold combining for 1 kill. Using their utility to open things up. We saw the bees go out as well. Problem for Ashen is that you can't vault that. Ace isn't that slim. I'm sure in real life you could probably find a way to shimmy through, but hold on a second. Space Station is equalized now into a 2v2, so it's no laughing matter anymore. Sonics having 2 players sitting inside the bomb site, effectively waiting to die as the diffuser in the hands of Hot and Cold is attempted. Now there's a retake by Sonics. Rexen, what an impressive round from him. 3 kills to his name as Citizen gets the final kill yet again. It's a perfect bomb site rotation for the defenders of SQ. They've got themselves a nice little nest egg of 3 rounds.
I love everything about that round until the very end, but of course, if you're a Space Station Gaming fan, you're not gonna like anything about it. The Frost mat, the very disjointed roam clear, and then they give you hope at the very end, by classic SSG fashion. They give you a bit of hope. Down to that 2v2, they start planting, but the flank is open. Sure, SSG, they had a drone, they had to read on it, but Rexen in these gunfights is just unstoppable. No one is even close to matching him right now in that side of the server, and remember, that's all of your tactical timeout. That's gonna hurt. This right here, the opening! Oh, and it makes sense when you're looking forward. towards the area that you're entering if you're J9. No, you're not looking at the floor. They might even notice the person on the table at this point in the round. But yeah, the roam clear, big issue for Space Station. They gotta tighten up in that area and actually start using the drones more in these rounds.
Seconds left.
Oh boy, look at that. It is one Heidi boy. The reason why Rexon's doing this is to avoid being seen by drones so that he can successfully kite trick the hatches, because attackers are not typically going to bring EMPs or Thatcher unless they know Kite is on the board. Forrest, he's a smart guy though, brings the Thatcher anyway as a safety measure, but what they might not be fully prepared for is that Sonics are playing not just the Kaid. They got Echo, they got Aruni, they got the Warden, like semi-common stuff. They also have a Clash on Geo. And last thing said on the disc that Geo statistically is one story, but the amount of value that he brings to the roster with the support work that he does is a different story. Because he is an invaluable player to have. You cannot measure this kind of stuff. Now, Geo has played Clash before. It's not his debut in Pro League by any means, but we don't really see this stuff being played very commonly, especially on Bank. But what Clash gives you is that you can poke up a staircase, sap some players, and especially you can play inside a server portion of the map that attackers so love to go for and just slow them down and make it very difficult for them to deal with it. J9 on Capital with those fire bolts is like the only real counter that Space Station has to deal with the Clash, but time is already ticking down pretty quickly. 1:40 to go.
Honestly, at this point, the measuring stick of a good round for SSG is to just not lose somebody early on. 3 rounds so far through which Sonics have gotten the first pick in all of them, and not usually just the first pick, but usually the first 2. Prior to that tail end of that round, which was quite impactless. Only 2 kills for Space Station. Again, touched upon. Timer still running down. Bolt's losing some HP, hot and cold too. Now it's J9 able to get that secondary hard breach down. All the while, Sonics have a treasure trove of these late round operators. 2 nitro cells on the board, one in the hands of Rexon's Kaid, another for the Warden. You've also got the Yokais from Grixer that are likely still safely in play, though we haven't seen where they're located. And then of course the Clash. Just like a Monty on attack, Clash gets stronger the fewer opponents you have to deal with.
Yeah. And I mean, how are you gonna clear out Geo? You're a Jackal, you can do it. You can smoke off the mirror, etc. But as long as Geo's alive, you can deny one part of the bomb side. And you see SSG, they're not gonna go just yet. It's a fake execute.
They go for the run in. SQ gets the first pick yet again, and there's the Clash, exerting influence over Ashen. Sonics get on the board just as SSG answers back. SQ holding their advantage. Ashen toying with the Clash of Geo. All the while, the timer continuing to run down. Ashen successful, removing the Clash from server. Now it's Fultz to run through garage. These pushes from SSG are not close to each other, but they're still working out. Citizen taken down. Grixer in a 1v1 versus Fultz, but the timer runs out. SSG coming as close as they can possibly get, but the Sonics still come out on top.
What a phenomenal round as well. It comes all the way down to the wire. Sacrifice tunes at a server on the Clash. No one is even trying to help him, or at the very least, if they were smoked off from the Capital early in the round. I like what SSG tried to do there, but I do still think they're spread very thin. Jackal of Ashen inside a server is trading 1-for-1, right? He is being kept inside of servers by the Clash, but he too is keeping Clash stuck inside of server. That leaves it to a 4 versus 4 on the bomb site itself, but the attackers have to drop down the hatch, walk down the staircase, where the defenders, they got the intel, and one very big factor in that final moment of that round, the Yokais were still alive. Sonics, they had intel about where the attack was coming from, they knew the plant wasn't going down, and Grixer can play keep away. He just plays all the way back inside of vault, doesn't have to worry about that final gunfight because there isn't time. Look, Fultz almost lose the gunfight because the Yokai's done and Grixer had the intel. 4-0 now in favor of Sonics. And when you're up 3-0, when you're up 4-0, you go to this really favorable position. You do a full bomb set rotate, and now you can just choose where you want to go. They can go into open area. Remember, they still got CEO open back up because they never went there. And then if they win this round, the previous one opens up again. So SSG needs to find their round victory here, especially given that Sonics played Archives Tellers and they won it out. It gives them like a small edge up in bomb site rotations here for the second half. And if they go up, you know, 5-0, 6-0, it's a really long fight back for Space Station.
This is already not the result that Space Station wanted. Use a timeout and get a little bit closer after using it. I mean, I guess that's the bright spot that you can look at.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to be Mr. Positive, you go, guys, we almost won a round. But the issue is, you didn't win a round. And if you're SSG right now, I think you're just talking back to basics, right? Play for the opening kill. Play, as you said, Parker, is play to stay alive, because they keep losing members very early on in these rounds is the biggest problem. We saw Rexon last inside a trade room, what he can do, but now Sonics, they might be changing their own pace. They've been fighting every chance they have been given, and now, when that fight presents itself for Rexon, he actually drops down the hatch instead. And look at Space Station. No one's really here, but they don't know that. It's just Gunner inside the janitors, surrounded by mute jammers, but the hatch is also opened up. He too can fall back when he wants to.
Oh, wow. SSG getting on the board first. Geo flying a little bit too close to the sun on that one. Slowly but surely, Space Station are getting better on these rounds. As you said, you want to be positive, and things are going certainly better here on this open area execute. That's 2 unanswered picks from Space Station, but Gunner swinging the balcony door. Down goes Hot and Cold. That's the diffuser too. Ashen sees Gunner, but ultimately can't capitalize off of it. Sonics get away without yet another death. Nitro Cell tossed up in desperation, waiting for somebody from SSG to take the bait.
Yeah.
Doesn't hit.
Does not hit. The fact that Gunner actually survives that gunfight is very important, because having 3 members alive on the open air bomb site just means you can cover everything. Double door kitchen walk-in, main stairs double door walk-in, and the hatch drop. So just having 1 more gun alive for Sonics is huge for them. 30 seconds still to go. No calls from Dokkaebi, but he got 6 flashbangs and 2 grenades. Space Station, if they use the utility correctly, they can easily get into the bomb site.
Oh, nice toss by Forrest. Another grenade goes down, just narrowly avoiding Rexon, who doesn't seem to see the diffuser being planted right in front of his very eyes. He takes down Forrest, but the information is just not there. Rexon to clutch out, can't get it done. It might take the 5th round, but SSG alive and on the board.
They need that. They need that so badly. And celebration is in order, because you gotta take your victories where you can find them. And yeah, they're down 1-4, but it's a round-by-round basis for them. If they get this next following round as well, they get that 2-4 half. It's not, you know, great, but it's not terrible either. They got some wiggle room to work with. They can still make mistakes on the side swap. They can still lose a round or 2 and still, you know, win in overtime at worst case. So not all hope is lost here. Opening kill there as well, that was massive for them. Geo stepped a little bit too close to the sun, as you mentioned, Parker, and kind of over-aggressed himself. The majority of Sonics were playing rather passive and falling back towards the bomb side. Meanwhile, Geo was actively seeking an engagement, or at the very least, a rotation, which then cost him his life. And we don't see teams go back-to-back in bomb sides very commonly, especially if you've been winning as much as Sonics have, because they can go elsewhere. But when we do see them go back-to-back on the same bomb site, it's because there's a very small issue that simply should not have happened that caused you to lose that round. That's typically the only reason why you want to go back. Because Space Station didn't really problem solve anything correctly. It was just Geo dying early, and then Gunner being caught off guard upstairs. Those are the big issues that happened for Sonics that really weakened their defense. So by going back to the same bomb site, and make a small adjustment on operators, right? Get more intel, the balcony on the board, no mute but a kite this time, etc. And all of a sudden, we might get a different outcome as the one prior.
Final opportunity for Space Station on this attack on Bank to catch up to Sonics, who broke out to quite the lead early on. Really, when you do think about it, it just has been a game of incrementalism for SSG. First round, Sonics won flawlessly. 2 kills in round number 2. Oh. 3 kills in round number 3, almost all the kills in round number 4, coming down to a 1v1, and then ultimately winning round number 5. Now, things seem to be regressing in this round as there's 2 early picks for SSG. Things regressing for Sonics, of course. Space Station eliminating both Rexen and Geo so early on is great. If SQ continues to regress, then we will have a very competitive match. It's a lot of time for Space Station to work with this 2-player advantage.
I really like what they've done so far. I love Hot and Cold on the nuke, just circumventing this intel game from Sonics. They didn't have Valkyrie last round, now it's a problem for them. So Sonics, they go on to Valkyrie, but guess what? The nuke comes into play. Now they think they have safe intel, but in fact they don't. And to make things worse, the Dokkaebi has hacked the cameras, so now those Valkyrie cams are working against the defending team. Sonics, they're locked out of the bomb site basically at this point. The Space Station, you can tell from how they're playing right now, playing very passive, not take any risks, to setting up the bomb site, soft destruction when I get those hatch popped open. They know they got this in the bag as long as they don't make a huge mistake somewhere in this round.
You've still got so many offensive threats for Sonics. Ditto for SSG, but they're not the ones staring down the barrel of the gun. There's the logic bomb. Space Station so close to waltzing back into this open area bomb site. Citizen still on the board. 1 kill for him. Grixer goes down. Citizen follows, and there's the round. Space Station looking like a completely different team over the last 2 rounds. And they managed to stitch together not just 1, but 2 successful attacks. Sideswap comes in as Fultz pulls out the strat book. Space Station obviously still trying to sort things out with Ashen coming onto the roster.
I love that. I love that so much. And yeah, this is the thing about experienced teams, is that they have more options available to them. They've faced these scenarios time and time again. You know, if you're a new player joining the Pro League and you go down, 0-4, you've already called your timeout, it's looking a bit shaky, it's easy to just clog out mentally and lose your confidence. But Space Station, yeah, sure, they have Ashen, a new player into the league, but they also have very experienced players in the rest of the roster, essentially, both from the playing and coaching staff. So you can't just, talk them out whenever they start losing a couple of rounds. They get that 2-4 side, which they really needed, but now we gotta see SSG also successfully defend on Bank. And historically, Bank has been an attacker-sided map. And with how good the prep work has been from Sonics on their defensive half, they are so decisive at what they wanted to do and how to do it. I would be surprised if Sonics were to be lost on their attacking half. I'm expecting a lot from them here, I will say. And the lineup that they show us, I like it so far. The Thatcher, Twitch utility, the primary hard breach of Hibana, because we're playing this basement bomb side, we gotta get those hatches opened up, and double soft breach and Ashen Dog. They have brought everything they could possibly want, and they've kind of tailored this for everything, right? They counter the Goyo with the Twitch drones, as well as the Yokais, as well as the Valkyrie cameras. Thatcher, there's a deal with a possible Kaid that's hiding on the map, right? So Solus and Lesion are like your +2s for SSG that Sonics can't do that much about. But it's actually the Echo that's gone unnoticed for just a moment. But there it is. 1 Yokai shut down.
All needed was the timeout and some confidence for Space Station to warm up. I mean, obviously with a team that has this level of skill on it, the players that are on it, it was only a matter of time before they got themselves back into this matchup. Goal for Sonics is to not get complacent. Frustration seemingly overcoming this team, but that's just an outside observation. Obviously, we don't have access to the way that they speak to each other. We don't have access to their comms, but just observing mannerisms and body language, which obviously don't always tell the full story, but seeing both of those things at live events, there are certainly times where it looks like Sonics can get irritable, and that irritation leads to frustration, which then ultimately causes us to have a bit of a bad game. In this particular instance, somebody who so infrequently has bad games, Citizen, swiftly removing the solace of Fultz roaming upstairs.
That's a very big opening kill, because now the drone work can just do its job for Sonics, and Citizen so lethal on the entry. Doesn't always play that role, but in that round, well, he sure did it. Now we see SSG force Nash and trying to squat up on this main staircase area, but will Citizen swing is the question.
Down goes J90, Ashen follows, Forest gone too, Hot and Cold the only player still alive. Ashen is technically alive, but bleeding out. Not particularly useful, and then finished off by Rexen. That's a flawless start to the second half by Sonics. They resume their reign of terror over Space Station.
They went out of nowhere. It didn't look like there was, any action about to happen, but I guess they swung down the hatches, etc. They got some picks, and then we see Citizens just walk down the main staircase, but it was just over out of nowhere. The frustrating part about playing that basement bomb site on defense is that you kind of need everything to go your way, because you need like the C4 to plant deny or enough manpower to kind of brute force your way back into those like 5 versus 5s. So losing Solus early on Faults is not like a huge deal on paper, but playing just one less gun on the basement bomb side, it makes you push you into a very like fragile position. And I think it's why we saw SSG say, okay guys, we gotta get active. Forest swing the main staircase, and then have a gun open area, etc., and try and play together, because they have to make something work there. They can't just sit back on side. They know they'll get choked out eventually. And there was still so much time left for Sonics to work with. And if you're Space Station, like, where do you go now? I mean, open area is going to give you the most reliable bomb set, I think. There it is. But other than that, I worry about their CEO. I worry about their basement. And I don't think SSG, they have the strat book right now to play Archives Tellers unless they go out on a whim and just freestyle it. Which, of course, it can work. But you're not going to go into that saying, yeah, we're confident about freestyling one of the weakest bomb sites in Pro League history. No, that's not going to happen. So I like the open area choice, but I fear for these following rounds if they win it.
Remember, there's no timeout for Space Station either on this second half, so they're just going to be, I guess at this point, having to grit their teeth and just fight through it. There's leadership on this squad, so they can get it done actively, but obviously not having access to their coach call-out is a significant challenge, as he's shown how effective he can be when timeouts are called, especially at live events. Like during the Six Invitational earlier this year, that we were tracking how effective timeouts were.
Oh yeah.
It's a nice stat to have access to.
Well, it is. Of course, it's hard to measure, one-to-one, but just look at it statistically. Like, if a coach calls a timeout, and then they win like 80% of their following rounds, that can't be a coincidence, right? There's gotta be some good value to be had there. But right now it's Ashen looking for value, staking with this room, not falling back, just fighting it out, and so far being rewarded for it.
Citizen heard the phone call, so he knew that Ashen was somewhere nearby, but the Warden can't escape. An untimely death at the hands of Grixer on that lobby window rappel. Yeah, you lose Citizen. That's particularly troubling. But Seer only set a secondary hard breaches, but Sonics have more in reserve, both the Ace and the Hibana. J9O barely getting away with his life intact as he toils upstairs inside of that trading room, drops back into the open area bomb site.
Some bad time in there for Rexon. He was holding ankle for so long, and of course, the moment he looked away, what do you know? That's when J9O swings. Perhaps he just has good game sense. Minute to go. Traded 1-for-1, but look at the operators, right? You trade Buck for Warden. What do Sonics really need right now? A Buck. That soft destruction is so vital for this open area bomb site on janitors, on stock trading. And sure, they can hack the cameras, but there's no Valkyrie in play. So you only really get those default cameras, and that's really it. No bulletproof camera either. Very low value from Dokkaebi in this round because of other lineup from the defensive side. With 30 seconds left to go, Sonics, they gotta make an explosive entry towards this bomb site.
Explosive is absolutely correct. The time just continuing to tick on down. Both talent shields still in the hands of Geo, but he dies at J9O's gun, who himself finding his fate, taken down by Gunner. Gunner's been dropped. It's Grixer and Rexon still upright. They've reduced SSG to just Faults. No, Grixer, you hop into the frost mat. Time still ticking for Rexon, who needs to find the final player, and it's Faults to get it done by the doorway in the open area. Very winnable round for both teams, and the misplay on the vault into the frost mat might have been what tipped it in favor of SSG. The third round for Space Station and their very first success on defense.
The chaos in these rounds, the absolute chaos, and that's the reason why those frost traps are working so well, because there's just simply too many things happening at once. The voice comes, the injury into the double injury. Where's the last defender? We don't know. I just helped Mainstays, he wasn't there, but now he is. It's so chaotic. especially when you lose that buck early in the round, because normally you can clear out some of those positions with the vertical play. Brixer had such a big part in this round, finding those 2 kills back to back, but then the simple Frost match just really sways things back into Space Station's favor. And would you look at that, they're just gonna go for it. Bomb site change, let's try and make something work here for SSG. I like this lineup again, the information, but look at this, it's an Archives, Tellers, Clash, Echo, Smoke round. It's such a different approach to that of Sonics, and they're actually doing it. A new team, well, they picked up Ashen, a new member of this team, limited time together, of course, and they're also gonna be joining us on this Archives, Tellers bomb side. Both teams going there. That is rare. The Clash. So Guitar staying upstairs. I imagine the Clash would be like a mobile, you know, basically like a Munty. Scout for the information and make the entry jobs hard for the attack inside. You try and take square control, you can just walk up to them, sap them, damage them a bit, and just slow them down. Pair the Clash with the smoke of J9, and all of a sudden you can stall for a lot of time.
Sonic still have their timeout at their disposal. I've got us weigh in on what she thinks is going wrong with this team if there continues to be choppy and rough waters for SQ. It's nice to see a bomb site, though, that doesn't get played all that frequently. By my count, we haven't seen a top floor defense yet on Bank. I don't know if my note keeping is incorrect, but that is a bit of a rarity with Bank, especially since we are now 9 rounds deep.
Well, you are correct, and you know, that's just the craziness of Archives Tellers. It will change things up pretty drastically.
One thing I wanted to ask you is we're maybe a more opportune time as this Clash seemingly courting an early attack. Ashen looking for more than one pick, can only get a single one before being dropped, but SSG winning out in these duels. Currently sitting in a 4v3. All they've lost was Ashen roaming on that Wamai, not too far off the bomb site, but very quickly do we see SQ take up space on that top floor.
Yeah, the Clash is an issue here. The thing is, Space didn't get what they wanted. They disrupted that initial attack from Sonics, and now Clash just walk backwards pretty safely because of that shield, but somehow it's Grixer once again just finding pick after pick out of seemingly nowhere. This time it's a hot and cold.
Reloading!
SSG still maintaining this lead. A lot of breathing room for them, especially with that Clash upright, just as we said when it was SQ holding on the Clash. It's an operator that you don't want to deal with when you're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Swing or be swung seems to be the motto for both of these teams. Geo finds himself in a 1v2, and you're right, the Clash still on the board. This will still continue to be a problem. Nicely played by SSG with a very soft shot from the suppressed Supernova of Fultz, ending the round. The advantage was once 4-0 for Sonics. It's been shortened. Just a single round separates these two teams, as 2 rounds in a row for SSG and 4 of the last 5 breaking in their favor has been enough to make this a much closer contest than we imagined, especially at the onset. Sonics respond to that loss by pulling their timeout. Goddess will now once again weigh in, as I said, on what she thinks is going wrong.
It's always intriguing to watch 2 teams almost back-to-back in terms of rounds, or not back-to-back, it's a couple rounds between. Anyway, watching 2 teams play like a quote-unquote like unplayable bomb side, and they do it very differently. Sonics, they go for a super heavy roam, you know, the Mussy, the Vigil, the Castle, the Valkyrie, and then you see SSG do it, and they play like Wamai, Warding, Clash, Smoke, Echo, or whichever, and it's just, they both find success in very different ways, and with very different operators. I think the Clash was a massive reason as to why it was such a quote-unquote easy round for Space Station. They can just kind of hold on to that top floor portion, they get constant information, and then, yeah, Fultz's shotgun and the Echo, yeah, did some pretty nasty work. Those close quarter combat, hard to win against a shotgun like that, with the shotgun buff indeed. Top floor, we can check it off. It's been played right here in round number 10 from SSG. If they win this round, they'll tie things up 5-5, but this, of course, is right after Sonics had their tactical timeout where they can kind of talk about the problems, maybe some operator picks as well if they want to change things around. Monty is open. It was played a single time in the very opening round, and that was it. It did not find any success, and therefore it's not seen play since.
5 seconds to go.
I've been enjoying how close this has been. I mean,
Attackers have
you and I
located the bomb.
seem to get the close
Attackers are
matchups
moving to
more
defuse the
often than
bomb.
not. They certainly don't disappoint from an excitement standpoint. And speaking of exciting, On Cold really could have lit up the round with a spawn peek. Square door. The 1.5 being added to Thorn, and then Thorn's pick rate climbing alongside of it just goes to show you how strong that 1.5 site is on defense.
It's pretty damn lethal. Now, Sonics, I think they're kind of in space station shoes back when they were on the attacking side, right? They want to try and just like keep it tight in the early round, not give up the opening kill, play as a 5-stack. Geo is going to be play that pivotal operator of the OSA. It's going to enable you to plant or clear the window repels in the bomb side. Very important to stay alive to at least use those talent shields first before falling in battle. So far, pretty good pace. They've cleared the shield. They've pushed back General on the Wamai into the hallway. And if they want to, Sonics could jump on into that stock trading room. Nothing's really stopping them besides just wanting to make sure that it is indeed a safe choice.
I don't really think we saw the potential of the OSA on previous attempts by Sonics. I wonder if we'll see anything this time that can lead us to believe it's a sensible pick. An Electro Shuffle does not work. You saw that EMP get tossed onto the wall, and now what is known often as Kanto spot has been opened up by the Selmas. It puts Forrest in a bit of a tough spot, as if he tries to get out of there, anybody watching those Selmas will have a brief view of his legs and could result in a very quick pick for SQ. This round has just flown by though. We're almost at the 1 minute mark. SQ struggling with some of those observation blockers. They want an opening through the rear panels into office, but they can't get it. I'm not sure why J9 decided to swing onto Rexon. Hot and Cold swings as well. Down he goes. Ashen, the only person able to pick up a kill so far for SSG. Sonics continuing to brutalize and push their way through. 4v2 with 40 seconds left. Ashen seeking some comfort now in hallway. Hiding behind a castle barricade. There's a line of sight towards paper. Can hear the talent shield get set down. He doesn't want them to get too entrenched. Ashen almost getting 2 kills for his trouble. Only a single kill as Forrest's attempt to get back to the bomb site are ended by Rexon. Sonics find themselves on match point.
I'm really curious how that round would have played out if SSG just kind of sat back. I mean, I actually thought they were in a very stable position. They had just reinforced the wall from meeting into that long hallway towards stock trading. So they had made a proactive play in that round, saying, okay, we sacrificed the front line, now reinforce the second line and just hold it there. But then, yeah, 2 positing swings from meeting double door into the hallway and Janet door as well. And those 2 swings led to 2 deaths. And that really gave Sonics an easy way into that round. They find 2 opening kills. They got the OSA alive. Look at this. J9 sprinted into the hallway. He didn't peek it. He sprinted in, almost forgetting that they had lost control over stock trading way earlier in that round. There's no smoke to help you, no echo, no verticality really from the side of SSG, so they only had the bomb set as a last resort. Once that fight happens, well, that's where the round is going to end. I love the OSA pick there from Geo. It might not have gotten like tremendous value because the round ended so prematurely, but once they got those 2 kills, he just puts the shield up, walks into side and starts planting. Sure, he then gets killed by Ashen, but they trade back 1 for 1 and they regain control over the side and that diffuser case. And this could be a very final round. Based on bomb site, it's where SSG started their second half on defense, and if you recall, it was a flawless round for Sonics. I like this aggressive play from Ashen. I think they need to throw Sonics off their A game and keep surprising them. It's a very risky play on match point.
I like that SSG's taking some big chances as they did in the previous round. You saw Hot and Cold wanted that opening spawn peek. Fell off early. Now it was Ashen's turn to do that by the printer window. Not sure it got the spotlight that it should have gotten, but previous round upstairs on CEO. Means every single bomb site has now been played. Cafe was the first map that we saw today. Every bomb site was played on that map as well, which is great, even if mining was only played twice. It's usually Teller's Archives that receives a, I suppose, the least attention on Bank.
Oh yeah, by a significant
by a very
margin.
fair margin.
Yeah, yeah, exactly that. See here, VGC, they will hold on. Last time they kind of lost, and Fultz early on that Roman Solis, and it led to the rest of Space Station to swing out. But this time, Ashen, he gets the opening kill again from the side of Space Station, still roaming an open area, despite the Dokkaebi phone call, despite the drones going around, and no help really for Ashen. He's completely alone. They have sacrificed him in open area, and so far it's working out because now, sure, they know he's there, but they gotta find him.
Fultz is on the hunt. Bomb site down below in the basement. SSG wanting to pick up as many points as possible, still searching for their very first victory in this stage. All they've been able to muster are losses in overtime to get the points that they have. Engagement by Fultz. By that Teller's, I guess, desk, you could call it. It is indeed a desk. Does not go his favor. And there was support as well. As Hot and Cold's Yokai was able to disorient Citizen, but still ultimately not enough. There goes another Yokai, as Uncold might be utility-less now. Tons of information from Grixer's drone, but also taking out some of that gadgetry. This is a really big moment for Grixer inside a server. There goes Ashen to Grixer, and he's just doing the Lord's work. A one-man army at this point. Hunter walking in, assaulting Hot and Cold, looking for the flick over towards lockers. Forrest survives, but by the skin of his teeth, he's expecting a plant, firing away an elevator and removing Citizen from the server. Now it's Geo to drop amidst the smoke with diffuser in hand. Nitrocell goes out, but it's Grixer again stealing the show. Forrest wandering in, looking for more than one kill. He gets them both. A huge moment from Forrest. We'll need all 12 rounds, as that's 5 on the board for SSG. Overtime looking more likely than when we started this previous round.
SSG might start off slow, but they're almost guaranteed OT in all of their games at this point. In 3 of the last 4 games, they went to OT. And then it looks like, well, they're gonna lose this, 5-7, but no, Forrest out of nowhere with an incredible flick onto the elevator hatch drop. Either had the sound on it or Valkyrie cam, I don't know what. Huge moment. And then, Sonics, they go for the smart play, plant in the 2v1, the cover is there, don't worry about it. And the smoke grenade that was tossed on out to grant protection to get that plant down ends up being their biggest issue. Because all of a sudden, was supposed to cover you, well, it shielded the enemy. Forrest could shoot through that smoke, knew where the plant was going down, could hear it close to him, and got the injury through the smoke. 5-6 now, still in favor of Sonics. But both teams here, of course, they would like a relegation victory, get those 3 points. Right now, only Sonics can do it, and they can only do it if they win this current round. Otherwise, we're forced into OT.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Jammer ready to activate.
I mean, honestly, with the way these teams have been playing, I'm fine with OT between them.
Oh, yeah. I would love to see them go the distance with how close these rounds have been, because this could very well have been the other way around. I mean, there are 2, if not 3 rounds that came down to the wire where SSG, they coulda, woulda, shoulda won, but Sonics were the better team. So, very well could have been the other way around. Either way, it's been a great match so far. And Sonics now a bit struggling on their attacks, because Ashen every single round right now just finding those picks. He's doing it on Lesion. He's doing it on Echo. A Roman Echo getting open and kill on match point. He's got a Yokai in his pocket. 2 impacts to spare. He's playing it for the gun at this point. It's absurd.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's the reason why Ashen was such a highly coveted prospect, and Space Station actually had to postpone their games in Stage 2 until he hit 18. We've seen teams pick up players who turn 18 roughly around the time that a stage will start. Hold on a second here. Gunner wants to just run on in. Free firing away, winning his duel, but it takes a little bit longer than I think he wanted. The logic bomb also coming in, maybe a bit belated. Allows Hot and Cold to trade right back. Sonics losing Gunner and Citizen. The minute and a half to go. No logic bombs remaining. No secondary EMPs. This is going to be mostly a gunfight at this point. You've still got the utility on the Osa, though. Depending on the way that the bomb site is set up, Geo could walk in, set the shield down, and actually go for a plant right in the doorway. But as was noted by you early on, there was an echo on the board. Roaming or not, those yokais, if they're in position, they can still knock Geo out of the plant. Give time for Space Station, either use an impact or an explosive.
Yeah.
Know where Geo is? Bit of trepidation from Foltz. Hot and cold, shutting down Geo. Now Grixer blowing open the wall and doing some damage in the process will give his position away. Just under a minute to go. This is a bad spot to be in for SQ. Grixer almost finding two, but Foltz just simply overpowers him. We're going to overtime. SSG amazingly turning this matchup around. They guarantee themselves a point. This is familiar territory for the Space Station lads.
It is. I mean, they have so much experience here. And I want to say, Ashen, youngest guy in the league, just turned 18. He's been spoken highly of for many years, obviously, at this point. And he's just finding these picks. He's saying, guys, put me in a difficult spot, and you make something happen. Going for spawn peaks, finding opening kills, 3 rounds in a row now. Whether it's the Legion, as I mentioned earlier, roaming on the Echo, etc., he's not crumbling under the immense pressure right now of being down on match point and fighting literally for these points that they so desperately need in these games. It's very impressive from him as an individual, but also SSG, they're doing a great job at just figuring out the problems right now, changing their operators, choosing their bomb site rotations, etc. And I have to question that play in that round previously from Sonics where Grixer, he bonks open the wall, makes the play. Yeah, the gunfight lasted a bit longer than we would have liked, maybe see out here, but where's the follow-up? You had Geo outside the building and Grixer across the map inside of lobby. So even if that gunfight is cleaner from Gunner, there is 0 follow-up for Sonic. So he's dead in the site unless he gets like a 3 or 4K back-to-back-to-back fighting various angles with no information. It's not sustainable and it's not reliable for Sonics to play that kind of way, and it didn't do it that way earlier. I simply think right now when Sonics, they lose that member early in the round, they need another thing to default back to and just kind of have that solid strat in mind, because it falls apart early for them and they can't seem to bring it back. Sideswap, however, in OT, Sonics, they will go on the defense, and SSG will go back to attack, where they struggled earlier on, only picked up 2 rounds, and it was talking about 5 and 6, both in open area attacks. And oh my, 3rd round out of 12, or 13 with this round, with a clash. We're seeing a lot of new stuff here, and I'm all for it.
We really are. A fun fact coming in from our good friend Jesse J. Chick on the desk.
Okay.
SSG have lost their last 3 games in a row, all in overtime, and 2 of those, including their very last 2 matches, were lost in round 15 in 1v1s.
Oh.
Heartbreaking for the fans, and obviously heartbreaking for the players too.
Yeah, that is as close as it gets. And this is the thing when you swap sides in OT. You gotta all of a sudden be the one to take map control when you used to go into attack. The pace right here is not the quickest from Space Station. We got 2 rumbers from Sonics in open air. I think they just dropped the hatch by now. Yep, we see the outlines. And then we got this dilemma again. They clash inside of server. Geo is trying to hawk this bottom area against the walls. You can see Dirt Tunnel and the door, but the fire comes out. He's gonna get toasted and roasted.
Oh my, Geo fighting for his life in the doorway, but a very impressive clear from Space Station. Yeah, they used a lot of utility to get it done, but if you recall, the last execute by Space Station on this bomb site where there was a clash in a very similar position took an awful long period of time to get rid of him. You've removed him very early. That's good.
Yeah. And that's the thing, when you play Clash, if you put yourself like far away from cover, that's normally how you'll die. If Geo was playing closer to the rotate, when the Cavita would have shut out the firebolt, he could have just walked back, probably survived, or at the very least only would have died to the A hatch being opened up. But by playing all the way back to see both Dirt Tunnel and the server door, you risk that you're too exposed. That's what happened. You can't cover left and right, fire at your feet, nade at your feet as well. You die. 30 seconds, it's still gonna come down to those very close gunfights near the bomb site, because SSG, they got 20 seconds to go.
Well, that DMR does so much damage, and you see it in full effect against Fultz. The Capitao rushing in through Garage, but Sonics, after suffering the first casualty, clean sweep through SSG. And just like that, it's SQ back on top.
They're just running at them. 2 guys in Garage swinging a single member. That's not fair. And of course, again, the attacks, the difficult part is you gotta drop a hatch and walk down those staircases. They're unfavorable places to fight in terms of gunplay. I'm actually very surprised that given how many people from SSG were inside of server to take down Geo and Clash, 3 members plus a drone. So that's 4 people committing to it. They didn't go for that server execute. I thought that's what was going to be the plan, because they would have saved more time. They could have still sent the last members for that garage flank as they did anyway. So maybe a bit of an oversight from Space Station, but they felt it wasn't the right play to make. They didn't exactly know what the bomb set looked like because they spent so much time on the roam clear and dealing with the Clash, of course. We'll see a back-to-back basement, but from different teams, because in overtime you swap sides every single round, whether you win or lose. Effectively a best of 3 in round count, so if Space Station they win this one, we will go to the very final round at 15th. See, now they've been close so many times for Space Station. Getting to OT is good, means you get at least 1 point. But if you win in OT, you get 1 more. And as you said, and Jesse pointed out as well, they've not won an OT before. So statistically, they belong here. Statistically, they lose these.
We go 3 in a row for 15 rounds for Space Station, or do they walk away with a single point, and that's as close as it gets? Obviously, the preferred outcome for Sonics is a win. But with 2 points, they would just dive up, rather climb up, tie themselves with OXG sitting at 11. For those of you that weren't here at the start of this matchup, which was almost an hour ago at this point, we talked about the standings and how Sonics entering this match with 9 points. The next closest team was Mirage at 5 points. Sonics are not really in fear of losing out and falling down the scoreboard in the standings for this stage. Even with a loss, still in pretty good shape. Citizen dies early on. There's a minute off of the clock. Space Station hanging on for dear life in this matchup, looking still for their very first victory. It won't obviously come in regulation, but a win's a win, and Space Station still haven't been able to find one through the 4 games that they've played. A dive out from Forest actually pays off. Goodbye to Geo. That's your primary hard breacher, and the only hard breach that was on the board. Forest will hope and pray that he can get back inside safely. Can't get it done. Grixer ensuring that it doesn't happen, and now as well, there's intel to be gained. It's not just the logic bomb that Dokkaebi brings to the table, but also access to the cams.
So smart. He prepped those windows with the impact grenade 10 seconds early in the rounds. When he heard the rappel, the drone, or whichever, he jumps out and gets another kill. Forrest already got the opening. He knows he's basically as good as dead, and he still gets another person with him into the grave. That's massive value for him. And now Sonics, they're once again in this position where they lose that early advantage. They don't know exactly what to do, and they're hoping that Space Station makes a mistake, but they've been so good at fixing those mid-game. Yeah, they've made mistakes here and there. They swing when they don't have to, but look at Space Station's outlines. They're not moving a muscle. They know that right now Sonics are in a lock. They cannot get in. They're completely shut outside the bomber side, and time is all SSG needs right now. There's only 40 seconds of that to go in favor of Sonics.
There's some gunfire on Rexen. Both angles, and this is where things get tricky. Has to survey the opening onto the B-bomb site, but also has to be very cautious of what's over towards Vault, what's over towards Elevator. Too many angles, I think, at this point. He'll get a leg up by that last logic bomb used by Grixer and now flashes. In case anybody resides on blue, but nobody over there. Look at these HPs for Sonics. This is not ideal. Space Station in an excellent position to just ride out this round and let SQ do most of the work for them. Grixer in a 1v2, running out of time. It won't get done. All 15 rounds needed yet again. Space Station just seemingly incapable of ending games early, as the prophecy foretold. 15th round for Space Station, now 3 matches in a row. But do they finally break that streak and come out with their first victory of the stage?
I guess you can argue that as teams always say, the best experience you can possibly get is in real tier 1 games like we're just watching right now. So maybe Space Station are just the smartest players alive because they are ensuring that they get the most amount of experience in the shortest time span possible by simply playing the most amount of rounds that they can. And when you have Ashen, you know, it's very valuable experience when you play like Ashen. Again, incredible play by Forest. Just saying, you know what, guys, I got this on the roam. Don't worry about me. I'll get 2 kills. And then the crossfire, the discipline, Ashen and Hot and Cold, they lock it down. Don't expose themselves to those gunfights. 7-7. Final bomb site is going to be at Teller's Archives once more.
10 seconds.
I honestly didn't think this would happen in like 2023 whatsoever. Not only have we seen the bomb site twice, once from each team, we're seeing a 7-7 bank game where it will be the defining bomb site of the entire series for these two teams. Winner gets 2 points, loser gets 1. They both need these points as well, so it matters so much. We saw Hot and Cold's effectiveness on Nuke last time to circumvent those Valkyrie cameras. Well, both teams playing that same corner of the game. Citizen wants the intel, Hot and Cold wants to counter, and Geo adds an additional layer with the pulse.
I'm glad you pointed that out because that was the first thing that popped up into my eyes as well. Valkyrie, Pulse, and Solus all on the board at the same time for Sonics. That's a lot of information that you can get, and they even have their own keep away. As Vigil will be playing on defense. No way. Forrest walking in and removing Grixer very quickly. He gets into the bomb site, gets the pick, and then immediately gets out. More information that was from the bulletproof camera will now also be gone as there's a nade tossed down. On Cold creeping through the main lobby. A collision course with Gunner inside of the elevator, but Hot and Cold doesn't see this and manages to get away without an engagement. I'd say that's a win for Space Station, but they are looking for picks, and now it's Rexon's turn to die. Space Station reading into this and being very quick. They've got 3 picks. Gunner still inside of the elevator, lighting up Hot and Cold. Finally, SQ is on the board. Gunner looking for more, but it's a long-range gunfight, and more important that he stays alive at this point. It's just him and Citizen against the storm of Space Station, a 4v2 with SSG, still having a minute and a half to pull this off.
The nerves and the pressure right now building up for HGC. They don't want to throw away this round because they got that big advantage. The downside for Sonic, so many gadgets to be worried about. And look at that, the capture is there. It's Fultz finding Gunner.
Fuser going down, Citizen, the last man standing, hunted down by Fultz. Their first victory this stage, and Ashen's first victory in pro play. Polite clap by Fultz. Says the whole story. It was a slog and it needed all 15 rounds, but a win is a win. Space Station coming out on top over Sonics. Both of these teams will still be in action later today. Our 4th matchup of the day will be Sonics versus OXG, and our very final matchup will be the Red Hot Wild Card going up against Space Station. We're only 2 matches of the 6 through the day. I know it's been a bit long, but that's what happens when you get deeper into this stage. That's it for our 2nd matchup. We'll toss to a break and come back. M80 versus Mirage up next, but the desk will want to break this down first. We'll see you soon.
That's a hard one, bro.
It's a hard one.
Wait, I mean, there's 2 obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough.
Remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious answer, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at SI. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Good shot.
Okay, almost.
The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do, like the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know?
Sleeps like 11 hours. Right?
Yeah, he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's not even easy.
Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice in the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro. Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into this crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one tap of my
Just
teammate.
flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
With like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Nightheaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
Turns out, at the very end of everything, it was only a 4-game losing streak in the North American League. Space Station are finally making a case to get back up into orbit, if only slowly but surely, because it's 2 points as opposed to a full 3. But a dub is a dub. It's always good for teams who are in a hole to finally find a way to dig themselves out. And we got Fultz on the line for Space Station to talk us through exactly how it happened, because it took a hot minute. Dude, welcome back to the North American League studio. I know it's been a hot minute since we've been able to talk to any of you guys. It's been a minute before you've been able to make all these corrective processes, but just walk me through specifically that game. How did it feel to play in it, and why can't you guys close things in regulation? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could give you a straight up answer. It honestly seems like right now, at least in our first couple matches, nerves were getting to us a little bit, if I'm being honest. And you know, because we've had great results and a great off season. We had a really productive off season, and I think this season hasn't really shown that so far. Yeah, I can't really put a pin on like what our issues have been so far, but I mean, it just feels good to get a win. So I'll say that.
Fultz, it seems like your role in the team has shifted a little bit since the roster move, since we last saw you back in stage number 1. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the roles that you're playing on the team now and why this shift has occurred?
Yeah, I mean, all of us can play pretty much any role on the team. That's why you'll sometimes see us bounce around so much, just because we call attacks and kind of fill out the blanks. But oftentimes I am on the hard breach, or I do have the defuse, and I am the one planning most of the time. I just think as I've gotten older, my aim isn't what it used to be, keeping it frank.
Hey,
and,
I feel that.
My communication skills is where I put most of my value nowadays. I think kind of just leading us through those attack rounds is where I'm used best these days. But I can really do it all. Let's be frank. Like I'm not only just a hard breach diffuser planner.
I don't know if you listened to the earlier bit, but we talked about how versatile of a player you are, and I think that's important. Obviously, that's not my question. I was just touching up on what you were saying. You kind of did touch up on my question. I talked to Call Out after your first week of what was going on. He was saying it was game day jitters. You guys weren't all there, and then you're saying you can't really pinpoint. So I guess I don't really have a question, but what are you guys going to focus on going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really just right now is not focusing who our opponent is. You know, at the end of the day, obviously top 2 is out of reach for us, but as long as we get top 6 and I get a best of 3 in playoffs, that's what we're really looking for at this point.
For sure.
If we can scrape together enough points just to get to that spot, you know, that's kind of right now.
Yeah.
But even outside of the NAL, there are still a lot of chances for us to make the major, even though this season hasn't gone according to plan. But
yeah, before we let you go, you guys obviously have one more game left to play today, because every game for you is a doubleheader. It's wild card at the very, very end of the day, so it's about 4 hours time span from right now. Is there anything in particular you're going to do to prepare for that matchup, or is it just kind of rely on the prep that Call It and the boys have been using for you guys so far?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of just, you just don't want to, like, you know, obviously using a game this early kind of gets the energy up. It's kind of just coasting, eating a good meal, making sure we're not depleted for our last map, and probably just, you know, jonesing with the boys, playing some ranked, whatever it is, watching the matches. So.
All right, sounds good. Well, whatever you eat, don't carb load too much so you don't feel like you want to fall asleep closer to the end of the day, dude. We'll see you against Wildcard in a couple of hours. Take care.
All right, peace, guys.
All right, they're on the board. They have a dub. They were the only team that didn't have one prior to this right now. Again, an overtime win is still an overtime win. We can be critical, but we can't say that they stink anymore because they finally got one.
Yeah, they had to battle to get it. We saw another round 15. Thankfully, there was no 1v1. They dominated that final round, and they were able to close it out in round 15. So great to see from Space Station finally getting that dub, finally getting able to talk to them. And even before they got to that overtime point, right, it felt like they really had to fight to get there. Multiple kind of clutch situations. We saw Force have a great round down in the basement on defense. We saw some more really rounds that didn't seem like they were going their way flip back in Space Station's direction at the last moment. Sonics maybe sometimes on those pushes going a little bit too slow, letting things get a little bit too chaotic in the end there, and that's really what gave Space Station the end, or the edge.
Well, I want to talk about something a little different. I want to talk about what Fultz said in terms of his position, his role on the team now. I think it's so important as a leader of that team to recognize, you know, he is getting older. Sure, his aim might not be as great. He still has great aim. Don't believe that entirely. But he does notice those things, and he can put himself in different areas to allow other players to flourish. And that is so important that you can recognize that and say, hey, you know, I might not be as strong here, but my strength now is in this area, and using that to help the team and benefit everyone, that's so important.
Yeah, and while he is like bringing a lot of hard breach, playing a lot of thermite, holding the kid on attack, on defense, he's still out there roaming, getting aggressive, getting those opening picks very often.
He's trying to be a little too humble.
Yeah, I think
Fultz
so.
is a phenomenal player, and he's a great-looking guy.
That's true, but he did say something in the interview, or he had a tone that I thought was important. Yeah, they got their first win, but the job's not done. There's still a lot more work ahead of them, and it's not like they're taking one win and they're catapulting themselves up to the top, thinking, oh, we're back. It's like there's still a long climb for them to make top 6.
Sometimes you need a win, though. That win can be a massive upgrade for everyone's morale, everything, and it could be just a skyrocket going forward.
Yeah, especially against the Sonics, right? Who are a great team.
Definitely.
I thought they played a pretty solid game of Siege. Maybe some, again, slowness issues or whatever on attack. But all in all, I mean, this was a tough opponent for Space Station to get their first win on, and they got there.
Well, both Space Station and Sonics are both done with their first game of the doubleheader, and we are done with Game 2. Game 3 coming up on deck is M80 against Mirage. Don't miss it. We'll be right back after a short break.
This is a good challenge for me, I think. Not too bad. All right, first of all, you're gonna wanna look at the bans. If Thatcher's banned, then Cade becomes insanely strong on that map. That's first of all. If Thatcher is not banned, you're gonna wanna use Thatch and also probably look to nade below vertically because most teams are gonna be banned. You're gonna keep those walls closed. And then the next kind of style, those are, if you're trying to open walls, you're gonna be doing more of those sweep clears, probably gonna be bringing Flores, clear those shield setups. A lot of people play Jaeger 1 Mai, just find shields or Zami. On the flip side, a lot of teams will go for like more isolated takes where it's more of like the directly adjacent to site. They'll open up a wall or two maybe, and then you'll usually see a Monty or a Ying or a lot of these power ups come into play, and then you kind of just try to push it and force your way into the site. Another style of vertical nades are a really big factor on this map. A lot of teams will open up walls, force you to play a few positions, and then you're going to see those vertical nades go below and nade those people out, and then it usually comes with a flood up the staircases with, you know, a lot of the black belt plays. That's pretty much it. I'm like our defensive IGL, so these things are somewhat easy to think about for me because I'm thinking about them almost every day. So.
Great to go right from talking with Fultz to immediately getting his quick ticks on Skyscraper. It's always good to see Space Station get a little bit of success, but now we make a transition into Game 3. It's Mirage against M80. Now, before we go anywhere specific, we are now at a point where we can bring up probability graphics from our good friend Super Bunny, specifically to talk about where teams are in relation to top 2 placement or just top 6. With that previous result, already M80, I think, are qualified. They're really close, right?
They are indeed qualified for top 6.
Yep.
So they are going to be in playoffs. That means they're going to be able to play best of 3s to make it to the major, which is nice from them. Obviously, top 2 is still something that they're fighting for, though.
Yeah, and they're close to top 2, though. They aren't that far from it. I mean, look at that percentage.
Oh,
yeah, the percentage is heavily in favor of M80. They're looking extremely strong. I have no doubt in my mind that we see them secure that.
And Mirage still fighting for that top 2 as well. 0.3% if they can get the regulation win over M80. I'm saying there's a chance.
So they need to win out basically every game from here if they want to make top 2.
And get drastically lucky and overtake many teams on a round differential.
Yes, it's going to be, we're going to see 7-0s out of Mirage going forward, and that's going to be it, 7-0s.
Yeah, very true. The possibility of them getting top 6 does increase with a regulation victory to 69%.
Which is pretty good.
That's a massive jump.
There you go. Pretty nice. Just internet culture, you know how it goes. Let's talk about how this matchup in particular is going to shake out. We'll start with the guys on Mirage first off, because they are the ones right now who find themselves in a very precarious spot right around the 6th to 7th place threshold, and they're doing it off the back of some very interesting entry statistics.
Yeah, so we've got entry kills here. What you don't see on these stat graphics are the full entry deaths, because this is really what matters. Every single person on Mirage is negative on their opening engagements. every single one of them. And 2 of them you'll notice there, Spiker and Vertical, both of them 1 in 6 when it comes to opening pick. They are at the bottom of the league when it comes to their entry stats. So what we're seeing from Mirage is a very common trend is time after time, they're going down early. And even the best teams struggle to claw back rounds if they lose that first engagement. Typically, it's about a 2/3 chance of winning the round if you can get that opening pick. So for Mirage to so consistently be starting at that massive disadvantage, I think tells a great part of the tale for why they've been struggling so much in the NAL.
So are you saying if they fix that statistic, we're going to see a way better performance from Mirage and maybe possible more wins?
Even top 2, I would say, maybe with a 0.3% chance.
Well, hopefully they can do that. I would love to see a good fight coming out of Mirage.
I mean, that seems like a relatively realistic thing for them to fix, but can they do it over the course of one stage, or at this point only half a stage is probably the bigger question. They can?
To Jesse. Jesse said they can.
Cool. Top 0.3%. So. They're going to make top 2. All they have to do is fix that one little thing, but there's a problem standing in their way, and it's the guy that their CEO called the best IGL in North America. Very high praise from Marco on M80. We can't not talk about Iconic. The crazy thing is, Lax, it feels like we talk about everybody except him sometimes. He was the MVP from Play to number 3, and he's putting up stats like this.
You don't even always need to talk about Iconic to talk about Iconic. You see what he does. You see what he's doing in the lobby. Iconic is a standout, phenomenal player. I've watched Iconic back in Tier 2 to go to Tier 1, and then that uphill battle that he's done. Iconic is a player, to any aspiring pro players that are coming in the scene, that is a player that you should look at and take from. He is constantly, if not more, proven his worth and still doing it to this day and showing that consistency. And for me, you know how important that is. I love consistency.
And another thing that you've constantly talked about how important it is to you, the ability to be so versatile, right? The operator pool that Iconic is showcasing has expanded drastically since coming on to M80. These days, he is picking more attackers than any other player on his team.
Nice.
So to see him playing so many different roles, to see him being able to fit in wherever M80 needs him has been massive.
No, I can't stress it enough. When you have players on your team that can slot into any role, any operator, your chances of winning go up way higher. Your strat abilities and creating goes up way higher if you can slot 5 different players in different spots at any given moment. That is important.
Well, we can keep on singing M80's praises all day long if we need to, but I feel like for Barrage to have a really good advantage, they got to get a map that either plays into their back pocket or something that M80 themselves don't necessarily play. So, Jesse, where are we going?
Well, Jacob, I think Mirage have been a hard team to call. I've thought maybe Chalet could be coming up for this for these 2 teams as a map that both would be all right on because it's quite a good map for M80, but Mirage certainly have been playing it a lot recently as well. But it's tough to call for Mirage sometimes.
This could be a wild card map for me, but I think it could be a Sky.
Ooh, a Skyscraper could be very fun. Obviously, Mirage won that against Oxygen, so I don't know if M80 would want that one to go through.
It wasn't...
You didn't like it?
I didn't like it.
Okay.
I think it can be better.
Sure.
I definitely think it can be better. I think they can learn from it and take from it and make it a better map overall, and that's why I can maybe see Skyscraper going into today.
Are we going to Skyscraper? Throw it up. No, we're not.
Clubhouse.
They banned
it. Mirage have never won Clubhouse in official competition, even going way back. If you want to actually find an official Mirage win back on Club, you've got to go to like 2022, 2021.
Oh.
It has been ages. Obviously, rosters have changed quite a bit. Coming through this, though, Mirage, a bit of a shock to see them pulling this one out. They did win it a few times in the offseason in unofficial tournaments, so we thought maybe we'd see it a little bit this stage, but they're going to try it for the first time here in Stage 2.
I just wanted to say, I meant to say Mirage, talking about Skyscraper, not M80.
There you
That's
go.
my fault.
There you go.
my apologies. But going to Clubhouse, that's going to be a tough map for Mirage, going against M80. A team like this, with their aggressiveness and not letting you into the map, fighting you on every angle, it's going to be a pretty big feat going against them.
Well, M80 right now still locking down a pretty secure 2nd place, just trying to see if they can't knock on the door to top 2. Go to casters on this bad boy. Please welcome back 2-time world champion Niklas Pengru-Moritzen and Parker.
Well, he's not wrong, you know?
I might not be a champion, but I've been in more grand finals than he has.
Oh, that is so unfair.
So unfair. But true. It's true. You're an historian, Parker.
I got you so good, you sucker.
Yeah. You always got something, right? You're always hiding something from me that you want.
Gotta have zingers. You gotta have zingers at the ready. You know.
Yeah. That's what
Canadians are
I'm missing in my life.
polite, but
Not
I feel like because we come from hockey, you always gotta have the clapback ready. You know.
That's actually a fair point. Yeah.
Can we get a GLHF in the chat, please? M80 starting on defense, they get first ban.
Hey, Jeff.
Not you.
Well, I'm a part of the people. I'll join them. Go ahead, Jeff. And
are you gonna pretend to be a man of the people now?
The people.
Literally won hundreds of thousands of dollars playing this game. I'm just like you, viewers.
I once was, until, I became a back-to-back world champion. That's when I changed. The mask came off. Osa and Monty both banned. We're seeing a lot of shield play in action, and also banned off by teams here in oh my days. If this was a ranked game, this would be a cheater lobby. Because when you see like a Monty and a Clash ban, you're always thinking, nah, these guys are toggling, there's no way. I mean, if you're up against Spoit and M80, you could be calling hacks sometimes because they're looking so good right now, etching that top 2 spot. Of course, Wildcard right now is stealing the show in standings, but a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of fans, they talk about M80 with very high praise. It's a very exciting roster, big names, a lot of experience, and done pretty well so far.
It's our very first Clash ban. Can you believe it? There's not been as much diversity in terms of defenders banned so far. Azami, Valkyrie, Fenrir, and Solus make up pretty much 90%, give or take, of all defender bans.
Yeah.
One of those operators will be removed from action. Fenrir was the last operator banned out before the phase, or before, I guess, the prep phase of round number 1 begins. But it is indeed Shield City, as one of the players in the game said. Much more diversity in terms of banned attacking operators. Osa has been banned 1 time prior to this matchup, so it's not a first. But as we saw in the Bank matchup that
10 seconds
just
to
preceded
insertion.
this, there's obviously a place for Osa at this point.
5 seconds left.
Oh, there absolutely is. Same for Monty, very common operator to play on Clubhouse, but I wouldn't say the same for Clash, so Mirage might have some scrim insider knowledge or something, like expecting them to play that particular operator, or they just say we don't want to deal with it. Either way, Valkyrie's open, Mirror's open, Asami's open, a lot of goody operators on defense here to start things off, and it's M80 who starts on defense, so they're gonna like that. And they brought 2 of those 3 operators out in the first round of this basement bomb site so far, in the Mirror and the Asami. We'll see if Mirage can deal with the ABCs of Clubhouse, because this map really tests your fundamentals as a team. You gotta do the roam clear, set up the flanks, you gotta hold the map itself, do verticality, set up the bomb site, and then go for that side execute as well. What I'm trying to say is that there are so many stages to a round on Clubhouse because there's so many small details you gotta deal with, and a lot of steps to make mistakes or to get punished by the opposing team.
It's been a while since we've seen a Clubhouse.
Yeah. It's our first in stage 2, I believe.
I mean, I'd have to go through all the maps that we've casted, but to the top of my mind, yes, it is indeed the first.
Yeah.
There's Slothy in on Thatcher, and you can hear the Nitro Cell not too far off. There he goes. Gomez destroying Slothy. At least one of those breaches got to go down, but that's all you got for EMPs. No pocket EMPs available. Mirage had put all of their eggs into Thatcher's basket, and then M80 blew up the basket. So...
Yeah, and this is, I spoke about all those, like, steps to these rounds. Yeah, droning bottom main stairs for a pre-play C4 is one of those very small details that can very quickly punish you if you skip that step, and that's exactly what happened. Slothy, of course, had EMPs, but just didn't have the information that there was a C4 downstairs below the floorboard, so he couldn't have known any better. It does mean, however, there's no C4 for Plant tonight, and that's gonna fairly attack the Mirage.
Oh, wait, the first to die for M80. Oh, a nice nade tossed on in, and there goes Iconic as well. Raj posted up, Autumn of Blue, looking for the cross, but Vertical's just ultimately not fast enough on the trigger. Fast enough to get into position, though. Down goes Kino. M80 adopting a bit of oddities with their names. He has playing back of Arsenal. A 1v3. Finds his first kill onto Kansan. Here's the case get opened up. But M80's in position to stop him and cut him off before he can get towards Church. There's a ping over by Blue that Diaz sees, and here's the gunfire from inside of Church, but you have to choose. Which angle do you want to go after first? Just too many to cover. Mirage might have lost Slothy early on, but the rest of the team gets the job done. And their very first round, their very first attack, in fact, is successful.
I really like there's just like the 1, 2, 3, let's go for Mirage, and it just seemed to have caught Amedi completely off guard. I mean, they didn't really fight back. Kino died looking the wrong way, and Nate kill also happened prior to that. So seemingly with very little effort for Mirage, they find 2 picks, and they don't stop going at that point because you might as well keep on going. You got that small open, that small time where defenders have to reposition based off the areas that they lost, and they took full advantage over that fact. Now Amedi are mostly known for how lethal they are in the server, and playing the base and bomb sites is not necessarily the site where you can move around a lot and take those engagements. You gotta play the game very strategically and structured. So from a playstyle perspective, I actually do believe that maybe they can benefit a lot more from playing Gym, CCTV, and the bar bomb side. But of course, statistics are also a thing, and player comfort, and that base and bomb side off Clubhouse is where a lot of players and teams like to go first and they like to prioritize. But perhaps in this map, it might not be the right call for Medi. You also have some key operators open available to you. You got the Valkyrie, again, you gotta move around, and you got Asami, the strongest operator to play the catwalk rafters off Garage, where Gomez is playing on Asami right now, because those keeper barriers will essentially make it a complete fortress like this. Like, how are you gonna clear out Gomez here? Then you got my discs being tossed out from DS as well, so Gomez's position keeps being reinforced by his teammates. And again, Capital from Slothy is a great option here, but that's why you play the Omai and not the Jaeger, because the discs will capture the bolts as well as grenades and flashbangs, whereas the Jaeger discs would not interact with the Capital gadget at all.
Breach immediately opened the wall, getting directly into CCTV, now gives Mirage a nice viewpoint in. They can continue to exert their influence for the remaining 2-ish minutes. Only smokes on the board for them come through the Capitao, an operator that we've now seen on all 3 of the maps that have played today. It's nice to see that Capitao, as much as he might not be in the meta, that he still has a role. Niche operators are fine, in my opinion. Not every single operator needs to be viable on every single map at every single bomb site. Slothy needs to stay alive, and this is actually a difficulty for Slothy, especially if you've watched most of the Mirage games. You'll know that Slothy has some challenges making it past the first minute to a minute and a half. We saw it actually in the very first round when he was the first casualty.
Not sure that Ash Charge went to really hit the mark, and Gomez has to make a play. He jumps over the railing. Hello? What? He's got utility.
Oh my, it's a flying Gomez, Nick.
What?
2 players down, turns his back over towards Secret, and now looking towards that garage door.
Deploying magnet.
Gomez under drone, under watch. This is just desperation. Twisting and turning. Slothy was one of the first to die, by the way, at the hands of Gomez. So will the smokes have any impact? The answer is no.
Oh man, I can't believe it. I mean, you got AD, you got Midas, you got the 4 keeper barriers, you got the crossfire 7. You just jump over immediately, no hesitation whatsoever. Gets the double kill and he escapes. And this is the thing, Diaz was also on the catwalk rafters the entire time, and he's stuck around. So they still have catwalk control for now. Magnet catches the grenade, but I think Diaz is he's dead.
Spiker taking out Diaz, numbers back into a 3v3. Gomez still alive. Ace watch, as we can call it. So, in terms of like all 5 kills, not the caster and not the player and not the operator. In case anybody's confused by it. 15 seconds, and boy oh boy, this isn't the pace so you'd think that Mirage would want to be setting. Pino will smoke off CCTV, hands it on a single point of HP. Planting through the floor, they've got some marks, and that's good enough to drop him. Nitro Cell goes, Spiker dropping down. Time ultimately running out. No clue how many players were still left in that round. What an absolute mess those final 10 seconds were.
Yeah. Great adaptation, though. I will say Mirage, they were faced with a pretty difficult decision. They vaulted into that catwalk Raptors window into towards the bomb site. The same second Kino tossed out that last Toxic Babe. And honestly, they made a really good decision as to where to plant. Just plant literally by the breach next to that drone hole. The issue is they didn't clear out the bomb site from utility. The Valkyrie camera was still there, spotting out the plant position, and we then saw Spot downstairs, easy red ping, floor banks the planter, and it forces the rest of Mirage to scatter across the bomb site. One try goes for the kill, second guy tries to plant, but they fail in both areas simply because they are outnumbered, and of course, matey, they had accurate information as to exactly where they were playing on the map. It's a tough start for Slothy, and a really chaotic start for Mirage. And honestly, look at the first 3 games today so far. It seems like all 6 teams we're watching, they've all kind of gone with the same attitude. That is, we don't want to let the opponent know our next move. We don't want to see them actually execute and get to that stage that they want to achieve. We saw it with Dark Zero and Cafe. You know, their opponent, they were playing Capitao, Nomad, and Ying. They start throwing in utility. Guess what? Gavin jumps out the window, gets 2 kills. We saw this round, Gomez, they're about to smoke him, about to fire him, about to burn him to a crisp. Jumps over the catwalk rafters, completely unexpected, and just gets 2 kills. And even if Gomez had died, he had achieved what he needed to create chaos, to take away some of that crucial utility that the attackers thought they had and desperately needed to find success in that round. So I like this kind of playstyle and the attitude from these teams going into today's play day, but it's great to watch, but it's just very surprising.
Just got word that the reason why there is a pause is because of a skin issue. Apparently, a prohibited skin was used in the previous round, and, well, when that happens, the admins need to get involved.
That's
see whether it made a difference or not.
A skin issue? I'm trying to think, because I didn't see any specific skins. But either way, because Asami was default, Maya was default. Either way, I don't know. I didn't see it, but I'm not napping. It's not my problem to deal with. Oh, watch for the replay. Where's the skin on? That looks normal. That looks normal. We're hunting for proof. That looks normal.
How on earth can you tell?
Also a Pro League skin. I don't know. I saw 2 Pro League skin and 2 default skins. But again, we didn't see every single operator. Oh, I am blind apparently. Well, actually, we didn't see that operator die on the kill cam feed, so I'm not blind.
It's true.
That is true, actually, yeah.
There's a lot happening. Also, I'm not an admin, and frankly, I don't care what skins they run. We make comments and we make jokes about skins, mostly just to fill time and also try and create memes and some level of interaction for people, like when we had the crowd booing the lack of Skinergy at the Charlotte Major.
No. That one was terrible. You said
we
it like
said it once at the very first broadcast that we did, and it snowballed out of control.
It did. It did. You created a monster at that LAN event, and we never tried it again. No.
I'm just thankful that it didn't get picked up beyond that. Could you imagine if we had created something that lasted forever? What is Spiker thinking of? Did you just see? What the?
Oh, well, you're right. I'm glad it didn't, carry on past that event. But also, that was like the event, the first big one with crowd back after COVID. So people are very excited about fan interaction. The casters, the players, and the crowd itself. Everybody was super happy to be there, and a lot of really good memes occurred at that event. The one more bite with NGR as well from the crowd with the banana.
I would say one of the best crowd moments that we've ever had at Rainbow Six.
Yeah. Also, it was making waves. Like, we actually made like quote unquote international esports news with that clip from other titles were like, oh, that's great. What a great crowd. What a great clip, etc. Like, that was a viral thing that happened to us. It was that good.
Let the moment breathe. Let him take the bite. Let the crowd do the talking. We don't need to weigh in. It's perfect. It's a great moment. Really great moment. But we apologize for the delay here. It is evident that today is not going to be a quick day. We have been live for 3 hours, and we are only 2 rounds into our third of 6 maps. Unfortunate tech issues in the very first game, and then of course all 15 rounds needed in the second game. It's not even like the first game was really that quick. I mean, I guess it was 9 rounds, but I guess my memory is being impacted by the delays.
What was your, can you repeat that? The last bit, what are you not recollecting?
Oh, I just said that it didn't seem like the first game. I was just going off of my recollection, and that the first game was actually not that fast. When it was 9 rounds, I mean, it was a 7-2 for Dark Zero. That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know, that's like that's realistically that's like 6 minutes off of like a perfect game.
Yeah, it just still dragged out a bit because of it's a connection issue with the player. It happens. A little bit of techie delays. Smiles from Amity though, enjoying this brief moment in his keynote, supposedly. I'm still very curious about the rulebook and talking during technical pauses, because I feel like half the time players don't say a word, and the half they meme a lot, so they talk a lot. So, you know what? I should read the rulebook, I feel like, because I have not.
Well, I mean, you got plenty of time right now because we're still waiting for an admin decision.
That's it. Gotta look it up right now. I found it too. That was quick. That's a lot of pages here.
M80 and Dark Zero have all clinched a spot in the top 6, by the way. Let's just run down the standings very quickly for you while we are filling time, awaiting a decision as to that previous round as to whether or not it will be replayed or not. Wildcard obviously sit atop the standings with 14 points, but M80 and Dark Zero are close by with 13 each. Dark Zero's already played their match today. They got all 3 points, which is why they're at 13 points. They're done for the rest of the day. M80, though, right now, as you can see, looking to leapfrog over Wildcard Gaming. If M80 is able to pick up even a single point today, it will tie Wildcard, win in overtime, gives them sole place in first, sole possession, and obviously a victory gives them even bigger space between them and Wildcard. M80 only plays this single match today. Wildcard plays 1 match today too, and it's against Space Station. That'll be our 6th match. The teams that play multiple today, SSG, Sonics, and Mirage. All 3 of those squads will be on double duty. There's only a single game remaining of this first phase, aka the group stages. That one you'll have to wait till September 20th for. Our Luminosity will be in action twice, Space Station will be in action twice, and Dark Zero will be in action twice. For a team like DZ, who is in the hunt to come out on top, that's very good for them, obviously. But all 3 of the top 3 teams have 2 games to go. As for Mirage, well, they've been retooling this roster. They made some coaching changes, swapping things around. They are currently in the top 6. There is a clear divide between the top 5 and the bottom 4 teams. Sonics with their matchup earlier, which they didn't end up winning, spoilers. But they still got 1 point in overtime. They sit 5 points above Mirage in the standings. It's actually the single biggest space between teams. Mirage, Space Station, and Luminosity all tied at 5 points apiece. The lowest performing team in the league is Beast Coast, sitting at the bottom with 2 points.
You said Sparlers after Sparling.
Sorry?
You sparled something, and then after you sparled it, you said Sparlers, as if they should unhear.
If people want to cry that they're watching videos later on, I'm sorry, this is a live broadcast. I don't really care about your feelings.
Okay.
People always say like, no, I was going to go back and rewatch that. It's like, it's a live show. We're going to talk about the live matches we cast in our live show. I'm sorry that you're watching at a later date. I apologize. Some things are going to get spoiled. That's just how life works.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Thank you. Keep her weighing in here.
I took a look at the global rulebook, and I actually cannot find anything about the technical timeouts, just the tactical timeouts. So I'm at a loss here. I tried my best.
Flying blind.
Yeah, we're flying blind.
Problem is you can't even really do a lot of work breaking down that second round because A, it was very chaotic, and 2, we might end up replaying it. So, I mean, it's...
Oh, right. We might end up replaying it, actually. I didn't even think about that.
Depending on the admin's decision.
No, that's of course true.
Learned the hard way that you don't want to speak with any real authority on these issues because there have been times in the past where I've been fed things into my ear and I've spat them out uncritically onto the broadcast, only to find out that the person who fed me that information was not necessarily correct. So now we have to speak in hypotheticals. Maybe we'll replay the round. We don't know. I'm not an admin. I'm a speaker of words, as are you.
Yep. We are not decision makers of the law here.
Let's make some decisions.
Okay.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
I will say I can deal with it, but I would not order it firsthand. So if somebody at a party ordered like 3 pizzas and one of them had pineapples on it, yeah, I would have a slice. But I myself would not go up to a pizzeria and say, hey, I want a pizza with pineapple on it. That's my take.
I approach a lot of music that way as well. Would I go out of my way to listen to a certain artist? Certainly not. Would I ever go out of my way to put on Taylor Swift myself? No, I would not.
Whoa.
But if Taylor Swift, I know that might upset people in the chat. I'm very sorry. But if Taylor Swift were to come on and I was listening along, would I change the channel? Would I swap songs? Probably not.
You know, Taylor Swift is one of the highest revenue grossing tours right now, and they're expected to break over $1 billion off that 80 tour era tour that they're doing. That's crazy.
That is really wild.
In revenue, not profits, but still crazy.
I mean, I have immense respect for Taylor Swift as an artist, standing up for her employees. She's a fan of the working class. Gotta respect that. True. Pays her employees quite well, especially for the time that they don't work.
Respect that too, yeah.
I don't know if you saw, but there was news that broke. She's putting her concerts into movie theaters, actually.
Oh,
so
I
that people
saw
can
that.
watch them there. But as far as I read, people can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But because SAG-AFTRA is actually on strike right now, she went to the unions to make an agreement so that it could be put out without breaking any rules, which is quite impressive. I mean, obviously, I just read that at a quick glance. I could be completely misinformed, but if that's the case, we stan an artist who is in solidarity with the working class. Not talking about politics. We're back in. Apparently, the decision is that we are not replaying the round. So we will go full steam ahead with round number 3. We got a rehost, though. As you can see, all the stats wiped clean. We'll get underway. M80 going back on the defense
before insertion.
as they were when we left. Their first attempt at this bomb site fell short in round number 1, Nick. It's the second time for M80 to fix things
Attackers must
and not lose Church Arsenal.
Yeah, I am actually surprised they opted to go for this bomb set because I honestly thought that Bar or Jim was going to be up next, especially given how well CC played out. I do like, a retrial where you will just not make the same mistakes as last time. I really like the Jaeger and Wamai here to just bunker up because grenades were a problem last time they attempted the bomb site. They did die to a grenade. The second one did a bit of damage as well. But the question mark here lies on what's M80's goal and plan for their first minute and 30 seconds, because they have 0 roaming presence, Mike and Gather. No one's peeking up the staircases, no one's killing Jones in garage, no one's shown their face in master bedroom, and that just means the attacker's gonna take map control extremely quickly. I mean, they have full map control on the roam, that is, in the first 30-40 seconds. And I think the strength of basement bomb sites is that the bomb site itself is very strong, sure, but if you give the attackers all the tools and all the time and all 10 drones to deal with that, all of a sudden, yeah, your strong bomb site is met by an equally strong force on the attacking side. I think you gotta go up those staircases, kill a few drones, slow them down, make them a little bit hesitant to progress on this map. So Mirage actually think they're in a great position here. Hibana is open available. They got Thatcher to counter possible Kaid. I think Mirage and operator picks have done a great job at choosing exactly what they want to deal with any problem that might come into their way. But the thing is, maybe they're not really putting any problems in their face. Not until they hit the bomb site itself.
It's a little brazen to go on cams inside a kitchen knowing that you could get nitro celled from below. take a deep breath every time I see somebody enter a sledge or a buck inside a kitchen, knowing that it could be a step or two away from almost certain death. Hard destruction working out on the church wall, also opening up the hatch inside a kitchen. That was a botched nitro cell tossed out by Gomez. Kansan had opened up the church wall, but most of it gets plugged by a Kiba barrier. They'll take care of it with those X-Kairos, and now more of the wall will get opened up, and there goes the dance with the Azami. Kiba barrier go out. No, it's an impact to stop the Selma from being able to drop. Iconic spearheading this hold. 30 seconds remaining. Grenades from Mirage raining out towards blue. They were successful before. Not this time, though. Will they peek vertical? On the ground, he's got a good lineup. He's just a couple inches above their head. Kansan to pick onto Iconic. That frees up Rampy to march into church. Down goes Vert over towards blue. Diffuser getting planted by Spiker. M80 now swinging on these targets. Timer continuing to run low. Watching over that diffuser. M80 though clobbering Mirage, and it was a 3v3 that M80 wins every single gunfight of. Back-to-back victories for the defenders, and M80 gains the lead. What is that?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is that? I'm not entirely
looks like
sure.
Raza,
still.
the
yeah,
Team
it looks like
Liquid
Raza,
streamer, but it looks like
yeah.
it's bald.
Yeah, it does look like bald Raza.
Good lord.
I mean, I'm very impressed with Amazing. It looked like that round was kind of slipping away because Mirage, they keep getting those really lethal entries just out of nowhere. They get a kill, they follow through, the bomb goes down. But M80, they can play the strat side of Siege, and they can very well also play the gunfight side of things. They have a very, I mean, they're so comfortable in taking gunfights. We see it right there. They let them plant. They relocate in blue. They establish that crossfire. They basically like fight Rampy a little bit by Jago peeking the mirror window. Rampy runs out of bullets, has to go to a shotgun, and then Rampy becomes a free kill for them effectively. And then guess what? No one's really covering the planter because that was Rampy's job. So it almost felt like MAT almost baited that in, and they got themselves into a bad position. Mirage, that is, where they thought they were doing just fine, but they really weren't. Gomez with 3 kills to make that shift back into their favor. Then Kino with Jaeger shotgun on basement clubhouse gets a double kill.
Bomb.
God, I love this free cam. Our handsome observer, Easy, showing us the various parts of the exterior of Clubhouse. He's so
most handsome. He is.
So handsome.
I had lunch with him, Jesse, and Jacob, and I was so distracted. You know, we bought food, but I was just looking at him, and I lost my appetite. I felt full just looking at that guy. So beautiful, so handsome. It's a great afternoon.
He's the kind of guy who looks in the mirror and gets lost in his own eyes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The best part is that he can hear us and also respond to us, and he can say things in our ears that we can't repeat on broadcast as he swears at us for making a fool out of him. But it's not, we're not. 1 minute of this round, and it's a gym bedroom take. First time this bomb site is showing up between these two teams. M80 opted to go to church a second time after they lost it in round number 1. They looked much better the second time around. This is typically the bomb site where we see teams on defense lose out. You expect a successful church hold. You expect a successful CCTV hold. Though honestly, CCTV cache starting to be picked less. That stage bomb site down on the main floor showing up more and more, especially in international competition. But we haven't witnessed a ton of Clubhouse, so maybe things are switching back to the way they were, just as when we saw in Bank earlier. Teams opting to make that Teller's Archives the tertiary bomb site instead of going upstairs to CEO. Who knows?
I know it's a basic thing to talk about, but Mirage doing such a great job at choosing the operators with care. They run the Thermite specifically for this gym attack because they need those walls to be opened up for easy entry points. Not a vault, not a crouch wall, no. They gotta sprint into these walls and aggress when they need to. The issue is, right now that's the stronghold, but Vert gets a great on Diaz because he swings out.
Well, they trade. Nobody really gains anything from it. Lose a sledge, lose a warden, now lose a Valkyrie. Nitro cell goes out, down goes the Thatcher. Coming to blows very quickly on. Kansan reading into the play from M80. eviscerating him. It's just Iconic left, as well as Kino.
Attackers drop the bomb diffuser.
Kino inside the site, making some serious noise, navigating those Kiba barriers, which give him some protection, but he peeks a little bit too overzealously. And Vertical's all too happy to end his position,
15 seconds to go.
end his play. Now it's Iconic to wait by the window, but he looks at the wrong angle, puzzling. I mean, he's usually better than the final 10 seconds of that round. Raj answers back, tie game.
I've seen this now a couple of times today where players are like leaning the wrong way, if you will, because Iconic was leaning to the right, which is like the same angle that Ian is going to swing you from. So if you lean left in that case, you'll see your opponent faster because you lean in the quote-unquote correct way. I've seen it 2 or 3 times today, and it doesn't typically happen, at least not from what I noticed, but either way, small detail. Another chaotic round there between these two teams where it just comes to blow in that last 30 seconds, and I'm very surprised at M80. They're almost like refusing to extend out around the map and take in these confrontations. I honestly expect them to just like be in Mirage's face, roam as much as possible, play the Solace, run around the map as much as they want to, essentially. And there could be a reason for why they're not doing that. This could be simply be a choice that they've made where they saw Mirage's previous games in the NAL, and they thought that, oh, these guys' problem-solving skills are not that great. So we're just gonna sit back, they'll struggle, and they'll win these rounds because of their failure to problem-solve. But Mirage have done a great job at figuring out what to do. They take the map quickly because there's no resistance, they don't lose many drones early in the round, and their bomb site executes are very clean. They go with one another, they always find the entries. Kansen, we saw in that last round, super effective inside of office, finds those kills, open things up. But we've also seen Mirage attack CCTV against basically this exact lineup where you got like the Asami and the Wamai playing catwalk rafters. And last time that was Gomez just jumping over the ledge, just picking up 2 kills. And that should not happen again. Oh, Sloppy. Ooh.
Well,
You said it, Parker.
shouldn't happen again, but guess who it is?
Yeah.
And guess where they are?
Did he just...
Gomez in regulation uniform this time. Down goes Slothy. And it's funny because the last time, this is an exact mirror of what we saw before. Exact replay, not a mirror. He said, okay, well, Slothy's going to be running the only set of smokes, but he can't die first. And this has been the great difficulty with Slothy on this Mirage team, is that it seems like Slothy has so many needless early deaths. It happens again, and it's a very utility-heavy operator this time.
Yeah, and his role is, you know, he's not an entry. He's not supposed to try and find these engagements, and frankly, I'm not sure if he's choosing to or not. Kino almost just one-tapped Spiker through the floor, but hit the shoulder instead, it just takes a bit of damage. And you can see Mirage now kind of running around the map being like, what do we do? We're supposed to go garage. We can't quite do it now, but we can't go elsewhere, so maybe we try anyway? I mean, they have 3 flashbangs and 2 grenades, and they got EMPs they can try and, you know, work with as well, but they gotta hit some nasty shots here to clear out Gomez cleanly. Otherwise, oh, that's awful. Well, that works.
They take the fight right to him and flush him out of his position upstairs on rafters. Suddenly, Garage is in control of Mirage. Have they droned it out? That's the real question. You can hear the sound of a drone nearby, but Rampy seems to suspect that there's still somebody playing on that catwalk position. No flank through oil just yet.
Yeah, it's a very slow pace. Maybe like no one's responding to Gomez dying or fighting on the rafters. They're playing very far back. I mean, they have 2 C4s, 1 impact in pocket, 3 toxic babes. Time is 35 seconds here, so they're happy to burn down the clock.
EMP goes out in case there's a nitro cell underneath. Information was had by M80 last time this exact encounter went through. Spiker finds a second kill.
Defender has been
Raj continuing to go on the board. Spoit running outside, giving his position away. They can do basic arithmetic. They know the numbers on the bomb site. Now it's up to Kansen to get that diffuser down, and is doing so quite successfully. Another kill from Spiker. Diffuser does not go off. M80 right now in the driver's seat. As the clock continues to run away, Spiker looking for a 4th kill. He's gonna get it. A 5th could be there as well. But Spoit won't give it to him just yet. No, he peeks on in. The diffuser's still going down. The round is still active. We don't know who won. I think M80 won.
Okay, got it.
There we go.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
Chaos.
Very cool.
Defenders win.
absolute chaos. I mean, again, it seems that M80, they are like allergic to take these fights. They give them the entire bomb site, and again, there's a good reason for it. They want to give Mirage the bomb site. They have 2 C4s, 3 Toxic Babes. They have the Valkyrie camera for intel. But this time, Mirage, they actually clear out the camera. They push on deep. And then you saw there was a bit of panic there from M80. They could not find the guy planting. So Iconic and Sport, they throw a C4 each. They kind of gamble and guess where that might be. One of them hit the mark on the planter. Spiker, massive round for him, but couldn't get this final call right here. The pistol swap is just not a favorable cover. Sport, he's just too good. I mean, to be fair, Kanjin just came off the plant, didn't have a lot of time to turn around, but still, a huge clutch for Sport, a huge round from M80, and they put themselves up for a possible, at worst case, 3-3 half. If not, they take it 4-2.
I think there's been promising signs from both of these teams. This is not the blowout that I think some fans of M80 expected, Nick. Given the way that they are positioned in the standings, you'd think that for M80, a lot of this would be a cakewalk, but maybe it's an attacker-sided clubhouse, and M80 is just battling uphill, and we'll see them run away with it when they swap sides. That's really all I can think about. Mirage have steadily improved as a team, even if the results don't necessarily show it. Again, you've got new players coming onto the roster, you've got coaching changes that come in. You're gonna need some time to gel. As for M80, they've looked like one of the best teams in the world, and certainly their position in the standings shows that they're one of the best teams in NAL right now. But some of their victories haven't come easy. As of right now, and it's obviously something that could very quickly change, it looks like this one won't come easy either.
Oh, they're doing good. I think the big thing... Doing well. I think Mirage just... They've been so quick to incorporate everybody into their respective roles, where you can look at this roster and be like, who should play what role exactly? Because, you know, we've seen Vert on various rosters being like, okay, he's been playing Flex, he's been playing Vert, he's been playing Entry and second Entry and Rampy, same story for him. But I think they have a good read on things. And I think they are trying to utilize every single player to the max potential and doing so quite successfully. Doing the roam clear, or not the roam clear, rather, the utility clear rather. Flashbangs, nits go out, but again, when you have Jaeger and Lomai stacked up in the same area, it's very hard to clear out all the pieces of utility required to do so. They do have 3 EMPs in Sloppy's pockets, so I feel like they could have done a bit better there to save the flashbangs and save those grenades, enable them to do some damage, because now they're in a dire position. But they're also dealing with the Kaid. Iconic was triggering the hatches, making life difficult for Mirage, but they got the hatches opened up. They got the ADSs cleared out as well, got a minute and 10 to work with, and now their eyes are now going towards the dirt tunnel of all things. Seems like Mirage want to apply as much pressure as possible from every single direction and keep everybody guessing as to what the push will actually look like in the final moments of this round. Dirt tunnel covered by Kino and Jaeger shotgun, that's gonna be hard to clear, and the rest of the bomb site is covered by the rest of the M80 cast and a single C4 on Iconic, so not a lot of plant deny to go down if Mirage attempts to plant the diffuser.
These rounds are just flying by. Would have been a nice shot by Diaz through the hatch, but every now and then somebody goes for it. Doesn't work. Trepidation from Mirage. Everybody's still alive with 20 seconds left on the clock. Things are about to get especially messy. Gomez the first pick. Fed by Kanzan. Damage being done now as Mirage jump into the bomb site.
10 seconds to go.
Boarding party, but M80 stopping them every step of the way. A single kill for Slothy. That's all that prevents M80 from getting a flawless round. We get it, Kino. 4-2 the first half. Side swap goes in. Mirage, the looks on their faces, not particularly overjoyed with where they're at. Can't blame them. Frustration. Now Mirage gets to go on to defense. Clubhouse is historically a very defensive favored map.
It all comes down to how well you are, or how good rather you are at attacking, because I'd argue in Clubhouse that if you can attack perfectly every single round, it is massively in favor of the attacking side, because there are so many small things you can change up round by round to kind of approach the exact same bomb site differently. Even for like this spaceman execute, dirt, no dirt, kitchenette, no kitchenette, church push, do you attack blue? So every single round you just change one small thing up, but it has a huge impact on the outcome of that round. And I feel like the way that the final round in the first half played out for M80, like crazy their flawless defense by not really doing anything, is how they expected more of the rounds to go. But Mirage have been so good at finding small gaps and fighting back. It's how they found their two attacking victories, rather. But now the side storm comes into effect. Mirage on defense on this basement hole to start things off with a very heavy roam. The castle, the Legion, the Capcan, Solus. They want to be everywhere all at once, but also deny intel from M80's entry drones. Now the question is, the attackers going to contest with the roam, try and clear them off the map, or will they just say, you know what, hit the side, walk down main stairs, pop down a hatch, go into dirt tunnel. Both things are hard. The bomb set is hard to break, but so is the roam. No Jackal, no line on the board for M80, but they do have the Dokkaebi to help make things easier once they actually get a foothold and they can start using that Dokkaebi call to hear where those defenders are playing from.
There's first blood. Drawn by M80. They've been better than Mirage by quite great lengths in drawing that first blood in this matchup. I think we've spoken enough about just how important that first pick is. Slothy dies early again. There's a reoccurring theme with Mirage. If you're gonna put him on these roles, maybe do it on operators that are not desperately needed. Zami dying that early means that there will be a long period of time with no Kiba barriers. Down goes vertical as well. He decides to swing on to Gomez. Maybe an attempt to try to keep numbers close. Diaz and Gomez both reduced to about 30 HP. Spiker blows an opportunity to keep numbers close himself, and instead now scoots his way back down to the bomb site. Half the round is burned through. Even though they're not in equal footing, Mirage still holding onto the stairs, still holding aggressively as M80 wades their way through the first floor. Castle barricades laid about. It takes about 10 to 15 seconds for you to be able to melee it and get closer to where you want to go.
Time spinter on that one. Might cost you in the end. I like the Mirage. They're fighting every inch of this map, and I think these are peaks of desperation because they basically have to swing this, right? They don't have a lot of foothold to work with here. No rotates on side, etc. And they do find that pick eventually onto Sport. Iana off the table. That means that Gemini Clone can't scout for intel any longer. But maybe they have most things set up. They got that kitchen hatch, a bit of vertical destruction, and they got the capital fire and smoke to enable this push, and they've got dirt tunnel control. The call goes out, the capital fires as well, and then surely they go for execute.
Iconic! Wasn't looking for a kill, but he gets one either way. Now flashes used over towards dummies walking in, but he doesn't look down. Capcan traps are there for good measure.
5 seconds.
Fuser in the hands of Kino as now Kansan has to cross the hallway, but might as well be filled with piranhas. Way too dangerous for him to go as he wants. 1v1. Diaz and Rampy with Diffuser down. Diaz has control from above. Rampy looking through these kill holes. Lighting him up, but running out of ammo, and will now need to take the fight on the same floor. All the while, Diaz looking to play keep away. Diffuser still running. Rampy running out, knows exactly where he is. Even if he got the kill, I'm not sure if he would have gotten back inside with time left. M80 wins another round. They're up 5-2. Mirage still have their timeout by my book, so they might find this an ample time to use it.
I will say though, Remy played that 1 versus 2 / 1 versus 1 beautifully. I mean, he almost got the floor bang. He read exactly as to where the Hibana was going to be playing from, but yeah, time was an issue, and of course he lost the gunfight as well. It was messy. I mean, Iconic with the Very high value pick right there for the barricade, but then the Legion Mine stack plus the Captain Captain Store just shot him down immediately. No chance to do anything there. And this cover from Kansen, how he loses that is so unfortunate because it looked like it was a done deal for him. And if they had one more member alive in that round to deal with that in the 2 versus 1, I think Mirage had a great shot at winning that round. That's either both go upstairs to guarantee the trade, or one can defuse while the other disrupts that last attacker above the bomb side. Frustrating way to start things off. Mirage, they will gladly go back downstairs and solve those small issues. Remember, this is when they lost 2 roamers early in the round, so that was almost like a worst-case scenario of a round for them. They know they can do better, so they'll try again. But I think you're right, Parker, in terms of Slothy. He's playing operators with active gadgets. He dies early time and time again. Either change his operator around or his position. This round, he's on Thorn, so a passive gadget, right? You slap down those Razor Blooms, they'll stay alive even if he dies. You can still find value from the grave. And hopefully, for his sake, he just plays a little bit further back this time. Like on blue stairs, that's good.
Well, it really seems to be working out for Mirage over these last 3 rounds. Coming close, but ultimately close isn't what's going to get you these points. Vertical was looking for an engagement by the main door early on, and it gets droned out by M80. They spot him, and he peels off. I think that's a smart idea. First logic bomb goes. Spiker droned on stairs, and now he heads back down. He's got 2 other players with him. Falling off of that top floor, and now they'll look to give up some of that map control. We've held it for a moment. 1 minute of roaming. It's actually not terrible, especially when you don't give up any of your players. Laxing talked about this actually on the desk, about how a lot of people think that when you roam, you play for kills. It's not always the case. Sometimes you roam to kill drones, kill time, kill utility. If you can bring a player or 2 down with you, then that's excellent. But a lot of times you play knowing you're going to die. It's about how much time and how much gadgets, or how many gadgets rather, you can destroy before you go down.
Yeah. You're always playing at a fine line between, okay, do I stay now and maybe risk dying, or do I fall back, but is it a little bit too early? And this time Mirage, I think they played that line to perfection. They burned about half the drones and a bit of utility and about majority of the timer on this round. I mean, that's 2 minutes of the clock. They just entered kitchen. A minute is still fine because Bach and Gomez, they're doing great work now, just destroying the floor. Diaz is there with the X-Kairos and Ibana, immediately open up that hatch. So they're pretty much good to go right now. But of course, you got 50 seconds. Why not spend them? Start getting those drones down. Figure out what those bombs might look like. See if you can take third control again like I kind of did in that last round. But as I mentioned, you can change one small thing. Maybe instead of a third push, one guy pushes blue, goes into Moto. Those small things can make a huge change in these rounds.
Go the flashes, and Kino will drop, takes the fight right to the Warden. Rampy somehow blows himself up. Those kinds of mistakes can cost you a matchup. Now on the cross, a bit of hesitation from the Buck. Ultimately is his undoing. Diffuser goes down, Spiker trapped inside a dirt tunnel. It's him and Kansan, with Kansan on just a lick of HP. Spiker has to fight his way out of this position. Smoked off, might actually work in his favor, but a pre-fire from Kino, it's too much. Then Diaz gets the final kill. M80 making very quick work of this matchup. They find themselves on match point.
Beautiful coordination that round as well. The smoke goes out, flashbang through the ceiling. Diaz just drops and wins the gunfight against Warden, who had the smart glasses on, could not get blinded or smoked off in that position, and it's so crucial. And then they did change it around, right? Instead of pushing dirt, they were pushing Moto door and long hallway. So even though Buck messed up the gunfight with a bit of hesitation with that shotgun swap, trade is still there for Moto door. So again, it made it to show that they can attack that base and bomb side, and they can do it in 1-way, 2-way, maybe even a 3rd or a 4th. And those, like, being able to adapt in that way is just going to separate you from being like a decent or a good clubhouse team to a phenomenal one, because you're often going to be attacking the same bombs as with high frequency of this map, because not very many teams play bars still these days. So you're going to see basement, gym, and CC quite often, and it just kind of goes on rotation. You see here, Gomez swaps off the shotgun the same second the Thorn swings. Very unfortunate timing, but the post plant is there, the crossfire is established. M80 made that round look so easy, and they set all of that up with less than 20 seconds from when they entered kitchen. Beautiful.
Terrific stuff. M80 looking as dominant as we've seen before. It was only a couple rounds ago that we were actually talking about how competitive this matchup looked and how these teams were playing on relatively even footing, and boy, how wrong we were. I speculated that maybe it was an attacker-sided clubhouse and we just saw M80 succeeding on the quote-unquote bad side. I'm not sure if that logic holds up because M80 ended up prevailing 4-2 when they were on defense, but they are a perfect 2-0 on attack. Mirage did opt to go to church twice. They're not going to go for a third chance. Instead, they're going to opt for that gym bedroom defense upstairs. We talked about this before. This is usually the bomb site that you lose. Things have obviously changed. CCTV fell out of favor. It was a bomb site where often the defenders would lose. As you talked about just previously, that bar and stage became quite popular among teams. Mirage still plays another match today, so they have opportunities to pick up more points, but right now it's a major uphill battle for them to pick up a single point here. Spiker runs out and is immediately shut down. He barely does a point of damage to Kino. That's not the start that you want, but I mean, at this point in time in the match, I think that's pretty much all Mirage has going for them. They're being outstratted and outgunned, so why not go for these cheeky strats and hope for the best?
I mean, that was such a good read from M80. I mean, I don't think Sploit was running around and flicked him. They looked very ready for that because he died immediately. And if Spiker gets the kill into Blitz and then survives, that would be a massive play from Spike, but instead he looks like a fool now. Mirage are forced into a 4 versus 5 against the Blitz, no less. That just means that once the bomb site walls gets opened up, the windows, that pressure from the bomb site, Kino can say, guys, I want to push office, drop with me, make a play. Because the Blitz allows you that thing that is so difficult to actually get in that first door, to get the foot inside the bomb site. Blitz can always guarantee that. So it's just a matter of when and where they will push. Advantage trick, though, doesn't hit the right wall.
And there's another death. This time, the Nitro Cell by Rampy tossed out, flailing in the wind as it's Diaz credited with the kill. M80 looking so formidable. Wanting to put this one away and honestly not giving Mirage a single opportunity to breathe in this match. You've lost the main breach now from Jacuzzi. You've also lost the wall. What on earth just happened there? How is there a team kill? That is unideal. Advantage still in favor of M80 though with 1 minute to go. A little bit farther back from the bomb site. Lays vertical inside of construction. Now Kansan will watch that breach as there's a drop from Gomez. Good enough to take him down. A very experienced player. Vertical dig deep. Stop Gomez and Kino. If we want to just merge them together. We're doing some serious work here. Ooh. Vertical just getting away with his life intact, but guess what's coming at you? It's the Blitz. Flash is going out. Kino attempting to get the diffuser down, but you know what? Why don't you just play with your food a little bit more? That seems to be the game plan from M80, but they're gonna feed it to Vertical. Kino will need to clutch out. Vert running away, but Kino seals the deal. M80 picking up all 3 points. 7-2 the scoreline as they topple Mirage.
Beautiful stuff there. A bit of a wonky route finishing off with that team kill and then a kill from main stairs. It looks like a collateral, but it wasn't. M80, definitely one of the strongest teams in North America right now.
Oh, absolutely. And they vault over Wildcard as well. M80 sole possession of first in the North America League. Wildcard have an opportunity to pick up some points later today, in the last match of the day, actually. That's it for you and I. Stokes and Lynx will be taking everybody the rest of the way. There's still 3 more maps to go. NAL is not done yet, so buckle up. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities. I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa. Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though. Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon. Maybe like Oregon? Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
I'm
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse. I'm gonna go with consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think pool. I think it would be pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
Would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe. Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one. So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. If that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory, it'd probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is.
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, And then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We had to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than, you know, other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better, just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
There are 3 teams who are currently locked in for the playoffs at this stage of the North American League. One is Dark Zero, one is Wildcard, and one is the team that is currently first place in the NAL, at least for right now, M80. We got Iconic on the line to talk us a little bit about how it happened. Dude, I mean, we can't get enough of you, apparently, because I feel like we just saw you yesterday. A comment from Marco, by the way, in the Siege to Win documentary about you was specifically he thinks you're the greatest IGL in North America. It's high praise. How well do you think you're living up to that on just your own personal grade?
I mean, I try not to think about that stuff too much, to be honest, you know. It's mainly just about what I could be doing day in and day out to be a better leader and a better IGL for my team. So I'm not really focused on any of the accolades, to be honest.
Well, Iconic, part of being a good IGL is calling the right strats and coming up with the right plays for your team. And it feels like over the last couple of days, M80 have really gotten creative in some of your attack and lineups. You've been bringing a lot of Kali. We saw a Blitz to end out today. Do you feel that the meta is really in a spot where you're able to be a little bit more creative on the calls that you guys are making for some of your executes? Or do you just feel that it's the playstyle that M80 is best at and it's what you guys want to run regardless of the meta?
I mean, I think it just kind of is team dependent. And for us, we were just trying some different lineups, some different things with ops like the Cali, and just seeing how well they worked in the group stage before actually, you know, doing it in playoffs. But I feel like we have a great team. Everyone's comfortable on any role. So, you know, we kind of just mix it around and just play what we need to play in the moment.
Fair enough.
I'm going to be honest, LeBronic. I don't have a lot to say. I don't have a lot of questions. You guys have been really impressive so far this stage. It's not done yet. Playoffs, though. It's looking nice.
Yeah, it is.
I love
great question,
no, I just don't have a question. There's nothing to ask. They're performing on every aspect of where I think, you know, where a question maybe could be. They're proving why I don't have a question.
Well, there you go. Here's a question for you, Dave. You're already locked in for playoffs. You do have Sonic still left to play. It's your last game on Playday 6. Are you going into that game treating it like the same as every other game you've played so far, or because you're already locked in for playoffs, is that something that you're going to pay like specific attention to? Like, where are you at with that Sonics game?
Oh, we'll be locked in.
That is a stone cold killer right there.
I was going to say.
No kidding.
Stone
when you got
cold.
Batman in the lobby, it's exactly how it goes. Dave,
hey, you can't be that stone cold with those colored shorts on, though. I saw those.
Hey,
nah, they're fired. They're fired, though.
They only see the top. They only see the top on the camera. So, you know.
All right, well, LeBronic, thanks a lot for jumping back on, buddy. We'll see you next week.
All right, you guys have a good one.
You too.
All right, man. Look, they're on a roll. I mean, they lost a wild card last night, but it's almost like that didn't happen because that game kind of made up for all those mistakes.
Absolutely. They take the top spot inside of the North American League. They're feeling very good about themselves. Interesting answer there, I thought, in the interview as well, admitting that they are doing a little bit of experimentation in these group stage. You know, M80 are aware of the fact that they are a top team inside of North America. They're aware that they're locked in the playoffs already. So why not experiment a little? Try out some new strategies, try out some Blitz play, try out some Kali. We didn't see the Kali today, but we did see it yesterday. And so it's nice to see M80 taking this lead that they've given themselves, taking these extra points they've gotten throughout the group stage and using them to just try some stuff out. And clearly we're seeing that it's going to work.
I mean, it speaks into that confidence. If they're willing to try new stuff, going into a new stage with some new teams, you got to be pretty confident that you're better than all these other teams, and they're showing it. They're putting one hell of a performance in each game. I haven't really seen them slack at all.
Some great moves coming through on their attacks as well. We saw that drop with the Capitao comboing between both. I believe it was Kino and Diaz dropping in for that kitchen execute.
That was a beautiful round.
Really great execute. Just one of many that we saw from M80. And then on their defense as well, so many great little moves. Gomez in the rafters of Garage. So consistently shutting down that Capitao. There's, I feel like, 100 little moments that you can see when you watch Clubhouse, especially when it's M80, of where those little minute details are coming out. And they're always going in favor of M80.
I just overall enjoy watching M80 and the coordination. You can see it. You can visually watch everything pan out. You can see when the call is made. You can see when the rotations are going to happen. It's just a beautiful game of Siege to watch.
Well, M80 are doing fantastic. It's a really tough beat for Meepy and his boys right now. They'll have games to play next week, but still, you're now at a point where you're below Space Station on the standings when you think about it, because they're tied at 5 points, but Space Station with that dub has now come up because Mirage have not been able to get anything going. So we'll see them play next week. As for Game 4, in terms of what we have coming up next, it's the Sonics' second half of their doubleheader, and Oxygen trying to see if they can't lock themselves into playoffs with a dub. We'll be back in just a sec.
Just say random stuff about a op. It's like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, let's do it. In my opinion, having Fenrir on that map, Skyscraper, is very, very overpowered, overwhelming as well. And I feel like the way to how to counter him is bringing either a Twitch. Hopefully you can get lucky enough those traps are activated. If not, you're gonna have to toss a nade at them. But also having Brava on right by your side to like counter those Fenrirs, those Omen flashes are gonna be really like strong, especially if you want like an entry to walk up the stairs and hopefully to shoot him right in the like having him right at you, and then or even having to like shoot those two Fenrirs right off the spot, because the way how like he's designed, if you shoot those two Fenrirs whether activated, he will only have one more Fenrir trap to like activate, and I feel like hitting Fenrir on that map is very, very strong. Or even just maybe hopefully you just spawn kill him, the guy to counter or just toss a nade right at him. And yeah, I feel like he's just too strong. I have not practiced that enough. I've only scrimmed that map like at least 3 times.
With each passing day, we creep closer and closer and closer and closer to the end of the Super Week. We only got 3 games on this bad boy left. We're going to end out a Friday night with a couple of really good ones. Another one of these teams is trying to see if they can't lock in playoffs, because you already got 4 teams confirmed for it. But now with Oxygen and Sonics coming up on deck next, the probabilities for these boys are honestly looking pretty good if they get some dubs here.
Yeah, obviously these two teams both in a position where they can lock down top 6 and top 2 as well, very much still in the cards. So I believe we've got some odds to show you guys. Yes, we do. This is fantastic from our friend Sprabunny. Both of these teams with a regulation or overtime win will at least be able to secure playoffs, which means we will definitely be having some sort of playoffs be confirmed here. Obviously with an overtime loss, Auction Esports can also lock in top 6. Nobody locking down top 2 yet. You can see for Sonics the odds not great, but 3% is going to be their best case scenario with a regulation win. OXG 21% still for top 2. They are in that conversation even if they're not front runners.
Yeah, and looking at it, it's an amazing feat for both teams. The one that obviously sticks out to me the most is Sonics. They were down rough in the beginning. Yeah. And the fact that they're here now, clenching a spot, or potentially clenching it, well, it's a very high percentage they clinch that spot. So I'm just happy to see that Sonics did make that bounce back, and they are here, and they are proving their worth.
Technically, all Oxygen need from just this game is the 1 point, because they're 1 point further ahead than Sonics are at the minute. So if this thing goes to overtime, Oxygen is basically already confirmed. And they've been able to get this close to playoffs off the back of one guy in particular, and we can't not talk about him. It's the Yog Dog.
Yaga is having a performance of a lifetime. Yaga has been so good, and I wanted to bring up some history for you all, because throughout the first 6 games of this stage, Yaga has gotten an incredible 69 kills in 2023 Stage 2. And if you look back over the course of history, that is a number that he has never really achieved before. The closest he has come was 67 kills through the first 6 games that he played back in Stage 2 of 2020. G2. Obviously, he was playing for Xset back in the day when he was playing for that stage. And throughout his time, he's kind of wandered around. His average is usually 45 to 50 kills through the first 6 games. He's nearly at 70 kills through just 6 matches, which is an incredible standard for him to be hitting. He is the top fragger of the entire North American League at the moment.
It's an impressive feat in its own. Yaga is no slouch by any means. He is constantly performing. He is constantly has an upkeep to uphold that I think he holds himself to. And he's just a player that needs a lot more recognition, and that's why I'm glad we can give that to him up here.
He's going to have a really tall task in front of him just because the Sonics look like they're bouncing back after what was a pretty slow start to this stage. But now they're at a point where they're only 1 point behind the Sonics. And even if they were lost to Space Station, it was still overtime. It was still round 15. You'd think it's not really that big of a deal, but Lax, it's still a loss on round 15. And then you have to play another game about 2 hours later.
Well, we talked to Gunnar the other day, and he was talking about it was the mid to late rounds. It got a little hectic, and in the first couple rounds, like Sonics was looking great. They were looking super strong, and it was almost like, oh, they fixed it. And then SSG started to come back, and then I started going to that onward trend where they couldn't close it out, or the games were just getting a little too close. But looking at those stats, one that really stuck out to me the most is Grixer. Was that like a 0.94 when we were talking about him the other day? And now he's a what? Was that a 1.78? I couldn't see it.
He's coming way back up.
Yeah, he's way back up there. That is where I'm used to seeing Grixer, and that is what's going to propel. Yeah, looking at that. 1.62 now.
Ooh.
I mean, he's made a massive step up, along with Citizen, along with just everyone across the board here. But again, Grixer is the one that I wanted to focus on the most because it was so rare to see him underperforming like that, and he's like at peak performance now.
Grixer, a great game to start us off today. Obviously not enough to get Sonics the win, but I think that does showcase just how resilient Sonics are as a team. Even if players start a little slow, they always have that ability to pop off.
Definitely.
All right, where are we going for this bad boy? Again, either team with the dub confirms playoffs, but all Oxygen need is overtime, and they themselves are going. Oh, whoa, baby! It's finally happening.
I said it. I said Oxygen was a team back in the day, and Reciprocity. Consulate was one of our favorite maps.
Yeah.
We loved it. So it's no surprise to me to see Consulate being pulled out by Oxygen.
It's a huge surprise to me that it's being allowed to get to this point by Sonics. They have banned this map 4 out of 5 times through the North American League so far. They have shown through previous ban phases that they do not want to play this map, and yet they have brought it out, enabled it to be picked here today. This, I think, is going to surprise Oxygen, the fact that it got this far, but surely they have a plan. They have only banned it 50% of the time prior to this, so I'm sure that they've been practicing it.
Well, yeah, you can only assume in scrims that both these teams are very confident in what they're putting out in those scrims, and then to bring it on game day, we're going to see who's bringing it.
Yeah.
So, for some darn reason, every time we have a new map come up, not just Nighthaven, but now Consulate, it's the exact same freaking casting duo. I don't know what black magic they've had, but now they got to go and cast the first ever Consulate in North America. Welcome back, gentlemen. It's Sam Stewart and Carter Hanfeld.
You might as well call Sam and I Standard Oil the way we've monopolized new maps inside of North America. It has been incessant. 4 Nighthavens and now the first Consulate, Sam. I still feel honored, but I'm starting to miss some of my old favorites. I can't even lie.
Just need to make sure the check cleared for our lobbyists. They're working out up against Blast, I'm telling you. It's the entire strategy.
I'm a clean 10K richer now that we got the Consulate. We are in the green.
Right there. Our backstaffing will be very happy about that, Lynx. So,
oh, yes, indeed.
Good things. And good things that we got this Consulate now out and about, too. We all finally get to see it. We got a little bit of it in Europe. G2 ended up having a pretty good bout on it pretty early on into the stage, but we haven't gotten it in North America just yet, which I've been kind of disappointed about, especially because one of the teams inside of this matchup is pretty damn good at Consulate, and it just so happens to be Oxygen. Now, in the green room right before this matchup started, Lynx, we were touching on Oxygen, especially because obviously we have Laxin on the desk now, longtime Oxygen player, part of that roster even before they were Oxygen, a legacy guy in North America, and also one of the best players on Consulate that you can have. And there just so happens to be a duo that, he was in that happened to be one of the best duos on this map, and it just so happens to be with Foxay, the IGL of Oxygen, who in my personal opinion is probably one of the most dastardly players you can bump into on this map. And it's mostly due to his roaming capabilities and some of the big playmaking that he can do with, operators players like Pulse. That's, you know, kind of a hallmark of his that he would routinely run on this map and catch a lot of teams off guard, mostly around that spiral staircase area. But as we know with the map update links, Consulate, although overall the map not, you know, on the outside looking all that much different, minus a few panels and some windows and stuff like that, the interior has been completely changed. There's a lot more rooms, there's a lot of other things to clear, and honestly, I think this all plays into the hand of Foxy. There's a lot of different areas around the map for him to kind of utilize and trying to lay things out and try and feed info from. So I think that this is going to be a really good matchup for Oxygen's sake, and as always, just to make sure we're, you know, at odds here properly, the Sonics are obviously no slouch. You guys saw them earlier today. They have been playing pretty dang well so far. Obviously not up to the highest degree that we would really like them at, but when it comes down to it, I don't think you can find two stronger teams in North America right now than these two to try and take it out on Consulate here.
And I definitely think, to harken back to what you said, that this map, especially the newest iteration, favors what has historically been considered to be OXG's playstyle. Definitely a bit more ratty, definitely a bit more, especially on the defense, which they're not starting on, but once we get to the side swap, hitting those flanks, Foxy in particular, this map just being such a mess of rooms and angles and corners you have to check. That's going to favor what has historically been, either individually in the case of Foxy or collectively in the case of OXG, Reciprocity. You know, this team, this core's history, this map should favor them. But of course, they are starting on the attack, and as the bans have transpired, Ying has been left up, and that will be in OXG's hands. And no Dokkaebi either, so clearing out these rooms will be a little bit more difficult, but are OXG clearing their spawn peaks? Oh, not directly, but Gunner spotted one! Not all the way down below, but as Newers peeks his head on the rafters, the buck goes down within the first 30.
You knew it was over when Gunner had his hat backwards. No chance in hell Newers makes it through that. Nice little pick up there, and that's going to be the buck down on the board too. Practically all the soft destruction minus sledge gone here, so have to worry about that quite a bit for Fish's sake. Hopefully he can stay alive and try and assist them with clearing out some of this. Sonics are going to be trying to handle things here on the mid floor, I do believe, first things first. So it's like a nice little transition for Oxygen as they're trying to get some control around this top floor that Sonics have built themselves upon over this extended roam game.
Even though it costs Newers, Yager does have a nice angle looking outside through the bathroom. The one thing that has been changed about this new Consulate, if this is your first time watching it, this map used to be notorious for attackers being able to sit outside on rappel or outside windows and cutting off large swaths of the map. Not really the case here. That bathroom angle, probably one of the only ones on this map that you can hold from the outside and cut off any meaningful rotation, but even then, it's not much. And beyond that, it gets even worse. The defense has a lot of freedom to rotate without really too much worry on this map that they might be cut off or shot.
Absolutely. It feels like it's a lot more of a stepping stone to lead into map control rather than just being the map control in and of itself. And honestly, it's a really nice change. I've really been enjoying it, and it's made for a lot of very hotly contested rounds in the the games that I have played. So it looks like we're going to be trying to stick to that. You know, this in a competitive environment, those inside of ranked. So this is a heck of a lot different, but still showing a little bit of a similar face here, Lynx, as we are into a 3 versus 3. I don't know about you, but this is about as usual how these clears go so far, at least in my experience so far on these new Consulates. A lot of window play, trying to lock down these stairwells, and trying to pressure this roam game as much as possible. Working out very well for Oxygen right now.
I think that Nomad will likely be a sticking point for some of these attacking teams, just cutting off room by room with air jabs or claymores as a secondary gadget, moving beyond the Nomad. That's what OXG just did. That's how they pushed Citizen back and ended up taking down Gunner, was just denying them room in which they could walk. Dream hopping down behind the piano with some smoke grenades and candelas. There's a C4 ready and waiting. It flies over. Dream is able to dodge it, move back into that same position, but tagged up heavily by Citizen. No secondary utility, though, for Sonics to deny this. OXG have plenty of angles, too, to cut off these rotations inside of the bomb site. Mozzie makes it across, but once he steps to Dream, he falls very soon after. Geo basically shut down inside of Expo. Does he have an angle? Does he have a shot? Perhaps. But in a 1v3 with OXG finally making it to the end of that clear, Geo will pick up one. Now there's the player up above to deal with and one player down below as well. Secondary utility, too. No more flashes or smokes to blind him. Trying to stick that defuse, beta peek from Foxy or Yogg. The latter has rotated all the way around to catch Geo in the back. But He misses those shots. Geo will try to defuse again, but OXG, they're not playing for the kill, not playing for a gunfight, just playing for time. But Geo grants them their wish. They end the round with 9 seconds to spare.
Fantastic round from Oxygen, and I think a great display of force there as well, walking into Consulate on the offensive side for the very first time. Not only did they lose Newers, one of the star players on this roster, but they successfully convert this into a round with a very solid strategy about how to take the top floor, even, again, with that man-down position. So, as for Oxygen, as of right now, right as rain, I mean, especially with that early error, the Sonics going to be kicking themselves in the butt for that one.
Folks, you aren't capable of still persevering on that roam clear, clearing out those rooms and compensating for what seemed to be, at least in theory, one of the big problems in this map, which is the lack of outside angles. They will certainly be in good spirits for the rest of their attacking half. Even if it doesn't end up working out, that's a hurdle that many have posited will be a big issue on this map that they might just be able to overcome. From the other bomb site, though, the classic on Consulate, Sam, the classic split floor bomb site. It has been ages since I have seen this in a competitive game, just because I haven't casted Consulate in a bit. But this bomb site, I will say, the upstairs relatively unchanged. But the floor, but down below, there are a few more rooms and a few more walls that can provide direct access to the bomb site down in the basement.
I think the keyest thing here that we have to highlight is the new, like, essentially dirt where Rexon's playing. Kind of like, it's kind of similar to Clubhouse dirt, right? It's just a one lone path. There's one reinforcement panel, and if you get this, it gets you immediate access downstairs into the back of server. There's like a whole electrical hallway that leads into this. And then the other thing that they did, Lynx, is they took that stairwell that used to be attached to admin and would go downstairs to the kitchen door. They actually pushed that through the wall and flipped it around and made it to where it leads down to server now from inside of Tellers. So you don't have immediate access to it anymore from this outside hallway. You actually have to get into the bomb site or go through the single panel on the side to get access to it. So there's a lot more changes. There's a lot more just camaraderie around this site. And honestly, I'm really excited to see how Sonics do this, because if you remember, Lynx, you said you've been a fan of this game for some time. This was one of Sonic's bread and butter sites when Console was in the map pool. Big Brain Super was on this one for sure.
I mean, any site where it just revolves around basically treating half of the bomb site like a retake strategy while hard holding the other one and hoping to use those C4s down below. Any good IGL worth their salt will have a good time trying to plan a defense on this one. But no super here. The Sonics are certainly here to play, though. Might be down one round, but about half the round gone, and OXG have only entered the top floor. Start opening up some vertical to look down into Tellers, and as you can see, the strategy is decently similar to the old way of holding Tellers and Archives. Most of the players from Sonics down below, and if they are on that middle floor, they are not in the bomb site itself. They are all the way back in Piano and Expo with mirror windows cutting off long angles, and the players down below holding C4s alongside Rexon on that pulse to give intel and give any explosive comeuppance to attackers who try to take control away from the defense. Gunner, we know the role he's going to be playing through the duration of this game. Second round in a row. He's been lurking upstairs. Second round in a row. It's yielded an opening pick.
Well, he's playing Executioner there. Now he's going to play with time delay. I just sneak his way through this top floor, and if he can get any more kills, that's fantastic. But honestly, he just needs to be a thorn in their side. Try and delay this clock, try and keep Newers distracted. It's all working masterfully for them right now. This will take down Foxay as well. Oxygen dead in the water. Yes, they have some semblance of map control, but no control over this frag game. Every single angle going the way of the Sonics, and they've got the entirety of Oxygen at the gates. They're simply putting salt in the wound now. 1 versus 5 for Newers as he's trying to find the only kill that he can potentially muster right now. He hasn't been able to find too much just yet inside of this game. Does have the case still over inside of the main lobby area, so he's just going to drop downstairs. I don't think he's going to be existing too much longer. Pop some shots, won't be able to get, oh, well, at least one, but the Vector almost catching him. It'll be Rexon that actually finishes up the job. So not a flawless round, but practically so for the Sonics.
Yeah, I would basically call that a effectively flawless round, even if it did not meet the formal requirements. Only dropping a body when it was entirely won at that point. Sonic's able to bounce back once they go to the Tellers bomb site. Expo Piano not going their way. I'm interested to see if they either retry that or bounce up to the second floor bomb site, maybe to give that one a go. Again, just like Nighthaven, There's a lot of theory crafting, a lot of ideas about what's going to be the site rotation, but we still need to see teams actually play it to figure out what is and what is not the primary or default bomb sites. They will move up to that second floor, though. We'll see the reintroduction of the Valkyrie, or at least Gunner's introduction to the Valkyrie in this particular game, dropping the Vigil that he's been lurking on so consistently. But given Valkyrie's kit, her penchant for intel, and the secondary C4 in her pocket, I wouldn't be shocked if we still find Gunner sitting in a corner for 2 minutes, waiting for his moment to throw that up at the ceiling.
Now we're into round 3 here. As you said, it's going to be the upstairs site. Sonics not electing to go to the basement just yet, Lynx, and I think that this is kind of a sign of the times. Although this is going to be our first time here in North America seeing this, anybody that's played Consulate at all more than likely has felt the key differences in how that basement site works, especially with how big of a game changer the garage is now. There's an entire section above the garage paneling that's all soft, so there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of volleying of utility over that. And it might not be something that the defense really wants to try and deal with, especially with the extension of rooms, towards the back end of that site. So just a lot of ground to cover down there. It might not be something that we initially see while people are flirting around with console. I'm sure some people got some strategies in the back pocket, but this might not be something we are initially going to jump into head first. 40 seconds have expired here so far in round 3. Foxay will continue droning things around the main lobby space. Not too much going on right now, as they're just looking to try and gain some access over towards yellow stairs, where Yaga will try and grasp a hold.
Does know about some Valcam intel around the yellow stairs, but his focus is pretty much on this middle floor right now. He said trying to grab some of these Sonic's defenders stationed around the middle floor. Ooh, another Valcam. Sending info about Yaga's position to defenders on the middle and the top floor. It's the latter that does him in. Third opening kill in a row now for Sonics. Only 1-1 on the conversion, though, but it seems like round 3 might be going the same way as round 2. 5v3 now, Foxay Yaga, the first 2 to fall, just like the round prior. And again, OXG struggling with very little control. Second floor bomb site, still see some repel action, Sam, but Oxygen needs something more solid if they want a chance at the 3v5.
It's been fantastic patience from the Sonics. Even the 2 death blows that they dealt to Oxygen, it was with great cadence, right? It wasn't something that was surprising. Oxygen, I don't even really think got caught off guard by it either. What it feels like, though, just from Oxygen's perspective, is we're kind of getting shown how difficult it is to entry onto Consulate now with the way that these window plays work. You kind of have to try and find that foothold, and if you can't do it, then you're more than likely in pretty hot water, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're gonna have a hop out from down low on Citizen, but it's Newers inside of a 1 versus 4. He's probably just going to ascend to the sky, and they'll try and reassess things for their offenses later on. So that's gonna be round 3, going the way of the Sonics, and fortunately enough, Lynx, that's going to play it right back into the point that I was trying to make right before all those kills just immediately went down. The window play, like we touched on when we loaded into this map, it's mostly gone on Consulate, and it makes it to where you have to play more into the hand of the defense, right? You have to play more into the overall map strategy and what they've set up for you inside of this building. And for Auction, as of right now, whenever it seems like they step up to bat, they're stepping directly into a house of mirrors. They have no idea what's going on. They're kind of getting caught off guard by some of these angles from the Sonics right now. And it doesn't seem like they necessarily have an answer for that just yet.
I would definitely agree with that. Though, ironically enough, they seemed to, in round 1, they did a very solid clear of that top floor, but rounds 2 and 3, I mean, definitely what you said, 2, again, effective, flawless rounds. The only kill acquired by OXG in round 2 and 3, ultimately impactless. It was acquired in a 1v5 and then turned 1v4 that Oxygen ended up losing. They do, well, perhaps get to go back or at least have another chance at attacking that first floor bomb site. Maybe we'll see Sonics decide to go to the basement instead, since they did lose exposition back in that first round. See what they decide to set. And no, they will not go to basement. They will try this middle floor bomb site a second go around. And thankfully for Oxygen, this is a site, I should say, where the roam clear did work decently well off the back of that Nomad, and maybe they'll be wise to Gunner's tricks, just sitting in corners or peeking windows early on.
Yeah, really, I think that's why we found Oxygen finding so much success in that first round, is because they got to play into the roam clear on that top floor, right? Sonics have to kind of play separate from each other. They might have some supporting angles to the floor and things along those lines, but somebody still has to occupy the mid floor and make sure that Oxygen can't just walk in willy-nilly. So that at a bare minimum, make sure that you have 2 downstairs, like I said, at a bare minimum. So if you have 3 upstairs, there's only so many things you can be holding crosswise. Unlike that last round where since the site's upstairs, the majority of the body of the team is there to try and assist each other. So it might just be simply one of those man advantage type deals where the zone defense isn't exactly working for the Sonics, and they got, you know, too many men running up there to deal with. 2-on-1, and Oxygen ends up taking them out. We'll just have to see, though. Lynx and I will make sure to stay on that and see how this clears goes this time around, and see if they are actually using that man advantage on this top floor. This is a little hard to spot last time because, you know, again, this is the first time we're here on Consulate, so some fresh ideas getting thrown around everywhere.
OXG hoping maybe they can pick up some fresh ideas in this round.
I got so my old Consulate just made me have a heart attack right there. I was like, oh, Fish is dead. Why is he jumping in the skyline? He's gonna instantly die.
Well, I mean, again, talking about fresh stuff, that's something you can do now. You can actually live if you hop down the yellow skylight. Refreshing change of pace for anybody looking for a quick entry into the map, because it's difficult to contest that yellow skylight once you've droned out or maybe pushed an aggressive defender back. You can just hop down the skylight, land pretty safely on that second floor. But there are plenty of Sonics defenders stationed upstairs inside a Consulate, and Yaga, man, 3rd round in a row now, not dead, but the first one to take borderline lethal damage on Oxygen, goes for the finisher. Rexon gets away with highway robbery. That's 3 opening deaths in a row now for Yaga, and 3 in a row more broadly for OXG.
That's some mechanics right there. Nice little quick lean gets him out of the situation with the frag too. So no air jabs on this top floor. But we saw this the last time. Oxygen was in the exact same position. Down a man, able to clear out the top floor. The only difference is the time, Lynx. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining for Oxygen. They still have to try and handle what Sonics are building up on this top floor. Yes, they do have control of the area in which they're trying to oversee, but they still have to worry about the potential of the roam working its way back in and trying to shut down this execution as it's going off.
Citizen looking for that shutdown angle, trying to retake the vertical control away from OXG. That was able to seal out that first round in large part. Able to keep an attacker away from SQ's defense. Been a control they constantly had. Ooh, Box A down, but Dream undaunted. Still going for the defuse. C4, oh, too far, despite Fish being the only man left on coverage. Might just find Citizen as well. The bomb goes down successfully. And now Fish, the only one left, the only man who didn't find himself at some point at the bomb site. And Citizen's got his exact rotation cut off. A good nade to try and force him back, but Sonic's excellent work on the overall retake and isolating that final attacker. And eventually, well, actually, that's technically not true. I forgot Foxay was still stuck inside of Art. He, being the final attacker, finished off by SQ, and the defuse soon after will signify a 3rd defensive victory.
I think I'd rather be dead than be bleeding out and having that happen to me.
That's a bummer.
That's just a real bummer. But I will say this for Oxygen, they definitely have a very solid strategy as how to take that site and get a plant down. And it's done with very minimal map control links. They really only have to operate around yellow. And once they get control kind of up towards, I do believe it's like the main CEO area, they're able to kind of quickly transition that into a plant. That would have been a beautiful strategy, by the way, there by Fish. It's very unfortunate that grenade didn't land. But overall, I'd say it's really, really solid from both of these teams. I like Oxygen's thought process, working into that site, take that top floor, get the verticality set up, try and break up some of the doorways and things with smokes and force that plant down. But Sonics also just really, really like able to maintain competitiveness throughout that round, keeping it neck and neck, making sure that the man advantage at least stays equal or in their favor, and also keeping that presence on the top floor was one of the key difference makers inside of round 4.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Now
the bomb.
Sonics moving into their 2nd attempt at Tellers and Archives, or Tellers and Server. Able to get a win off the 1 bomb side they up so far. Hunter's feeling very good. He's gone back to the Vigil that he dropped on that reattempt on Expo, but now he's decided to go back and threat a little bit further inside of admin. We did see OXG try to clear from the admin side over on the previous Teller's Archives attack, and well, that was the first time Yaga suffered an opening death out of 3 in this matchup so far. OXG don't seem to be changing things up all that much. They opened up this kind of back electrical single wall early on and then moved upstairs to begin their clear of the top floor, and it seems that they'll be retreading that ground at least for the first minute.
Scanning.
Bomb located.
No dream.
Maybe not.
Able to work his way through. Through the Valkyrie camera. And although might not have had somebody on that cam, couldn't exactly tell. We'll definitely know that somebody is here due to the lack of the camera being there in the first place. If they didn't know then, well, they definitely know now, don't they, Lynx? As the secondary heart breach will get slammed down from Dream. We're going to try and clear out the back end of the server here with viewers, at least electronic-wise. Won't exactly know what's going on personnel-wise when it comes to Sonic's members. We'll have that angle to worry about down low, though, but it's really what Auction wants to try and build upon with this. Looks like a couple drop in the back end. Maybe potentially a basement plant as Foxy has found himself inside a blue hallway.
Oh, he's made his way in, but not found a kill on Grixer. Gunner, the first to fall, though. OXG's first opening kill this matchup, and it comes with a man advantage now. Wide and even, thanks to Newers finding Rexen. Grixer, of course, alone on the site. 1 HP now dead. Gio's got to rotate back with much of the work by OXG already done, signed, sealed, and delivered. Almost a nice spray, but Fish is able to clean that one up pretty quickly. OXG, a very nice read. The vacant bottom floor bomb site, and they move in and end the round pretty soon after.
I mean, pretty vacant. They did have an echo there, but he was kind of forcefully removed. I think that's the best way to put that.
He was evicted. He was evicted from the server bomb site. And then the Thorn was left wondering what the hell to do.
You have 15 seconds to gather your things and leave the property, otherwise we will be assaulting. It's just so quick there from Auction. And I know we talked a little bit about how their strategy for the mid-floor site required very minimal map control. Well, this is the exact same situation, Carter. They get right down into what we're calling pseudo dirt. It's that electrical hallway, right? And then they only really go inside of the lobby to drop down the hatch to get the ulterior hallway downstairs and have that nice little hammer and anvil effect, right? You have those two angles working in tandem. Kind of difficult for the defenders to fight both of those off at the same time. But with that being said, recognize how little area Oxygen actually had to occupy to get that. They basically had to do nothing. They had to pop a hatch and pop a single panel that had no control from Sonics over it at all. There really wasn't anything they could do about it. I mean, what are you going to do? Dedicate an electric claw to it so they can secondary EMP it? There's really no rhyme or reason to doing that, right? So it just really difficult for Sonics at the end of the day, unless they're capable of having that big of foresight to try and shut down an all-out assault from Auction on that end of the map. I don't really see how they work things out unless they're really capable of like controlling that outside hallway we saw Fox drop into.
Sonics, unfortunately, maybe if they were able to repeat their previous victories, might have had a 5-1 half in hand, but now 4-2 is what they are gunning for, and OXG looking to keep it even into the side swap, make that a 3-3, and we do have our first play of the basement bomb site to end this half. Very good to see already. Had to fact check myself real quick. Yes, all 4 bomb sites. I'm still used. I literally had old cons like creep in my brain like, oh, we didn't see lobby. And I'm like, lobby's not a bomb site anymore.
Oh, thank God.
What, you don't like all 5 attackers sitting outside a front door with 8,000 smokes and 3 frag grenades?
It's like the worst snowball fight that I've ever seen in my life, Lynx.
It was not, listen, even when I was a fan, I was like, can we just fast forward this one?
Anytime we launched Consulate and I knew that John and I were going to be casting like 3 rounds of lobby defense, I had to mentally prepare myself. Especially after, it was like, put the liquor in the freezer, like... Oh, man, that's probably what Grixer's thinking after that pick, too. He was trying to get out ahead of Auction here, trying to make sure that they can't quickly dispatch Sonics. But my God, man, they have their foot on their neck, putting them right in the dirt. Sonics, it's up to Citizen and Rexen, 2 of the most high-flying players on this entire team, but how high-flying can you be? The trapeze is falling apart. It's down to Rexen to try and pick up the pieces of said trapeze. Maybe he's still got a second act for us, but it's going to be difficult to try and assemble.
Yeah, I don't, listen, Rexon, great player, great guy. Don't think he's winning this one, unfortunately. OXG, now with the bomb down, have set a timer on Rex's continued existence in round 6. Could very well find 1 kill on the top floor. Gridlock, indeed, caught lacking. So Yaga not having, unfortunately, he's not been having the best game, but honestly, he's gotten really unlucky in some situations. Not even his fault entirely. Might find another. Oh, little jiggle peek. There we go. Down goes Fish. This is the point where now we have to give a little bit of respect to Rexon. All right, you've only got less than 10 seconds, but you got 2 kills out of 4. Maybe there's a snowball's chance in hell you could pull this one out. Well, the answer was no. Good try.
Yeah. Not even enough ice left to chill my drink, man. Nothing really there. So unfortunate for him, but Oxygen, again, just bullheadish. It seems like the 3 offensive rounds that they were able to muster, actually, we'll just say 2. The 2 last offensive rounds that they were able to garner were very bullheadish. The first one, I would say a little bit more calculated, especially with the top clear. Sonics maybe playing a little bit too heavy into the initial gunfights. That might have got him into a little bit of trouble with that first round, but I digress. Past that, pretty neck and neck. Really love some of the ideas we saw coming out of the defensive strategy of Sonics, but the clears from Oxygen have definitely got to be the highlight of this half for me.
Definitely fell off between rounds 2 to 4, but 5 and 6, and then round 1 to start. Oh, actually definitely put up some solid, not even necessarily full clears of the map, but just clears in. They had a very good idea at what parts of the map they needed to secure to make their executes work. The only part that might break away a little bit from that is round 6, because that's seeming to be built in no small part off of Fish just finding an opening in the defensive setup and maybe ignoring the map control they needed to take instead of seeing the map control that was free for the taking in front of them. But overall, the ability to read what parts of the map were open versus what weren't, what needed to be taken versus what wasn't, definitely big for OXG to close that half 3-3. Of course, we'll take a little bit of a pause before we get into the side swap, as SQ will now have 6 shots at their defense, or up to 6 shots. See if they can either close this out in regulation or if they take an unfortunate L, depending on what happens.
I think this is where things are going to kind of get exemplified in the entertainment category. Not that this matchup wasn't already entertaining, but at least for me, I am excited to see what Oxygen is going to be doing on this defensive end, especially for Fox's sake. Now, the key thing is that we talked about his Pulse play on this map. You can see Pulse is actually in Dream's hands here. And whenever we do get on Consulate, even when Oxygen isn't involved, or any of your usual Pulse players are involved, you're gonna see Pulse played, folks. This is just one of those maps where he is just too capable of covering a large swath of the map because of how these floors interact with each other. If you're all the way downstairs, Lynx, you can see somebody walking around on the top floor as long as you're in the room directly below them, which to this day is still one of the most mind-boggling things when it comes to design, because, I mean, just think about it. You and your friends are all the way upstairs. Pulse can be sprinting around downstairs. You can't even hear him. But if he gets out that cardiac sensor, he knows where you are. It is truly one of the just like the biggest mind numbing things about console that you always have to have in the back of your head. You might think that you're safe, but just a moment later you'll have a nitro cell under you and you're dead.
Well, actually, speaking of, or at least not necessarily nitro cells, but tools that commonly aid them, Citizen was able to pick up a Valkyrie camera and hack it with a clutch run early on in the round. We'll see if that either yields anything for the attack specifically, or if it just denies a useful bit of intel for OXG. Too early to tell, but definitely a good find to start. Sonic's already showing a little bit of a difference from the OXG clear, at least right now, being stationed outside of the projector balcony. Already opening up a hole in the wall and contemplating throwing some Candelas through. He pulls out the hard breach, pulls out the Candela, pulls out every gadget he has before deciding to throw that Candela. There's not much follow-up. Maybe trying to force a rotation inside of that room, but hasn't found anything just yet. Gunner is right outside, cooking a nade. Oh, but just barely hit on a timing. Thankfully, Foxay doesn't fire any shots. He's repeatedly blinded by Geo outside on that balcony, but we've yet to see a follow-up from the Sonics. They're trying their best to find this control and finally find a pick as Yaga suffers his 4th opening death of the match. And Gunner might just find his 2nd kill, but he's caught on ADS.
Foxy will get the first one. Right back in behind one of these steel barriers here. Trying to keep himself alive! 5! What a cover from Newers. This will be making sure to head off the top of the stairwell for Foxay on his fallback. At least keep this into the 3 versus 3. Keep us competitive throughout round 7. Newers trying to keep up at bat. If there's anybody trying to work their way up yellow, not just yet, and also fortunate enough for Oxygen. Dream is still alive, so they can still keep a bead on some of these offenders. But it's going to be Oxygen to actually take down that exact member. Dream gone, no more pulse. Only the 2 versus 3.
Gio got that 2 players to cover the diffuser, but Foxay and Newers have started retaking the top floor, but have found no one home upstairs. It's all completely empty, broadly speaking. Maybe a drone, maybe a bit of utility. OXG do have those vertical angles, but I think they were hoping to find a gunfight on that top floor. Nobody bites, but somebody is home down below. That was the man with the diffuser. Now Gio fallen 2v2, but this is still favoring the Sonics. Plenty of time to reposition. Their position's actually already found. The repositioning's done, but the angles, there's still plenty to be found for Foxay. Maybe one more kill now that Newers has fallen. Make this an effective 1v3. Info on Rexon's position. The Ash gotta back up, gotta fall back, and simply not enough time to reward Foxay's huge individual effort in round 7. That'll be a cleanup. Wait, what? He defused it! You gotta be kidding me! I thought that was a wrap-up! I'm just as confused as you, Fox. Like, I'm checking the time. You gotta be kidding me, man. Bro, are we doing this already on the first play of Consulate?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, the supporting staff for Sonics is not happy about that one. Not in the slightest.
Hey, Super, how you feeling right now?
Yeah. Is Super co-streaming today? Hey, Super, how you feeling right now?
It's every day.
Poor guy, man. Poor guy. Poor everybody on the Sonics, dude. You got to feel for him right there. That is a tilter, Lynx. That is a tilter and a half. No, dude. I was in the same boat as you because obviously this is our first time, casting Consulate in its new form, in its new iteration. As soon as he came around that like unfoldable whatever, I was like, dude, he's totally got it. He's right here. And then it was a solid wall, and I was like, oh, he doesn't have it.
He, in fact, does not have that one, unfortunately.
Wait, let him cook. Does he know? He doesn't.
Well,
he doesn't
he
know.
didn't.
See? He thought the same thing. Look, he looked at the case through the wall. It's
That's
just
actually
so unfortunate, man.
I
Everybody,
literally-
we were all on the same page, funny enough. We all thought that he was planning on that side of the wall. Hilarious.
That's so funny that Rexon also thought he planted behind that panel. I was like, oh, he's got this kill, no problem. And I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. He does not. Well, OXG able to get a solid win on Lobby and Exposition. Thanks to Big 3K and Defuse from Foxay. They will now go similar to SQ's site rotation with their second bomb site being Tellers. They will have the pulse again. This time, though, Sam, it's not Dreams. It is Foxay.
the man.
Your man.
The man, the myth, the legend, the boy. Davide Bucci, also known as Foxay. Not nearly as bald as Pulse, but pretty damn good with that cardiac sensor, just like him. Gonna be using that to its fullest ability. He's gonna be starting off on the server side. This is very usual, even on the old Consulate. Kind of follow the entire push across, as we're so used to, Lynx. Usually everyone's starting things off on the administration side of the building, right? They want to try and push everything slowly across, clear out the top floor. We usually see some good info ops with this, things like Yana here with Gunner, or other things that we see thrown in like Jackal or what have you, things like Dokkaebi, try and help you out on those longer extended clears. Now we won't have some of that utility that I did mention, but Sonics are obviously more than capable of clearing out the map without that. This is a professional squad. And on top of that, they do also have Yana, which is, to this day, one of the best info ops in the game, not only because of her fragging capabilities, but because practically her drone is an infinite, or rather her clone is an infinite drone, if used properly. So, pretty sick at the end of the day for them. They're going to continue clearing out this building. Auction really haven't shown any teeth, but they've been more like a ghost. You know they're there, but they're just not showing face.
A lot of utility set up for Oxygen right now, but no defender aggressively taking fights. Gunner keeps trying to nade this position, but no one from Oxygen, sitting close on that door frame, nobody biting. He's worked his way all the way up to the door of the bomb site, or the window, technically, with Kiva barriers blocking his way now. SQ struggling for an entrance in. Oh, there we go. Might have just found something. Fish falling. Ooh, another one spotted by Grixer. Foxay trying to get aggressive on that hatch, and that's the pulse, too. No more intel for those C4s. Dream, though, he's playing with the shotgun close. It does bear some fruit with the SMG-11. Advantage still held by the Sonics. Dream retaking up the Visa hallway. There's one attacker inside. Grixer now fallen on the floor. SQ might be running for trouble at this point. Finished off, and Oxygen have fully retaken the middle floor. Can SQ get in a position down below to put this bomb down? Dream will use that C4. Won't find anything, but it will create a vertical angle. But nothing to see any of those SQ attackers. There we go with the shotgun. A makeover on the middle floor. He's able to get a quad kill and put the diffuser down on the floor. And Citizen likely not winning this one at this point. Dream is in a good position to drop. Newers to hold up above. There we go! Ace from Dream. 5-3 now for Oxygen. The hard support doing everything he can to give OXG their second.
Did you hear my dream claps in the background? I hope you did.
Shout out to the old Mirage dream clip.
Indeed. A timeout immediately procced from the Sonics and making a heck of a lot of sense. I mean, Dream, the fixer right there, practically Bob the Builder. He definitely could fix it, Lynx, because they needed him in that moment more than anything. The only man capable of putting down any Sonics member, and it all just so happens to be a big burly man with a pretty happy demeanor and smile. So looks like he'll be able to take it to the Sonics, force that timeout out of them, put not only them on the back foot, but also Oxygen on the warpath to victory here the very first time on the new iteration of Consulate.
Also a bit of a rough trend for the Sonics so far. They've got the opening pick at the vast majority of these rounds, but converting them into round wins has been their big issue. And that, more than anything, so far has been emblematic of, again, we've harkened back to it a few times in the desk, on the cast, but those mid to late rounds, when you are getting the opening pick in all but, I think, 1, 2, maybe 3 rounds so far for the Sonics out of the 8 played so far, and you've only been able to convert 3 of them out of those 8, it's very, very telling that keeping steady, keeping calm, and closing out the rounds you should be winning is a big problem right here. I mean, in round 7, I mean, to be fair, Rexon maybe waited just a little bit too long, but that was a huge individual play from Foxay. We can't necessarily blame that on a poor conversion from SQ. But in that round, we saw a lot of Gunner sitting outside of Tellers. Saw a lot of Grixer sitting outside of Tellers. And did they get the kills? Yes, they did, but took a long time to get very little control.
And, you know, unfortunately enough, when it comes to, you know, Sonic, or rather some of the control that we saw inside of that last round too, it just wasn't really there for that mid floor. See if they can try and fix things up on their next potential push here. They'll be trying to attack the top floor. This is something we saw Sonics trying to deal with on their previous offensive set, and didn't exactly have the easiest of times, as Sonics were able to take it to them decently early on in the round and make it to where their clear wasn't exactly the greatest. We eventually saw them try and bully their way in towards the single panel for CEO, but even that did not bear any fruit, as the Amaru swung through, immediately died with case in hand. For Sonics, they're not even going to have that part of the strategy inside of their operator lineup, so we don't have to worry about them flying in through anything and losing the case immediately off the back of that. But as for now, they're most definitely going to need to take this round. Oxygen right on the doorstep, the penultimate point, which would make it to where Sonics are not capable of making a mistake. And, well, for Gunner, he's actually going to take those words right out of my mouth, as that is going to be the biggest mistake in that lineup that you could potentially make, as they're going to lose Lion.
It's a fitting time to reiterate that OXG just need 1 point out of today's matchup to confirm themselves for the deciders, which is you just need to be top 6. So that doesn't mean they'll get 3rd, doesn't mean they'll get 4th, but it does mean that they cannot drop below 6th. If they just get 1 more point, and in this case, 1 more round. Foxay has started that off beautifully with a kill onto Gunner. Now it's on SQ, as you said, to try and play perfectly up until this point to fight back in regulation, to secure their own position, but deny OXG theirs. Gunner now taken down, of course. You lose those EE1Ds, but the rest of Sonics, they've been denied a lot of their positioning. Geo being shut down alongside Citizen on these yellow stairs. OXG know that the Sonics are trying to push for control down below this yellow skylight and on this part of the map. Dream is also being very stingy with these toxic canisters. He knows they're there, but isn't getting too aggressive. Now as they peek, Geo will try to take the fight and do so successfully. Fish cut down and advantage equalized, but there's that second follow-up on the toxic canister. It might cost Fish and their advantage, but Dream knows how powerful those 10 seconds can be when the clock is low.
Absolutely. You can see Foxy, I do believe he's just getting his last goo mine too, and he's going to apply that to the situation. So much utility surrounding Sonics. Now, do remember, if one of those goo mines does get in their foot, they can't plant either. They will end up losing Foxy, but in a 3 versus 4 with minimal time, it practically doesn't matter. Dream's going to go down too. They just need to make sure to cover these crosses. There's a lot of potential here for the defense, but the offense is starting to fight back and in a major way. After downing Dream, Yaga's going to get quite a bit of damage dealt to him. Newers will go down. They might just look for the kill here. Honestly, Lynx, he'll be able to at least get one. Geo's trying to confirm the plant. Rexon on the oversight. Yaga not able to find the kill just yet. He's going to try and wait patiently in behind the long table, and Projector won't be able to really find too much. Sonics not giving up the goods, and in fact, it seems like this round will be exactly what we needed out of them. The ability to stay alive. Yaga's going to work his way in. He's found the case, but this has made it to where it's practically impossible. Somebody's already on rappel. They're going to throw flashes in. Dio's going to play this more than likely perfectly. He's a veteran of the game, and that's a veteran kind of play style right there on that window rappel.
That's about, I think, as close to old consulate we're going to see that play. Just sitting outside the CEO rappel, flashes prepped to just stop them from defusing the case. That's pretty much old consulate right there, but there's not much left. But SQ will win it in that fashion. Now 5-4. OXG do not have the 1 point they are looking for just yet. But again, even if they end up losing this 8-6, as long as they get 6 rounds, they will secure playoffs for themselves, secure that top 6 position. So they can afford to make a couple mistakes, but once we get to the 5-5 territory, then we need to start buckling down. They will, of course, go back in their site rotation now. Piano has opened up, and this was the site, Sam, of that crazy individual play from Foxy, and unfortunately, Rexon too far away from the diffuser. So maybe if we see something a bit more convincing in the early round from OXG, a bit more time wasting, Foxy won't need to take the round in his own hands by the end.
Yeah, hopefully for Sonic's sake, hopefully not the case. But as for Oxygen, though, I mean, a couple of things that they might be able to look back on and try and add up just to make sure that the Sonics aren't capable of running their way into the site the same way we saw the last time. But as we touched on with the Oxygen offense when it came to this site doesn't seem like it requires all that much heavy lifting when it comes to map control. So maybe we see just more of a low control execute from the Sonics while they try and hold on to yellow stairs, potentially just wait some rotations out from Oxygen, some kills off the back of that. I think that really the world is their oyster for how they want to try and address this.
Plenty of different options to apply to the situation. Of course, there is always, especially for Sonics on this clear, always obstacles you need to worry about, those C4s in particular on that second floor. Maybe Oxygen will start channeling some of Gunner's energy to start, just lurking around the map, hiding in corners. Plenty to worry about. No Ying from Geo, though, this go around. But still an admin clear for the Sonics. Shouldn't be too surprised there. This is where we need to see that progress. Gunner taking that same position, but on Keller's Archives, this is where he started to get stuck, about this same spot. He had a lot more success on this top floor, but Foxy is now more than aware about Gunner's position, and I imagine the defense more broadly are as well. The Gunner likes to play, or has played this hallway previously. Really take the gunfight accordingly. Gunner also waiting for it. Foxy will be walking into his crosshairs, but he backs off and plays the safer option.
And you're more than likely going to be seeing a lot of that, especially early in these rounds right now, just due to the situation we have at hand, right? Both of these teams do not want to be the one to give up a kill, and therefore they are playing these angles as tightly as possible. Bullet sliding past the ear of Citizen there. Both of these squads respectfully breathing down each other's necks. See if we can actually land the first death blow here. Citizen looking for it. Has some oversight from Rexon. I'll take down Foxy, who was trying to get aggressive right outside from the room from Projector. Citizen will work his way down to the far end of the hallway. Still has his eyes dead set on the back of the secretary office. Trickster, the nice find here too, but oh my, Yaga! Will be able to take out at least one, but not before Gunner rights the ship. Takes him out on Spiral. Has some control over the site as well. And the plant now starting Nitro Cell out, and that's going to at least stop it for now. 30 seconds remain with the case on the floor.
Oh! Gunner just exposed himself a little bit to the angle down below, but in the process, Citizen lost. Oh, Gunner's teammate as well. Rexon unfortunately cut down to the floor. Oxygen get the round 6 they needed. Deciders now locked in, win or lose. At this point, it's all just for the round differential and seeding. But Sonics still have a chance as well. If they can seal this out in overtime, they could also qualify for the deciders as well. So it's not done for SQ, but OXG, at this point, all they need to do is play.
Gonna be a very happy Boston office there for Oxygen, as you can even see it on Fox's face. The game isn't over right now, but you can just tell by his demeanor the weight that is off his shoulders. We've made it. We don't have to sweat this anymore. We can just focus on our craft and focus on getting better at Siege before this next big event. Definitely going to be something that they're very happy about. Obviously, they're still going to remain hungry. They're trying to win these games, but just one thing off the back of your back that you don't have to be worried about. But as for that round, the key difference maker there being Lynx, that last little bit of layer of defense downstairs that gets the case on the ground.
Oxygen, dude, if they keep the ability just to have somebody down below with C4s, like we saw that pulse last round that you were just talking about, that's going to be a constant problem for SQ. But attacking teams in general, if this map really does take as long to clear, that sometimes we're seeing SQ take, that we saw OXG take a little bit as well before they really started honing the amount of map control that they needed, not going for these big, broad, full, or even half clears of the map, just taking a small subset of rooms that allow them to go for a direct take. A C4 from below, when you are going for a very time-consuming clear, that's going to be a big problem, and so far has been a big issue for SQ on this attacking side. Foxy bringing that pulse again. Actually trying to shoot those Selma charges on the outside and gets one, but not the other. So Foxy won't be able to play for free on this single panel any longer.
A little delay there. But fortunately enough, I'm more than likely to be able to stick around the area and just get rid of some drones or really anything. Oh. Looking like Swiss cheese right now, Sonics. Good news is that we got Citizen, so he can at least fix it. We do have the remedy, but once he got to get over there. Anytime I ever ordered a welder to a job site, it would always take them centuries. So I expect Citizen to have right around the exact same response time, and he might even die before he gets there, unless they don't even want to access that. That's really up to them, but definitely not the best breach if you are trying to get your way inside of that electrical hallway. Citizen's going to occupy the outside space of yellow right now. It does have one at home right inside the door, but we'll have to see if he even tries to don that. It's going to be Gunner that strikes first, and he'll take down Fish on the top floor.
Good pick to find that a zombie, but a lot of the Kibas already generated. Oh, Yaga might find someone outside the yellow door, just going for the quick peeks, the style points in round 11, but neither decide to fully commit to that gunfight. Oxygen know the strength of their take right now, or the strength of their defense. They have the pulse still. They have somebody playing close with a shotgun Dream to deny those electrical stairs. I think he's pushing for more, actually. Indeed, he is. Holding the bottom as long as he can, but Candelas force his hand, force him back. And actually, he didn't even retreat. I think he got stuck in the corner, maybe, because he was blind. Either way, Dream taken down. Sonics have a full breach opened up into this bomb site. Foxy made quick work of on the rotate hole, and the round follows soon after. 6-5 now. Again, if Sonics make it to overtime and then win 8-6 or 8-7, they can also secure playoffs. So this round, very important to secure.
This has nothing to do with the round at all, but every time that we go to Citizen's camera, it just makes my skin crawl that he still has all of the plastic wrap on his headset. I have like a sensory issue with that kind of stuff. I cannot do it, man. I cannot do it. If I go over to somebody's house and they still have like the plastic wrap on their TV, I'm like, can I take that off? Can I please just remove that for you?
Actually, I have a quick
Look
aside.
at it! Look at it! Oh!
That is a little okay. That is kind of weird.
Now you can't unsee it.
I
Suffer
can't.
with me.
I actually can't. It's not great. I have a thing where if I go to somebody's house, I'm such a loser, man. I can't even lie. If I see someone's TV has like the soap opera effect on, where it's like it smooths the frame rate to like 30 FPS, I literally have to ask them if I could turn it off. And it's such a problem because I'll be at like the dentist or the doctor's and I'll see the waiting room TV has got it on, and I know I can't I can't watch NCIS like this, man. Like we gotta have standards here. Anyway, Round 12 now, OXG wait the full distance to take their timeout, but again, they're not really losing much by saving it or not taking it, or I guess saving it or taking it. As I said the same thing originally. They'll go down to basement as our final bomb site of the half. Again, mirroring Sonics. I am praying we actually see Gunner stick that Grim, but with attacker repick, you'll probably switch it off at about 4 seconds left. And
Not
there we
even.
go.
Honestly?
Not even. Ram though, I'll take it.
Really? Yeah, I'm down. I'm really down. I feel like Consulate might be Ram's map, low key. Like that and Chalet. Pretty solid. Lots of soft destruction everywhere. You toss the boogie drone down, you go somewhere else, activate it whenever you want everybody to be annoyed. Pretty sick.
I get a lot of joy out of the fact that they named her Gadget Boogie. Makes me very happy. It's just like, I just get...
That was a layup for us casters. I know it was.
It's just like, I just feel like this level of jubilance that I haven't before when talking about a gadget. Like Keep a Barrier, Mozzie Pest, Black Mirror. It's like, whatever. Boogie? Let's go. Makes me very happy. We'll have to see if Gunner actually uses it to great effect in this round. I agree with your assessment that definitely at least the basement bomb site on Consulate is a great map for Ram. Probably the first floor bomb site and getting some soft destruction in second floor probably very good as well for those boogies. But I mean, there's a lot of soft floors in this map, and whether you got an auto breacher or a C4 in the case of OXG, who have 3 in the back pocket, 1 placed on the bottom floor of admin, there's plenty of good uses for teams or players with good map knowledge and good instincts when it comes to vertical destruction.
Yeah, the best thing about the auto breacher with the common day of Rainbow Six Siege, with how important verticality is and the years of building that up with all of the soft breach operators that we have, is that you finally have an operator where you don't have to be the one that gets blown up by a nitro cell or gets impacted 42 times or whatever whatever happens to you when you are playing up there. So it's really nice because you can also, not only that, also occupy the angle as soon as it opens, and you're pretty self-sufficient, so it's pretty cool.
Love the secondary shotgun to increase that self-sufficiency. But still hoping to see a little bit more from the Sonics so far. Half the round in, we are finally seeing some of that vertical destruction come through. The auto breacher, I think I timed it, last 10 seconds entirely. And look at that, right as it needs to, right at the door frame, it stops. So we'll see if Gunner's able to make good use of those vertical angles. This is very different from how OXG took this site, by the way. They went down through the electrical single panel, through servers on the backside, and created a hole in the defense's back line where it's very front-sided for the Sonics. Focused on that top floor. Now Gunner moving down yellow to start applying some pressure to these defenders, in pillar inside a cafe. And it's taking a lot more time than it took OXG's clear to get started.
That just means there's a lot of fun to be had.
Maybe.
And by fun, I mean pure and utter chaos. As we are down to the last round of regulation. Only 30 seconds remain. It's a 5 versus 5. This is where things potentially build up to the funnest moments in Siege or potentially the worst moments in Siege. It just really matters as to what side of the stick you're on. Fio's going to start to plan off. Rexon's going to light this powder keg, and let's get into it, baby. Dream's going to die. They're going to be able to confirm this plant. Sonics, can you send us to overtime? It's looking like it, especially after a triple kill out of Rexon. They're going to knock it down to Newers and Lynx. I'm just going to say it here first. This is going to be an OT round that we're going to be looking at. Even though he's going to be able to pick up that first kill. And the second, I'm still going to be a doubter. I'm sorry, Newers. You can prove me wrong. Feel free to. But, I mean, there's just so much for you to do, my friend. No doubt against your skill, but just a lot of doubt against the setup.
So, overtime will indeed be in the cards. No SSG, thankfully, so maybe this has a chance at ending before round 15. Then again, SQ also do have their fair share of full max OT games that they have played so far inside of the stage. So that doesn't mean it's not out. So now, both teams have secured at least 1 point. OXG in the same position as before, but now Sonics are officially in the running once again to secure their decider's spot today. What side are they starting on? I can hear you questioning. I can hear you wondering. I can't hear you. I'm in your walls, by the way. Just so you know.
He is under your skin. He is under your skin. He is under your skin. He is under your...
I was literally... Well, now it looks like I was waiting for the thing to show up. They were on attack in overtime.
You didn't have it in your notes. You're lying to us, aren't you?
I have the I had my windows open, but the sun is now set. I was holding my notebook up to my monitor to try and read it. That's why it took so long. Hold on. I gotta turn on the light real quick.
You're casting by candlelight right now?
I do need to turn the light on real quick. I cannot read a single thing in my notebook. Give me a second. Listen, man, it's getting dark in Indiana.
Oh, Lynx, you can't say stuff around me like that, man. I'm too goofy of a guy. I can't be serious with that kind of stuff. I can't do it. I can't. It's impossible for me. I have a medical condition.
You're medically diagnosed as goofy?
Yes. Goofy in the veins, goofy on the brain.
Do they prescribe something for that?
You don't want to know.
Well, either way, side is Expo, and as I mentioned earlier, SQ starting with the attack. We've got Geo bringing back that Ying. I have to imagine SQ will be trying to bring back some success on that top floor clear. Not necessarily starting on the admin side this time, is it? You know, now that I say it, maybe they're going a little bit more direct and focusing more on clearing out CEO as Rexon moves over to bathroom.
Game spinning up as we would expect. Bricks will be able to run a rough shot over the majority of the site as of now, seeing if there's any other utility that he can steal, and he'll be 2 for 2. And take the Valkyrie camera. He's just waiting for things to kind of load up, and there you go. Able to take that away from the defense too. And now Sonics have been able to at least start building things up for this portion of the site to be a nice home for their case.
Well, especially a big Valk cam to stop OXG from having any intel on the planter, as notably they had a pulse to look down below before, and that's how they got the C4 onto Geo, but now they were relying on that Valk cam, instead relying on the Valkyrie to open things up. Gunner around the yellow stairs, cut down by Foxay's MPX. SQ's direct take now a little bit in jeopardy, as they lack a solid man advantage. Rexon retaking that same position, but Oxygen, recognizing their lead, are not looking to get aggressive. They know they have CEO, they know the onus is on SQ to push them out. If they can take 20 more seconds, that's a third of the time SQ have to play with. Nade caught by an ADS, but Rexon still has one more. Foxay looking to make that swing, not looking to get the kill though. Citizen's able to equalize. Now Geo drops down with the diffuser. Fish goes for the peek, first shotgun shot misses. That scares the SQ attacker back down the stairway. But Fish still has full control of the top floor. This bit of the map denied to the Sonics as they move in for their execute. Grixer now does gain the advantage, but Fish is still up above. Still has these vertical holes to play off of. No Valcam in sight, maybe. But depending on where Geo plants or where Citizen plays, they are in jeopardy of losing their head from a vertical angle. They'll push further in. Intel on the player sitting inside of Exposition. Now this part of the bomb site cleared out. They can move in and start going for the plant. Rexon spots another. 4v1. Fish has got to creep down. Got to get this kill. Ooh, smoked off the angle. But the trades are clean. Match point for SQ. 1 round away from securing the decider.
A bare knuckle, vicious clear from the Sonics. Oxygen cannot even hold a candle to this, as every single angle they try and pick up, the door is completely shut in their face. The only kill that they were able to muster that entire time was poor Fish trying to rotate his way down yellow and assist with the site control. It's immediately swept under the rug from Citizen, and the Sonics will recapture the lead here again.
Get to go to those defenses too, which I imagine they are happy about. Fervent conversations in the Sonics paddocks at the moment. We saw Exposition brought out by Oxygen. Will Sonics decide to give us the same, a little bit of a repeat action? Will they decide to go somewhere else? Probably not basement, as both teams went to that as a bomb site of last resort on the end of their respective halves. Whereas Exposition, CEO, a lot of these other positions have gained a lot more play. Maybe Teller's Archives in the fold too. Either way, they do need to be on the lookout for these direct takes from Oxygen. The ability to isolate a small amount of map control, but convert that into a huge round victory. That was Oxygen's strength as the attacking half went on. That's something that no matter where they go, SQ need to worry about.
All they got to worry about now is, fingers crossed for our SQ fans at home, this potential last round. They do have defense. They've looked quite solid. It's got to be the top floor. Now it's up to Oxygen to try and elongate this overtime and give Lynx and I our second or third max OT that we've casted throughout this stage. So
Let me find out real quick.
yeah, I do believe it's 3, but I'd like my Wikipedia brain tested, please. To see if I was right about that. But past that, Oxygen, they're kind of going back to what we'd seen previously on some maps that kind of work like this, previous Consulate, Chalet with some of the strategy that pops out there for them, especially with this Zero coming into play. I think this is fantastic for a map like Consulate, get some extra vision around. It's kind of like a pseudo Valkyrie in a way. He's also got a great gun with secondary hard breach and a Gun 6 too, so just so much value in this character. And to this day, I still think that Oxygen are one of the best teams in the world when it comes to Zero, because I mean, you do see them sprinkled throughout a lot of teams nowadays, but still not a hallmark like what we've seen with this squad throughout the history of Siege.
This would, by the way, if this goes to round 15, this would be you and I's 4th max OT game of the stage. Yeah, I know. Very long set of matches you and I have casted. Though I think Parker and Nick still beat us in the aggregate. They've had a lot of 7-5s and 8-6s, not necessarily 8-7s. Fish, he's worked himself into a very clean position on this. No, spots an opportunity, but Gio just able to shield himself around the corner. Rexon 2 shuts down what could have been the round-ending play from Oxygen, recapturing some of that basement energy all the way back in round 6. Fish looking to open up the back line, now shut down by the Azami, and Oxygen need to take a pause.
How long can you pause for? He knows someone's in the area, but Yogg, that's 2 huge, crucial misses out of Oxygen on a round that they must capture to keep this game going. Fish with a blunder, as well as Yogg, neither one of them striking true, and now it's allowed Sonics to maintain not only the man advantage, but bleed this clock out dry. They'll finally lose somebody. Jo's going to swing into the hallway. He'll take down 1, and for all of this effort, Oxygen have been able to get a singular kill off onto Rexon. They've been boxed out of the site as of now. They'll at least be able to get one of the panels at the back of Projector dealt with, but Oxygen looked dead in the water in this 2 versus 4.
Dream trying his best to use these flashes, gain any bit of momentum. SQ throwing out some secondary utility in turn, but given how close quarters these fights are going to be, Gio's shotgun is probably going to be the death knell for Oxygen's chances at closing this out on a dub. Might not matter much for deciding their playoff chances, but might decide the seeding depending on what happens. There we go. Citizen and Grixer finish it off. No participation trophy needed to get the best of both worlds. Both teams well on their way to making the major without having to go through the LCQ. We'll throw it to the desk to talk about our now 2 playoff-bounded teams.
out with the old, in with the somewhat, kinda, maybe, sorta new. Consulate finally gets its first play post-rework in the North American League, and it's Sonics taking the dub, getting themselves 3 points on what was a doubleheader day, 2 of which coming on the brand new map. Let's talk to Gunnar real fast about exactly how this bad boy went down. Dude, congrats on the dub, but you guys gave me the impression that you weren't really fans of Consulate given how often you banned it. So now that you've played it once, what's your actual take? Do you like cons?
No. But
okay.
I mean, it's just a map we thought we could beat OXG on, so it's better that than some of the other ones. But I mean, the map itself is just weird. Like, you gotta look everywhere. I don't even know how to explain it. There's just, that's like a Fox 8 Haven, and we somehow won, so thank God.
Well, you did manage to come out on top over Auction Esports. And, you know, we've talked to you guys after a couple of different teams that you've been able to get wins over. But it felt like you guys were having fun in the server, even if you don't love the map. So when you play against Oxygen, you know, is this a team that you enjoy going against particularly? Or is this a team that maybe you don't so much love playing against?
No, I mean, I like playing OXG. They're super normal. They just one clear, that's it. I don't have to worry about getting 3-man comboed from the side back and front. I know where they're going to be. I know what they're going to do. And maybe Fish lurks every once in a while, but they're a pretty straightforward team, so I enjoy playing them.
All right.
For sure. My one question here, we talked to you the other day about, you know, the mid to late round. Did that still go into this game?
There's definitely an issue that needs to be fixed, and hopefully this week we can find it.
Well, at least you guys locked yourselves in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that's a huge feat. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, it's all looking good for you guys so far. Hey! Love to see it when family drops in. Dude, you've already got the dub. Congrats. That's the doubleheader already done and dusted for you at this point. A couple more games still left to play at this stage. There's one more, I think, still on the docket for you. It's M80. Yeah. That's the last team that you guys got to play, but you've already made playoffs, so what are you thinking going into that game?
I mean, we're going to go in to win it. Placement is pretty important for, I think, playoffs. So, but yeah, I mean, this week, and I can assure you, we're probably just going to try to work on that mid-round, see what the problem is, watch back some of the games, but hopefully we come back a lot better, because I think we should have had a lot more dubs this week.
Sounds good, brother. Congratulations again on the dub. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
All right, with that game, we now have 5 teams confirmed for playoffs because both Oxygen and Sonics got the bare minimum that they needed out of just this best of 1 to confirm it. So now there's only 1 playoff spot left.
Battle of mid.
Oh, God.
Battle of mid.
He said it.
There's only 1 playoff spot left, but as Gunnar alluded to in the interview, placement is super important.
Yeah.
Getting top 2 inside of the playoffs is massive because that means that you get to skip the first round, which can be a brutal best of 3 for the teams. But Sonics and Oxygen both locking that down in this matchup here. I think for the Sonics, I mean, for both teams, honestly, it was great to see how they wanted to play on Consulate. It's the first time we've seen it in North America, but we've seen it a few times in the other regions. I haven't seen other regions play that split site as often as we saw both OXG and Sonics try to work that into their bomb site rotation. I also really enjoyed how well both teams were able to adapt when they would lose a bomb site and then a couple rounds later go back to that site. We saw some really good kind of changes and strategies coming out from both of these squads, whether it was maybe a Frost being brought on the defense or maybe it was an IQ to take out some Valkyrie cams and Echo drones. It always felt like there was some great IGLing going on, and I think that's really what sets apart these 2 teams from a lot of the other teams, even inside of North America.
This ace right here from Dream was pretty insane. He definitely clawed that round back for them for sure, because I think it went down into a 2v5 and Dream brought that back pretty heavy. But again, it's always interesting to see a new map played. Consulate isn't new, but it's reworked, so in that aspect it is new. And watching those games play out, again, you get the fundamentals down of how it's played at the professional level, and it's very interesting because seeing how it used to be played and how it's played now, like you were saying, that half site. Yeah, it's different. It's a completely different map.
It has a little bit of that same flavor with Nighthaven about we kind of have to play it to see how it's going to function, but it's not a completely new scenario. It's just cons with more rooms for the most part.
Yeah, and Gunnar said it, you know, there's tons of ways that people can peek through. It's Fox's Haven, so I can definitely understand. I can relate.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of like great plant strategies as well coming out. We saw the casters talked about how well Oxygen were getting plants down specifically without having to take too much map control. I thought that was really sick. We saw some great Ying play. We saw some great Pulse play.
Saw Ram.
Yes, we saw
Ram play.
So a lot of strategies that if you're trying to win some ranked games this season, I think you can watch this match and definitely pull some stuff from.
Certainly not the last time we're going to see Consulate played. We hope in North America. If that's the one time, at least we got an overtime banger out of it, and it was a fun game to watch and learn some things from. But we're done with Game 4, a game that had playoff implications, and now we move into one that doesn't have playoff implications, but elimination potential. Beast Coast and Mirage is Game 5 coming up next.
But it's a very hot Beast Coast to send this one away.
This might be it. Forward in the definitive round from DZ.
On the actual execute, it'll go to M80 as they just crush the defense outright.
Kansas has the advantage.
And locks in match point for Mirage.
Tuhan can finish it off, and Wildcard find their first round on the board.
Newers, what can he do? He gets one.
Oxygen all over the board when it comes to this.
A great round coming in there from Gio and the rest of the Sonics. The ace is completed. Nicely done here.
He'll shut that one down, and it's round number 1 for Luminosity.
Doesn't go ahead and check the main stairs. Surely not. Merc, the little rat, he finds his man.
We keep on trucking, as the unofficial motto of this league has become for this stage. Game 5 is up on deck next. You called it the Battle of Mid. I'm not going to stoop quite to that same low, but yeah, it's Beast Coast and Mirage coming up for Game 5.
That's called out.
You said it, bro.
Listen, it's kind of true. They're two bottom teams trying to get into the playoff spot. I don't mean to rip on them. It's just I want to see better performances from both of these teams.
Obviously, Beast Coast had a particularly rough start to the North American League. They lost their first, I believe it was 5 games in a row. So their odds are tough. They can't get top 2. If they get a regulation win, they still have a chance at 10%. That's within the realm of possibility of making it into playoffs, avoiding those last chance qualifiers. OT win is realistically probably not going to be enough, but it's possible. Mirage, the odds are looking a lot better.
Yeah.
This is still very much in their hands. We've talked at the beginning of the show about the 4 teams that are really going to be fighting for that final spot inside of playoffs. At the beginning of the day, it was more of a hypothetical. It'll probably be about 1 spot up for the grabs. Now we know for a fact Mirage, LG, Space Station, Beast Coast, they're all going to be fighting for that last spot. And of course, Mirage are going to be in a very good spot to take it if they get that regulation win.
Without a doubt.
I'm liking the fact that we actually still have 1 spot left and everyone can fight for it, not just in Play Day 6, but starting right now. And a big reason for why this doesn't seem like it's just a really easy dead and gone contest, and there's actually the potential for some back and forth, is because Beast Coast is not a dead team completely, because they've got Tristan on the team now, and through 1 game already became the highest rated player in the league. That was fast.
Now, with saying he is the highest rated player, you do got to take that with a little bit of grain of salt when comparing to the people underneath him, because he did only have 1 game. Still, nothing to take away from him. That is a phenomenal performance for the first time coming into Pro League, your debut, and I think that is actually the best stat shown for a first day for a rookie this stage.
I have a degree in statistics, and one of the first things we learn about in Stats 101 is a little thing called sample size.
Okay.
And Tristan's sample size is currently 1. And I'm not saying it was a bad performance. Obviously, he played very, very well. But before we make any conclusions about, oh, Tristan is the next big thing in the North American League, Tristan even deserving a spot, I don't think that's a conclusion you make after watching 1 game, right? They beat Space Station. He played great on Night Haven Labs. I want to see him play in a couple more matches. This Mirage game, I think, will be a real good test for Tristan, especially if they can get on a more comfortable map where he's used to playing with some of these players on Beast Coast. Maybe some of that old synergy that he used to have from teaming with these guys can come back into effect. He might play even better. He might be the highest player in the league, or highest rated player in the league, even after the 2nd game. But you don't judge a player after just 1 game, so I'm excited to see what he does today.
Any last words on Tristan?
It goes into what I say. I want to see consistency. He put one hell of a performance, but will that trend, will that continue? We'll find out.
Look, no matter what he ends up doing, this is one hell of a resume builder for that young man, having not played any snaps in Tier 1 prior to yesterday. So no matter what happens, good or bad, if anyone wants to pick him up in the future, or if Beast Coast want to consider working with him additionally long-term, it'll go a long way towards their decision. On the opposite side of the field, Mirage played a game earlier in the day. It was against M80. It was on Clubhouse. It did not go their way. And the thing we talked about with the entries, I feel like is not as easy a thing to fix as we hyped it up to be, Laxing.
Yeah, you're seeing these stats kind of bounce back and forth between Vert and Kansan. You talked pretty heavy on Kansan.
Yep.
Jesse saying, you think he is a big contribution to that team, which there's no doubt he is. Looking at Vertical is also another play that stands out to me that if those two aren't performing, you're going to see Mirage slack very heavy.
Yeah, and the point that I made in the beginning of the show was that Mirage, every single player is negative when it comes to their entry stats. They got 2 rounds for entry overall from the entire first match today. That's not going to help out their statistics. It's not going to help them win rounds if they're not starting out early on the advantage. So certainly that's a tough spot to be in. I do think Vertical does need highlighting though, because if we're looking at that first game, we're looking for where maybe we saw some diamonds in the rough. I think Vertical was 100% the player that was winning rounds for Mirage. You go back to some of those rounds on Clubhouse, dominating Blue when he was going for that take, making sure he can get in there in the very first round, playing good on the windows when they were attacking onto Gym, Bedroom, and Gym and Bedroom.
Did he get a 4K or a 3K that round?
There was a 4K one round, I do believe, so Vertical, some great moments for sure, but you need more than just individual moments to secure a win.
Yeah.
I want to do something to help set the stage a little bit because we're still waiting on one more player to get into the lobby. Mirage only have one more game left to play after this. It's against Space Station, so it's actually kind of funny that they have 2 teams that are still in the bottom 4 that they have to fight against if they want a chance to crack into top 6. Meanwhile, for Beast Coast, they also have one more game to play after this, and it's against LG of all teams. So everyone at this point still can face somebody in the bottom echelon of the league currently with a shot to get into top 6. You just have to win this game. This game is actually way more pivotal to that 6th place race than I think we might give it credit for at first glance.
Certainly, and I think when it comes to Mirage in particular, coming into this one, they're obviously kind of neck and neck with LG as the front runners from those bottom 4, right? You've got 4 teams that are going to be fighting for that spot, and just because of how we came into the day and because of how many games people have left in hand, that's really where you want to be. Mirage winning this game, 3 points, 50% would be massive. A 3-horse race at the moment with 5 rounds going for each team.
Yeah.
But SSG, I mean, their games coming up are a little bit tougher. They play Dark Zero tomorrow as well as Mirage.
Yeah, it's going to be it's tough for all these teams, honestly. And like you were saying, Jacob, the bottom half might be the harder side that we're going to see of what team is going to be coming out on top of that, because it's a close race. It is an extremely close race.
I mean, I feel like some of the teams at the very top were a bit of a foregone conclusion, with the exception of Wildcard. M80, Dark Zero, Oxygen, Sonics all going to playoffs is not something that we didn't have on our bingo cards to start this stage. But for everybody in that bottom 4, this is actually the more interesting story to me. The teams at the top can dominate all they want, and Wildcard doing what they're doing is insane. But whether Space Station has the comeback in them, whether Mirage with Meepy at the helm are able to find a way to use all those players to their fullest potential, whether Luminosity actually have a good shot with a new team coming in for the first time to start making some headway, or whether Beast Coast can have a comeback with Tristan when Reverse isn't able to be there for the rest of his squad. Whoever ends up getting that 6th place spot, that's a really damn good story.
And it's important to remember as well, Space Station, they're tied with those other teams at the bottom, right? 5 points. But because they have so many games still to play, they have 3 matches still left in hand that they could get a potential 9 points out of. That, in theory, still has a road to even top 2 potential.
Really?
So that makes these games for teams like Beast Coast, teams like Mirage, even more critical because you need every point you can get. Space Station are going to have so many more opportunities than you later on down the road.
That's very true. I think we're going to get to Space Station's game later because they do have to play wild card. But for right now, for Mirage and Beast Coast. It's not quite do or die, but it's really, really close. So, Jesse, what battleground are we going to for this bad boy?
This is a really tough one to call because both of these teams have particularly poor map pools. My best guess was Cafe when I was doing this before we started the scene, but I really don't know for these two squads. I think it's going to be very, very tough just because you don't really have any favorable maps to get into. So we'll find out, I guess, when we get the map bans up.
I want to see a clubhouse again.
Yeah, another club?
That's what I want to see.
Wow. I think this is the first map ban I've actually predicted for Mirage all stage long. That's cool. Cafe coming through is fun for Beast Coast. It was their best map back in stage 1. They beat Sonics and Parabellum. They beat Carnico in the LCQ. They did lose it to Dark Zero once, but otherwise it's a good record. That's all a little bit old though, and they've changed out some players since then, so it's tough to read into that too much. For Mirage, an 8-7 game over LG in week 1 of stage 2 was Mirage's first NAL win since 2021. So a win in recent history, but emphasis on A.
Both teams have been struggling. It's very apparent. It's no stranger to anyone. I'm just curious for Beast Coast coming into a map like Cafe where you are going to have to be very on point with your top down clear, making sure the third floor is getting cleared down to the second floor, down to the first floor, or whatever that's going to look like throughout these rounds. I'm curious if Mr. B is going to come into fruition with that and really showcase his IGLing this game.
Well, let's jump into this bad boy. The race for 6th place is always one of the more exciting ones because it's not the battle of mid. This thing just turned into Hunger Games. If Mirage get the full 3 points, suddenly Beast Coast are totally in the black. But if Beast Coast can get a full 3 points, they're right back in contention. It's going to be Carter and Sam with the call.
Now, I don't know about you, but me personally, I would like it if Beast Coast could win today just so we have all 5 teams stuck at 5 points going into our final matchup of the day. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all literally tied, but it's at least a funny number to look at as we're going into the final game and the final play day next week.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that would make it to where that last day means the utmost to the majority of these teams, right? Yeah, exactly. So, you know what, Carter? Just for that, I think I'm going to put my eggs inside of that basket as well. So that means we, aren't going to be biased, but we'll obviously be favoring one outcome here on Cafe. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stokes. This is Lynx. We're going to be bringing you through Cafe here in between Beast Coast as well as Mirage. And speaking of Beast Coast, Mr. B, alive and well, that beauty of a man, this time wearing a different creative shirt today, but button up as usual.
He always has it with the shirts. Always with the shirts and threatening to punch the camera. Those are like the two consistent running gags that Mr. B likes to pull on us, which I greatly
very
appreciate.
Chaotic energy coming from Mr. B.
There's a lot going on there, and I don't know if I always support it, but I can at least respect it. I can at least respect the hustle. Nice posters in Slothy's room, by the way. By the way, talking about Jesse brought up the Cafe game between Mirage and LG. What is Mr. B doing?
What's Doc doing? Where's Tristan? I mean, there's a lot of questions here.
Listen, Tristan's subbing in. I expect him not to have a camera, but I'm trying to make a point. All of Mirage are sat vertically in their chairs, good posture, excellent framing, and I just see Hat's at like an odd angle. Mr. B, his head was visible because he's halfway down his chair. Spiff, very professional, by the way. Want to shout out to Spiff, probably one of the best camera angles in the entire NAL, if I do want to say. Thankfully, Doc isn't on the bed at least, which he frequents whenever we have a rehost like this, as we are remaking the lobby currently, just so you know. But we're at least not to Doc sleeping on the bed yet.
Yeah, we keep this up. I might fall asleep in the office chair at some moment in time. You and I have been doing the earlier shifts, so now I'm completely thrown.
This office chair is profoundly uncomfortable for long periods of time, so I will be very awake.
Painstakingly awake the entire time.
Only issue is, so like I live in what used to be like an old church. They must have.
Your
I don't
house
know what
is an old church.
It's an apartment. Do you think I'm 21? You think I'm rich enough for a mortgage payment? I'm not Warren Buffett. What do you think I have
lawyer
going on?
parents? They can do anything. What are you talking about?
Yes. Sorry, I'll ring up my mom. Hey, yo, could you like help me with a $50K down payment real quick? Yeah, just no biggie. I got a philosophy major. You think I'm making money?
Yeah, you're making money right now, actually.
I'm casting Rainbow Six. I'm making money right now. Brian
man.
Regan, shout out. Great comedian.
Ventero's in the crowd. He'll be happy about that one. But
will.
we are just moments away here, folks, as much as we are just kind of chopping it up right now. We're just waiting to chop it up about Siege here, as these two rosters, I'm pretty sure, were honestly set up so very well from the desk. These two rosters really need to get something under themselves right now. Get the ball rolling. Try and stay in contention for 6th place so that they can make it a little bit farther into some of these major slots. Try and get a slot under their belt. And I mean, you know, the utmost important thing, Lynx, that being not allowing themselves to fall into the open bracket, because nobody wants to be an open pool play when it comes to trying to make a major.
Well, especially because recently in NA, I think a long problem that we had in North America was there was a very wide gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2, and usually Tier 3 as well. And there'd always be kind of one team in each respective region, you know, T3 to Tier 2 / T1, Tier 2 to Tier 1. That was always like, oh, this team is great. The rest, not so much. And I will say, it's not like Tier 2 NA is fully on par with the best of the best in North America, but I think the gap recently has closed a decent bit over the past couple years, and especially if you are a team that's kind of struggling against teams like M80, like Wildcard. Fighting a team that is, you know, very well practiced in Tier 2 in the open bracket could be your death sentence for chances at the major. It's not like how it used to be, where you can just have an easy way on through. I mean, even going back to last stage, Mirage and Beast Coast had a pretty tough fight in some cases in that open, not Beast Coast, excuse me, Mirage and Parabellum had a very difficult fight on some sections of the open bracket. So whatever 3 teams are unfortunate enough to make their way there, that does not mean you're going to have a free ride to the LCQ.
No, not at all. And as you guys can see, we got the bands going now, so we'll be hopping in here very shortly as we move on through the band phase. But totally got to agree with you there, Lynx. I mean, open water is not something that you want when it comes to making a major, as I was saying. And the key thing about that being that all of those games up until you get down to, I think, like the quarterfinals, everything is a best of 1. And the other thing is you have zero background knowledge on the majority of the teams that you're playing. So they can take you to a map. You might not know a single thing that they're doing at all. And, you know, although they might not be the caliber of team that, you know, you are, they could catch you off guard that day. And that's all of your major chances right out the window, all because a team that more than likely won't even make it to the finals of the actual qualifier knocks you out.
Ban phase almost entirely transpired. Mirage changing up their offensive ban from their last bout on Cafe, but keeping their defensive ban of Solus consistent. They've instead opted to ban the Ying this go around, which I think is definitely a very good ban just to always kind of stick to on any given matchup. Whether it's Oregon, Board, or Cafe, Ying as an operator can always turn a rough attack into a great one, or turn a good attack into an excellent one. With a key finishing blow with some of those Candelas. Also had the Nomad ban earlier on from Beast Coast. Not too sure what the final op ban was just yet, but either way, I'm sure we'll get into Cafe once these teams have their setup figured out. And indeed, we have the Valkyrie as the final ban from Beast Coast. Makes sense for Cafe, but we do have the Mira up on one of our better maps.
All right, well, mid-floor here for BC to start us off. To be expected when we roll into Cafe. My personal favorite site on the entirety of Cafe, just because there's a lot of different things you can do with it. I especially enjoy how the top floor is held, a lot of fun team play around this, and a good delay structure too. That usually ends up playing into like my favor when it comes to site setup. Really like those kind of sites. You know, same thing with what we saw on Consulate, where it's more split floors, and you can kind of play that top area to delay things out and give the offense a little bit of an issue. Usually leads to some nice picks or just some good delay overall with your utility. We'll see how Beast Coast are able to manage that. Mirage are now out of the gates and onto the field. And speaking of on the field, Vertical, most important out of all of these. And you can say that about a couple of names, honestly, across the board for Mirage over the last couple of days, as they have been doing the exact opposite of what we're used to Mirage doing. They've been looking very, very good, actually.
Well, maybe a Mirage Claymore? I was about to say, like, I mean, want to give a lot of credit to the Mirage players, but Spiker did an excellent job at holding whatever his secondary gadget button was, then holding mouse 1 and walking away. And it's resulted in the first kill of the round. Spiff being the man to go down. Again, Thorn Gadget's already placed, but you've lost a key 1.5 for the defense and maybe somebody to get aggressive. Beast Coast strengths, though, that persist through the middle game right now will be those toxic canisters or the shotgun, but specifically Mr. B on that pulse. You see him running about inside a train, likely finding intel on players like Vertical, who want to push up the Whitehall later on in the round. But for the moment, will find themselves inside of Christmas, just holding and waiting for an opening.
All in good time. Halfway through the round now. Beast Coast doing their due diligence when it comes to the info game. You can see Mr. B occupying that cardiac sensor. Seeing what he can try and find across his top floor. He's found one over towards New Balk / Cigar. It's going to be Kansan, actually. Bonna. Open up some of the panels for Cocktail on the top floor. Beast Coast do still have some members around here. It's going to be Hat in the smoke of Doc. They'll try to stick around for as long as they can, apply some more panels and things along those lines. Hat's life is quickly coming to an end if he does want to stick around here inside of Stacks, as that window play usually does end up spelling disaster for this player, and it will again. Spectre will take him out. Kansan will go down. He was that player over in the Cigar position we touched on before, and as of right now, 3 versus 3 is it's kind of hell in a handbasket. Everybody finding their own pick through really their own means, and that being exemplified by whatever the hell we just saw Doc do.
Run out a white window, I believe, is what you were trying to diagnose, but Mirage don't seem too fearful about it. Not really worried all that much. Slothy has walked into the default plant spot inside a reading. Rampy's picked up the case instead. Nobody from Beast Coast really all that aware. Sloppy firing some shots, but no retake just yet. The angle's working perfectly for Mirage so far. Doc now decides to commit to the retake of the top floor. Knows someone, well, definitely knows someone's around on that close angle. No shotgun needed. SMG-11 and a kill for Mr. B, too. That's what Slothy alone in the 1 versus 2. Knows one player's up above, but the other player's position might elude him. Not for the defense, though. They've got the default cam in red spotting him. And as he goes for the retake, Doc, shut down on the vertical angle. But Mr. B does not fake and does not fall off. You can see him clutching his chest after that one. That was very, very cold from Mr. B.
Woo-saw. Remember your pressure points. Just breathe. What a round from Beast Coast. And by the absolute skin on their teeth, too, Lynx, as he trusts his man upstairs. And why wouldn't you? Good cover on that. Unfortunately enough for that top man, loses the gunfight, but is able to delay long enough to get the defuse through. The defense will win things out after Mirage were able to force down a plant inside of reading on default.
Especially after what was an overall decent clear from Mirage and then a good read to push into the bomb site once they established that vertical control, even in an even 3v3. Able to recover that in a clutch 1v1 at that point. Good for Beast Coast to start. When I move down to the kitchen bomb site, which I usually tend to agree with you. Reading is one of my favorites to watch, but I think if you have a team that is very good on the roam, or specifically very good even at holding extensions and coat check and bottom white stairs inside of VIP, this can also be a very entertaining sight if you've got a defensive team that knows how to hold down those power positions.
Yeah, and it can make for some really entertaining rounds. There's been quite a few just rounds in Siege history on this particular site on Cafe that bubble up to the surface whenever I think about some of the craziest rounds that I have ever seen. I mean, one actually in recent history as well with Foxay on that Clash Clutch. That's, to this day, one of the wildest things I've ever seen done with a shield, and it just happened last week, you know? So even now, at year 8, almost year 9, there are still things happening that people that have played this game from beta links are still being surprised by, which is one of the coolest things you can say about a game at this age.
To start, I'm certainly not surprised by the direction the early round is taking. Mirage are just opening up some of these windows, cutting off the white stairs. Vertical, same exact spot he was in on the previous round, repelling into Christmas, moving through that second floor. As I mentioned that sometimes we'll see teams go for a deeper roam on kitchen, a bit of a looser roam around that second floor. Not today. All 5 defenders playing around that Clash, but also playing inside of the VIP and the coat check positions, though Hat has rotated out of the ladder to support the defender playing inside of VIP right now. Likely a good move. They've got the Clash to do a similar job to what Hat was accomplishing. And now, I believe Doc playing in that position on the bottom of VIP stairs now has some key support in case anybody starts pressuring him very early.
Nice little fake there from Rampy. Beautiful. That's that 4D chess we talk about in the Siege. When you first start learning this game, you're learning all the fundamentals about how everybody goes about doing things, right? And that's like your first almost like 1,000 hours of gameplay, it almost feels, right? And then past that, you go off into the ether, that theory land where people start doing things to bait actions out of other people and things along those lines. That's where Siege really, really starts to define itself. Nice little play out of Rampy there. Obviously doesn't bait too much out, but always nice to notate those little micro plays that people go for. Ramp Dog finding the clash from behind. I didn't hear it too well, Link, so you can tell me if he skeleton keyed that right before he hit it, but man, what a shot out of him, and again, some creativity bubbling up from Mirage.
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. Oh, it's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the 4th. We might have been talking about Rampy. He's certainly shutting down the conversation over on bottom VIP, but he's got only 10 seconds to recover the diffuser. Huge play by Spiff to seemingly tie round 2 up for Beast Coast, but does Rampy have it in him to clutch a 1v2 in 5 seconds? No, he does not. They say, I hear, that Spiff does not whiff, and when 3 players stick their heads in a row, pretty hard to miss a shot.
Oh, Cafe Kitchen's usually cooking up something like we were touching on, right? And once again, we have a round on Cafe Kitchen links that we're probably not going to be forgetting for a while. Insane Uzi play from Spiff there. What a round. And yeah, I'm going to log that one in the memory banks for good keeping.
Very, very solid play from Spiff. And it's unfortunate because Mirage had a very, very good clear lined up right there. They took down the Clash that was supposed to be stalling for time over on red stairs, and they took out the guy who was supporting Spiff's position, who was holding the brown stairs, which the 4th guy Spiff killed, that was the guy that Hat was supposed to protect Spiff from. Then once Mirage shut that down, it was all so easy. Just deal with the Thorn behind the shield. She's so alone. The rest of her team is inside of the bomb site. And what happened? Well, sometimes things line up perfectly for the defense and not for the offense. Spiff just happened to be at the right place, the right time, with the right weapon in the right hands. 2-0 now for Beast Coast, winning both of their defenses in miraculous fashion, but very different methods.
Well, you can't lack, or rather slander them for their lack of creativity, rather. All right, so we'll see if they can continue on with it. They do have Train now ahead of them, which is one that can definitely present a couple of different issues, especially when it comes to Christmas. So we'll see how they try and remedy this.
Mirage specifically can also, if they want to, when attacking mining and dining, can also go up the red stairs, instead go for a bit more of a direct take, and if they want to clear the top floor, just take control of Christmas and Cigar before moving down below. It's the more minimal way you can attack this bomb site. Otherwise, if you want to go for a bit more of an extensive clear of the top floor, then it's often pretty similar to Reading and Fireplace, except, of course, moving down into Reading for a plant, you take control of this top floor, then use it to pressure the defense from the white stairs position, get a lot of verticality to shut down red hallway, maybe even look into dining, depending on the angles you're able to open up, but more so find angles on what surrounds the bomb site, and a little bit, in the case of a Train, which is in between the bomb sites, kind of what's in it.
You can see Mirage are very well aware of this. They know that this top floor, you don't need every single piece of it in order to force a plant on this. You really just need to oversee Christmas. But as with the strategy of Beast Coast, they know exactly what the site needs, and they'll try and remedy that. There'll be some freezer pressure here from Hat that Mirage will have to try and deal with before attempting to rip up these floorboards. And we do have some other creative ops in the game nowadays where they could go about that in more of an autonomous way and oversee it, but Ram hasn't been brought here. We're still going about this in more the traditional light with Sledge being brought. And Spiker's going to get tagged up just a touch on his entry. I don't know if that was from Tristan or what have you, but I'm sure that we'll find out soon enough. You can see the rest of Beast Coast starting to fall off on the white stairs too, so it's crunch time for both of these squads respectively.
Whenever both sides are in crunch time, though, and 5v5, it's still on the attack to try and make up that effort, trying to push forward, try and find their own openings. Rampy is doing that. He's found the long bar, but Spiff has found Kansan peeking through the vertical holes inside of the long bar. Hibana's already really done her job at this point, so losing that utility not that big of a loss, but with 40 seconds left, the attack just now finding themselves in an untraded 5v4. Spiker would be hoping that if there's a defender, which there is, and we know, lurking down below, that maybe Tristan will rotate in front of him, equalize the man count. But Spiker also on low HP. If Tristan doesn't move, it's just a permanent man and HP disadvantage for Mirage as they are trying to get a plant down inside of mining. They have the angles to do it, but Beast Coast, if they can just play their trades, they're in extremely good positioning. Rampy, 1 grenade. Will he make it 2? Yes, he will. There's an angle watching that very hatch drop. Nothing bears fruit with those grenades, but Vertical, moving on in, is able to find one, but not before Spiff again, able to completely deny the players playing inside of mining. Rampy left alone to pick up the pieces 2 rounds in a row. Doesn't die this time, but it ends just the same.
7 kills through 2 rounds for Spiff. And I mean, that's really all you need on your team to really get anything over on any squad. That's practically all of the team that you're playing against in 2 rounds covered by 1 player. And that's going to proc a Mirage timeout, because why wouldn't it? You need to slow down Spiff. He's getting away with way too much right now. Not only a triple kill on that last one, the quad originally, and really like the triple, that makes a lot of sense. Everybody trying to oversee things. The quad was the thing that blew us away. And honestly, just boiling down to that last round and, you know, trying to keep it hyper-focused on Mirage's game plan there, not exactly the greatest of straights working their way in, trying to coordinate things to get that plant down inside of mining links. They had some oversight, but not exactly the greatest when it comes down to it. They lost some key bodies upstairs through that verticality, and that allowed the remaining members of Beast Coast to overwhelm them on that retake.
Fun fact, by the way, Beast Coast have obviously played 3 defenses, and they won each of them with each win condition available to the defense. First one was the defuse, second one was elimination, third one was time. I track that sort of thing, for any of you curious. And now we know and are all a little more knowledgeable after that fact. I don't know, it's cool. I haven't seen that before, and if I have, I didn't take note of it. And Spiff is 7-2. That's kind of the takeaways for me at this point in this half. Mirage also taking a tactical timeout to try and recover some of that lost momentum. Is a Cafe defense? Sure, but no rounds picked up at this point, and finally a round lost. That sure, Spiff got a 3K, but wasn't really a big play that was the ender. It was still a big play caused in round 3 by Mirage having their angles and positioning shut down. I love that, of course. Love the big 3Ks from Spiff, and that if that doesn't get shut down, we're in for a rough round 4. But still, Mirage, we're definitely on an actual downward trend in round 3, and now need to start picking up some rounds.
I don't think I'm ever going to forgive Spiff for making me scream like a little schoolgirl during that one.
Listen, sometimes a player hits a shot, you just gotta let out a little giggle. Like, you can't help it.
I just tee-heed a little bit too hard, you know?
Yeah, dude, you would not believe how cutely I just cover my mouth with, like, with just my 3 fingers, like, hee-hee. So cute.
Man, he just gives me butterflies when he does stuff like that, you know?
I don't have a follow-up. I ran out of jokes. I'm sorry.
I could audibly hear the smirk through the mic.
Listen, like I can only. I've got to listen. I always have a couple jokes, like, you know, loaded in the chamber, but I don't have infinite ammo, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll work on that perk later on down the line, but as for Beast Coast, it looks like they have unlimited angles to try and assess this map from on the defensive end. They're gonna send it back to the same site, but a little bit of a different mix up here when it comes to some of these ops. Got some extra traps coming in here and hold things down. It's gonna be back onto the Thorn. And a nice pickup coming through. Hat actually going to trade himself out to be able to take out Spiker and falls to Spiker's Claymore there all at the same time. Vertical's going to at least be able to pick up Doc, and this is going to be one of the first big advantages I've seen going in the favor of the Owls.
And not the first time Mirage have gotten the opening pick either. It's actually first 2 rounds Mirage were both able to acquire the opening pick in both, but a fat lot of good it did them, unfortunately. But now here, as you said, 4v3 established. They have the ability to start opening up those floorboards very quickly, and they got to this very position in round 1. It was just a very, very clutch defuse from Mr. B that ended up giving Beast Coast the round victory. So there were a lot of great things from Mirage early on. It's actually probably Beast Coast, even despite winning round 1, that are looking to change a lot of the mistakes and make a lot more ground on denying this vertical pressure from Mirage. And Mr. B, with the pulse, with that C4 you can see on your screen, that is the method by which they're trying to do it without forcing a retake.
You can hear the sludge work going on. so tantalizing for Mr. B to try and reassess this, try and get a plant down through a different means. I think he's rotated off as well. He was just over behind that bookshelf. The case now going down. They have to have cover on this. There's 4 people alive. They don't, but Mr. B is going to go down. The plant will go through, and that should be the round. It will indeed. As Mirage will take that advantage that was more than likely the biggest one we've seen out of them so far and quickly transfer that into a round win right after that timeout too. So very well done from them to take some time, reassess things, and hit their mark.
That was also pretty much how round 1 was going until Doc started successfully retaking the top floor, and Mr. B ended up defusing the bomb in a 1v1. So Mirage just repeating a lot of the steps that they had already laid or taken in the first round, but following through with what I think a lot of us expected the result to be, going back to the first round that we saw on Cafe today. So very good place to start out on, and it's now actually these next bomb sites where there is more work to be done, as Beast Coast will not try reading a second time. They'll go down to Kitchen, where, again, it was a very big play that I doubt we'll see replicated again, with Mirage all peeking Spiff, not one at a time, but all in a straight line that led him to easily get 3 kills and then eventually a 4th. So maybe Mirage a little bit more coordinated on that clear of the VIP shield after establishing a 5v3 as they did in round 2. And again, will be in a much cleaner position with probably relatively little that needs to be changed.
A little bit of a different game plan here for them when it comes to the stop destruction too. Really like it, especially because we touched on Rim's potential usage on the top floor, or rather the mid floor here, right? To clear out things for the kitchen area. You can kind of hard focus on things like train as well as mining for those boogie drones to clear things out for you. They also have Rampy on one of his, most hallmark operators that you can potentially get him on. It's going to be the Buck. See if their verticality helps them out at all. Now, do remember, this is the site where Spiff went nucleosis here inside of VIP, and they're already starting to address this, stripping away some of the material he has around him, making him more easily accessible to the offense.
He is warded now, though. That is a little bit, that is a key operator change that keeps the 1.5, but he's able to peer through those flashes. Angles might be one thing, but secondary utility might not make too much of a difference if he's able to use that gadget to get to the right position. Mr. B moving to Freezer this time instead of playing around the red stairs position like he did in round 2, giving Spiff quite a bit of intel on these players playing either outside the garage or later on white stairs vertical, taking the second floor position of effectively the same spot. With him and Rampy, the duo clear before we're able to find that clash and might just be able to find it again, but Skeleton Key not able to land a shot. There too much damage on Mr. B, and he can't switch in time. So the clash forced to back out, but still alive.
He's going to be counting his lucky stars on that. This clash probably going to end up being one of the more pivotal operators when it comes down to the execute from Mirage. Are going to continue stripping up all of these floorboards, and this right here is the beauty of the boogie drone. Little Roomba action as it'll soak up all of the floorboards in the entirety of mining on both sides. This is something that used to be a Buck and Sledge job, as they would have to work up here tirelessly for right around 20 to 30 seconds just to get their angles set up, man. It takes some time, especially because some of these panels you actually have to pop inside the site. Isn't the easiest thing, and that's actually something that only Sledge can do to this day. So some of those angles still only capable of being accessed by him. 45 seconds remain. Mirage have set things up, Lynx. Bring us through these last handful of seconds.
The only thing they have remaining really is this VIP player and that Kiba barrier on the freezer door. Mirage won a backside take, but there's still slightly more work to be done, but down goes Spiff. No big 4K this time. Mirage get that first bit of control. Now if they can destroy that Kiba, they're well on, moving on in. Clash taking down the next to follow. Hat 2, 5v2 now for Mirage. And this one looks like a very dominant win lined up in the next 15 seconds. Tristan does pick up one, and Doc starts to retake up long bar, but he's on ADS the moment cans and swings. Maybe a gunfight he wins, but that's another time and another place as the last defender is cut in half in the bomb site. Cans is able to shut that one down.
No overthinking out of Mirage on that one. Simple clear of the mid floor. Crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure there's no roam game, nothing too effective up against them to try and thwart their game plan. And it goes off without a hitch, man. They're able to open up the entirety of that top floor, make it to where the defense has to be really worried about verticality pouring its way in on top of them, and then immediately assess everything going on over inside of VIP, wrapping around towards Whiskey as well as Coat Check. And they take down every single bogey that even chooses to step foot in that area. Whether it be somebody with a gun or somebody with a shield, it didn't seem to matter for Mirage. They were able to lay them to the sword all the same. Trying to make sure to shore up this scoreline as much as possible before switching sides.
With how clean those two attacks have been, it seems like a 3-3 or seems very likely at this point. East Coast did have a solid third round and third defense, but with the other two being very individual and being very difficult to replicate, once it gets to just basic Rainbow Six, Mirage have looked very, very practiced on their attacks. East Coast repeat the bomb site. No, they'll move back to mining and dining. So fully repeating their site rotation, but now very different results, very checkered on all of these options. I don't think Mirage will need to change things up too much from their previous take again. Maybe not losing as much of an advantage on that vertical clear, but even then, they were in a position to get the bomb down, just covering it a little more effectively. That's the name of the game.
That's the beauty of it, too. Not all just done inside of cannon fodder, but inside of objective play as well. Team strategy. I've always found so awesome about Siege. It feels like other FPSs and their natural respects, kind of more chess, or rather checkers oriented. Siege definitely more chess when it comes down to it. Only a few tactical FPSs that make me feel that way, and Siege definitely one of them. So, gonna be a top clear here for Mirage as they'll start with their opening. Be the top floor opening here, Lynx. We'll see what they do with their pawn structure. Try and get these drones in. Get rid of some of these Kiva barriers that they're using to clog up some of these longer lines of sight. See Kansan getting rid of this just so we can see over towards Pixel. I'll apply a flash to that too, just in case there is anything to burn over in that space. And there is a couple ADSs there. Hold on to that so his Christmas player can swing in on stage. And that's all she wrote there. They've gotten vertical in on top. And now they can actively try and help with this top floor.
Vertical's had a decent time in this position so far. He's been able to take the gunfight with the Pallets player or the player inside a Cigar, usually win it so far in this matchup. So again, my concerns for Mirage at this point in the clear aren't too high. Where's up East Coast that I'm still looking to say, all right, you guys have had a lot of cool moments, but can we see it a bit earlier on than the very last seconds? Not from Mr. B, to be sure. Fenrir shut down right below the train hatch. Key room now cleared out for Mirage once they move down to the bottom floor. Do need to worry about the bomb sites itself. Spiff's cover on the White Stairs window also now shut down. So a lot of pressure can be applied to him once Mirage start to move over, maybe take those White Stairs, but with how low time is remaining, might not be something Mirage really cares about. Might instead just hold that Christmas side, move down the red stairs, get a plant inside of mining. But either way, if they want to go a different way, their time's running out to change up.
Yeah, it feels like they almost just need to build up a head of steam here and go for it. They've stripped away quite a bit from Beast Coast. Yes, they still have some angle play working its way in, but you do have the man advantage. You've at least brought some verticality into the mix here. Now it's time to try and flirt with this case, Lynx, and try and get the defense to respond to you. You can get some good coverage, especially with the amount of people that Mirage have up. You can more than likely just kill Beast Coast as they try to work their way in and stop this plant. That's exactly what they're going to try and do. It's 3 versus 5, make it a 2 versus 5 from BC's perspective. Tristan's worked his way up through the red hallway, but they can't stop him either. It's only going to be Doc with a kill for now. Tristan, can he find much? He found a lot on Nighthaven the other day. As of right now, it's not looking like it's going to be a possibility for him. It will for Ramp Dog and the rest of Mirage, though, as they will quickly take out BC on that execution. Wasn't the quickest getting to it, but when they chose to pull the trigger, man, with those bodies falling.
And overall, despite, I think, Beast Coast having a far more memorable half, I think Mirage looking the better team overall in that half more consistently. Even in rounds they lost, able to very, very often either get the bomb down or get into a position where they are physically trying to complete the act of planting, but might have been shut down at some specific occasions. That was very clearly, I suppose, Mirage's win condition of that half. And coming away with a 3-3 after a very, very strong start from Beast Coast, at least in terms of the hype. Not looking too bad with that ending, especially now moving to the defense and having that Mira they'll bring out in the first round.
I'll probably be pretty happy, especially with those big rounds coming out of Spiff, to be able to not only pick up 2 rounds and make sure you're at least at an okay split, right? Being able to tie things up and make it 3-3, where these defenses could end up leading you to a regulation win. Got to be excited for Mirage fans at home, but I mean, it could go back and forth. We know that the offense on Cafe, although difficult when it comes to clearing out things, there is definitely some teams that can make it look quite easy when it comes to taking it to the defense on this map. So we'll see what Beast Coast are capable of. We don't want to count them out of it just yet, but obviously Mirage do have a slight advantage as they will have the defensive side. We'll have to see how things start off here.
Hopefully we see some good rounds from Beast Coast to, again, get that 4-way tie for technically 6th, with everyone at 5 points. If you're just a fan of chaos, that's what you're hoping for, and that needs to start in round 7. Cocktail being that first bomb site. How Beast Coast will deal with this Mira setup is definitely the part I'm most curious about. Team so far this stage, despite Mr. B's pretty stellar reputation as an IGL, despite his inexperience at a tier 1 level, again, last stage just being his first one. He's often well-renowned for being able to coordinate great plays, great clears with his teammates, but since then, that coordination on Beast Coast has been very lacking in this stage so far, and Cafe is a map when you're attacking where that needs to be strong. Not even clearing these mirror windows, but look at these Kibas, the deployable shields, and then just consider the long angle that Mira has set up on the Cocktail side of things. You need to be strong on your utility clearing and positioning on this map, and Beast Coast, they need to level up their game from these previous play days.
Well, hopefully for Beast Coast's sake, they're able to evolve here. Take a little time, a little reflection, trying to apply it on the next game day. It's the name of the game when it comes to trying to review things here for these respective squads. Matt, rocking a hard place, but he can also work this out. Does have the potentiality of 2 kills, only going to be able to tag up Rampy a little bit, but for Mirage's sake, they're doing a pretty good job of delaying as of right now. I love that positioning there from Rampy. He's going to work his way into Dark, and although at first glance it doesn't seem like the greatest thing for a castle, he does have that super shorty secondary. So if he can stave off elimination down there long enough and they go for something like a plant and long bar, he could be the one to stop them from underneath with that secondary shotgun. Gonna have some trades back and forth now, as this timer is eating at Beast Coast, is forcing them to try and bull rush, get ahead, and work out the rest of this map, get some picks, find a home for this case.
Did get the first pick onto Spiker, but Tristan falls very soon after. Beast Coast, 20 seconds left. Don't have a clear way in just yet. The utility clear I mentioned earlier, bathroom position still solid with a mirror window. Cocktail still solid with a mirror window. Beast Coast are just walking into the setup of Mirage, and once the defense goes to retake the top floor, the castle doesn't even play vertical, just walks up red stairs to deal with the attack from behind. I mean, Mirage's setup just wasn't even countered in that attack. They just played their positions the entire time.
And that is professional grade defense out of Cafe and out of Mirage right there, Lynx. That's exactly how you want that to be played, huh? You just want to take your time, hit those solid positions. They got the early pick there. They knew there was no info game going on in the mid floor. So what do? They just wait patiently for Beast Coast to actually strike and implement every single tool at their disposal in, well, getting rid of the entire offense. A beautiful rotation out of Rampy. He didn't even wait for the plant because he didn't necessarily need to. Much rather be there when the entirety of Beast Coast is facing outward and he can quickly try and shut them down from behind, just like we saw. And not only that, but that's also case control in his hands right there. And he was also the first one to get a pick in that too. So pretty crazy that Rampy and all of Mirage were so tight-knit on the timing there as they were quickly able to take out the majority of Beast Coast roster in practically less than a second.
10 seconds left.
And thankfully for them, they'll be able to play a pretty similar strategy, at least in theory, for this one as well. Mirror windows, I think, yep, set up in the exact same positions. Castle being brought as well. Almost the exact same strategy through and throughout. The operators have changed hands a little bit, but same bathroom mirror, likely with the same castle barricade, maybe? No, Vertical has actually used all of his, so no castle barricade on that bathroom position, but the main part, those mirror windows are all very much the same. And there's F-Nauts to worry about too. Oh, rough go at it for Beast Coast. You got to bring a lot of utility to clear all this.
Most definitely. Every single one of those pieces of utility respectively have their own level of annoyance to them as well. The castle barricades will get stripped off for the white hallway, but I don't know if the one still exists on the door. I'm going to assume that it does as of right now, so I'll probably still have to clear that for the bathroom. But, I mean, like you were saying, there's just so many different things going on with the utility strategy leading into this for Mirage that will make your head spin, especially when you add in that layer for Fenrir. You know, you might clear out everything, but if you miss that fear gas just over in the corner, all of a sudden you can't see on your swing, and you're more than likely going to lose out simply because of one piece of utility. So Beast Coast have a lot on their minds right now, and the key thing is, especially for Mr. B, right, he has to try and find a way through the thick of this.
Yeah, he's got to keep a lot of the pieces in order, a lot of the factors in his mind. He started on that wide stairs, and it's actually not even utility to start. Wow, Tristan, unfortunately, not the one to get the opening pick. Doc goes down right at the same time. But thankfully, because of Tristan, Beast Coast do not go at a disadvantage. They're able to keep it out of 4v4. Have gained maybe a little bit of ground now that they've cleared out that Pixel player, the Warden down as well. So moving across that top floor a little bit easier, as it is mining and dining. If they do want to stop on that top floor, they could, but Mr. B has found that Cocktail is entirely clear. So the entire second floor is in the hands of Beast Coast. Now, it's just what they make of it.
It's going to be Tristan's last breaching round, headed out into the floor. Get us angle for him for red 90. Does have to worry about a couple of other entry points here from the defense, so they could potentially swing through things like Hell Door as well as the 90 hallway, all occupied by Mirage right now. And this is going to be pretty hotly contested back and forth between these two coming down to the wire. We're going to get the hatch open. It's 30 seconds remaining. This is up to Vertical to try and stop this leg of the assault. And this is where it could all matter most to both of these teams. Who wins out this next engagement? It's very low time. They're going to have to try and commit to a plant eventually. Trade's going back and forth again. Mr. B is going to go down. No real coverage when it comes to the oversight on these flanks, and they're going to lose another one yet again. It's down to Spiff. Our earlier clutch with the 1 versus 3 will be able to at least get one, but on very minimal time, I don't think that he's going to be capable. Doesn't even have the case in hand. But with that being said, that's going to be the round going to the defense of Mirage. Very well done there for both of these teams, but Mirage just that much better. They stood at the gates, they were prepared, they were ready, and they were able to shut down Beast Coast without even having an opportunity to try and plant that case.
And another very solid defense from Mirage. And I was about to say, I think if you want to stop the bleeding now, sometimes the kind of rule of thumb is, all right, if you lose 3 rounds in a row, then you want to take the timeout. But when a third round lost in a row at this point to be match point for Mirage, it's best to take the timeout now. Try and figure things out. The attacks have been very, very slow from Beast Coast. And even in that round, you might think to yourself, well, hold on, Lynx. They were above reading, above dining. They had top floor control with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. That seems pretty quick to me. And part of me would be sympathetic to you, especially when you want to get that vertical control. There's a lot of time left to open up those angles, use them, find different positions. That much is true. But when moving down to that bottom floor, how much were they able to find out those positions? How much were they able to isolate, either get a pick or push a defender back? Really not that much. So sure, maybe they made good time in getting that second floor control, but afterwards, did they make good time in using it? Did they use it really that much at all? Not really from Beast Coast, and that's a similar story to what happened in round 7 as well, with not clearing out that top floor, not being able to push very far to the front. Now, maybe, with Kitchen, be able to remedy some of those mistakes after the timeout.
I think it really plays into what you were touching on with the operator lineup is, for Mirage in that last round as well there, Lynx, because the operator lineup that they brought was practically just an overload of utility, right? It made it to where Beast Coast had to pay attention to every little minor detail, and I think that they could have kind of gotten lost in that. We saw a lot of Beast Coast trying to address a lot of those different issues around the map, including Mr. B, repelled off on the side of White Window, but nothing really doing for them. When it came down to crunch time, they were still bumping into things like Fear Noxes and, other things that were still thwarting their overall game plan, even though they took the entire round to try and stop that from happening. So With that being said, this round is really where you're hoping to see them try and address some of these issues. Maybe try and carve out just the one key portion of the map that you want instead of trying to address it all at the same time.
Monty might be a good way to do that. Just walk on in, say, all right, this is the spot we're taking. Bakery, maybe for example, this is the spot we're taking. With those boogies, thankfully, you can do it, but Rampy in a great position to shoot the tank on the back of the auto breacher to stop it in its tracks. Now, it has still opened up a hole in the floor to look down onto bottom red. Probably one of the more important positions that auto breacher could have opened up. So Rampy's spot still a little bit more difficult to hold, but with a second one out, now the co-check position can be revealed as well. Rampy might not necessarily in a position to shoot that one, so Spiff can move into top red. Mr. B hopes he can make progress inside a bakery. But Mai sitting behind the deployable shield, not feeling very pressured at the moment. Only one set of frag grenades on the attack. It's Tristan holding them, and not many other tools held by Beast Coast to deal with that player.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
You can see Beast Coast really wanting to try. There is absolutely no way that that is the way that that round is going to go. There is no way that Beast Coast have spent half this round droning things and no one knew there was a frost mat inside of Bakery. That can't even be possible, right?
You're telling me they see a guy Bakery and they didn't drone Bakery? Man.
I'm not mad, Lynx. I'm just disappointed.
I mean, you saw it on Mr. B's face too, right? He literally said, "Oh my God, a frost mat." I mean, same, man, same. But like,
retweet.
Just yeah, +1 on that bump. But I mean, you can see Beast Coast trying to put together the pieces here at that point. I mean, with what just one thump. Suddenly
they're all shook. You can just tell. You can tell from the demeanor of the characters. We don't even have to see their faces, hear their voices.
We're seeing two people stuck outside the double door, stuck outside the window. I mean, Tristan has diffuser. That alone should be alarm bells in your head right there. Spiff does get Spiker. All right, maybe we have something. The VIP push trying to work out. Kansas even fallen all the way back. So they've taken control of the long bar. Slothy now about to face a lot of pressure inside of VIP. There is a dreaded frost mat underneath that window, so hopefully Beast Coast are careful. But they have acquired, despite the loss of the Monty, some significant control. But one player, Rampy, playing close on that door, is able to get 2 big kills, but not before. Mirage lose a very solid lead, but still maintain at least 1 body ahead of Hat and Beast Coast. And 1 pick doesn't matter. 3 rounds in a row for Mirage to get to 6-3.
Dastardly for Mirage. They are allowing Beast Coast to practically just fall to their own devices. You know, they're setting everything up and allowing them to walk into these traps. In this case, obviously, literally, it's just a complete oversight of the situation that is being presented to you in Bakery. And like, I really, like, throughout my casting career, I have always tried to be nice about these things when it comes to like strategy things like this, because Siege is just really damn difficult at the end of the day, guys. There is so much stuff that you have to be thinking about, and for us to just sit here in a chair and for you at home to sit in your office chair, your couch, sit wherever you are right now, and for us to sit with this camera point of view and be like, well, what the hell was this guy doing? That's just the dumbest, most brain dead thing you can do, right?
Not necessary.
But at the end of the day, unfortunately enough for Beast Coast, it is the truth of this situation that they have, you know, befallen to. They run immediately headfirst into a very lackadaisically placed trap that's out in the middle of the floor, and it completely wraps that round up for BC. They did not know what to do until the very last moment where they decided we have to do something. And although they actually did have a chance with that, not going to take that away from them. They definitely got some considerable kills and had a moment there where they could have pulled it back across the line. It never should have started that way in the first place.
And I think it's a credit to the players on BC that it went from what seemed to be not an unwinnable 5v4, but a very defeated 5v4 into a 1v2 and 1v1 by the end of the round that Hat ended up winning. And Beast Coast have the caliber of players mechanically to bring back those advantages. I mean, Spiff 11-7 right now, and he might be dead, unfortunately, but Hat also is a very talented player who can pull off some big moments. But when you're going to get up against people like Rampy, like Vertical, like Kansan, those types of executes that you might get away with at a lower level, it's not going to be as consistent here. It might work out sometimes, but not nearly as often as it used to. Rampy's also, by the way, on the defense, been having an incredible half so far. Huge multi-kills throughout, I believe, the majority of these rounds. Triples, doubles, everything, it seems. No double here, but gets the first pick onto Hat, then is immediately traded out by Doc, but that was the attack's only source of frag grenades. So dealing with, thankfully there's no magnets or ADSs of any kind, but dealing with these pixel positions is going to be a little bit more difficult if you want to get a kill from them.
Almost definitely. Not only that, just frag grenades good for business when it comes to the offense, right? You never know what you're going to get with those things. Could be a piece of utility, could be 2 big kills. You never really know. So definitely going to be sorely missed for Beast Coast's sake, and Mirage going to be very happy about the results that they've been getting so far on this defensive end. And honestly, just a little bit of the veteranism, I'd say, getting shown from Rampy, Vertical, and Kansan. They just know when to push the buttons, Lynx. They are so very patient right up until the moment where it matters most to Beast Coast, and then they strike and take it all away from them. And that has been a routine occurrence throughout this. Now, Beast Coast have done it to themselves in some, instances, like what we saw in that last one, but Mirage definitely having a very solid strategy as to how Beast Coast are going to do this. Oh my God, please. Oh, thank the Lord. Whew. I had to send some prayers upstairs for Beast Coast there for a second. That was a little too close for comfort as 3 people are standing on a depth charge.
Little too many blue highlights circling that position. The Doc has decided, all right, they're trying to C4 our backline. Let's push forward. Put a few bullets in the face of Slothy and the rest of Mirage, but hasn't resulted in a firm lead just yet. Spiker does find one, but doesn't come away with it with a kill. It's a 1v2, though. Beast Coast have an advantage they've sorely needed. Please don't throw it away like this, man. You've just gotten it. A few big kills early on. Don't let the game end here off a clutch of Mirage's own. Spiker sees him around the Kiva barrier, knows he's pushing up through the pixel position, rotates accordingly, trying to bait Beast Coast as much as he can, dodges the flash. Where is Spiff gonna push this? In through Freezer, close with the bearing 9. He's going to check this position. Does Spiker win it? Yes, he does! 7-3 for Mirage as they keep Beast Coast down way at the bottom. But they move up now to 8 points in the NAL, a little bit closer to 6th. We'll throw it to the desk to break down another heartbreaking loss for BC.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn. Right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1 minute and a half on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have much time.
What's so funny, bro?
Well, because I already know the answer is.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the two people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean me?
I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud and at least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure. And
that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is.
All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember when we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You expect me to wake
You're
up that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like,
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between two people for me right now, so I don't know.
they hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
It's genetics. It's born with it.
And took until the very end of play number 5, but we finally have our very first victim of the North American League Hunger Games. That's it for Beast Coast. No more potential for them to make it to playoffs. At this point, their only shot of making it to Atlanta is by doing it by way of one of the different stages of the closed qualifier. So commiserations to them. They will still have one more game that they have to play next week. But for now, let's focus on the guys that just won. Mirage now have a really darn good shot by comparison to where they were earlier in the day to get that 6th spot and make it to playoffs. And we got Spiker on the line to talk us through a little bit about how it went today. Just on the face of it, my dude, first of all, congrats on the win. You played M80 earlier. We couldn't talk to you about how that went. And then you come and get the dub against Beast Coast. What do you think the biggest difference was between Game 1 and Game 2, other than the quality of opponent in M80 obviously being a lot higher?
Against M80, we were just giving them way too much space on defense. I mean, there was, both CC rounds we could have won, but one round Sploit floor banged Kansan while playing, and then the other one Sploit won a 2v1 against me and Kansan again. So I mean, there's small things, and then on defense we just didn't play well. We were just giving them way too much space, way too much respect, and we were just getting dominated on the entries, to be honest.
Well, you played well today, man, and I gotta ask you about that final round as well. Can you walk me through what the comms were like on that final clutch and kind of what was going on in that final round, especially through your head?
Yeah, so I was in shop until like a minute left, and they had just joined me for the first time. I don't know what was going on there. And then I dropped below, and Kansan said there was one ticket, and I drew a ticket. I said, "Oh, you're dead, buddy," and then nobody died, and I didn't know what the hell happened. And then they flooded bar, and then I don't know who walked up long bar, but they trolled my boy Spiff. They just gave me a 1v1 for no reason. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I should not have won that. They just gave me 1v1s for no reason.
Fair enough.
All right, well, Spiker, this is my question. How do you feel putting Spiff down, closing out the game?
Oh man,
being an ex-teammate.
I mean, that's my boy. I feel bad, but I mean, he got his get back with us on those first 2 rounds. That guy had 7 kills in 2 rounds. That VIP round was incredible. I've never seen him do anything like that. I'll be honest. Never seen that.
So what you're saying is it took until the very end for Spiff to whiff.
Dude, he'll get one. I mean, he got one against SSG, I guess, but he'll get another one. I believe he'll beat LG for me. I believe he will. That's my boy.
Yeah, certainly at some point down the road. Your journey to playoffs is not quite complete. I think at this point, it's a 49% probability for you to get that 6th place spot. Literally a 50-50 coin flip. So what is going to be the big thing that you're going to do from here going into your games next week?
We just got to beat SSG. It's plain and simple. If we don't beat SSG, we're not going to make it, I don't think. So we can't rely on anybody else to control our fate for us. We just got to put in the work this week, beat SSG, and then hopefully make playoffs depending on what happens. But I'm pretty sure it's pretty likely if we beat them. So
I was going to say, exactly how confident are you that you can beat SSG right now?
I feel much better about it than going to Breaking Point when we lost to them because going to Breaking Point, we literally played like 9 games in 11 days or something for Game Rogue, and honestly, we were just so exhausted of game days. Nobody wanted to play another game day.
Sure.
And I mean, I think I'm much more confident going into this game than the BO3 that we played there.
All right, definitely do or die. Yeah, when you end up,
in my face.
When you get to do that against Space Station, that will absolutely be do or die territory. We'll see you next week, brother. Again, congrats on this dub.
All right, sounds good.
Again, 49% probability. Basically a coin flip, a little bit worse than a coin flip about whether Mirage are actually capable of making it into that 6th spot, because Space Station have way more possibilities about being able to get over them and stay over them for these next couple of play days.
And the second thing we learned in stats majors is the term probability there is maybe a bit of a misnomer, right? Because it's in their hands. It's not a random variable. It's not like they're literally flipping a coin. They've still got games to play. If they beat Space Station Gaming, they're in a great spot to get that last playoff spot. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what they bring out next week. Obviously, we've seen a lot of growth from Mirage this stage, and they 100% still have it in their hands.
Like I said, it's looked like the most competitive season. Mirage is still on the up and up. Maybe not where they want to be, clearly, but they are showing signs of improvement. This game in general was a huge improvement for them in terms of looking far more dominant on the board. So, we can only hope what Spiker said going into next week, they beat Space Station.
Talking about Beast Coast just a little bit here towards the end of the game. There's one round in particular I want to break down, and in order to kind of talk about it, I want to talk about a completely different team. I want to talk about the Clash clutch from Oxygen way back like a couple of days ago, right? Or last week even. He clutches on the Clash is a big play. Everybody should remember it. But a critical part of that round that Fox did that people don't really recognize was in the prep phase. Fox was hiding from all drones. He was in sync the entire time so that the attackers didn't realize that he was playing the Clash. That meant that they committed to a bakery take and he could play Clash really excellently. When we saw Mr. B grab the Clash the same way, instead of hiding in the prep phase and making it a mystery what he was doing, he just decided to start reinforcing, start shooting drones. They knew exactly what he was up to. So we saw Mirage go for the complete vertical take. They brought the ram, they brought the buck, they completely rolled over it. And so I think that's just those little details that a team like Oxygen will absolutely nail and will always kind of hit time after time after time. And then a team like Beast Coast, you're seeing those problems, you're seeing those kind of cracks in the armor, and it's just not all there yet.
I think it shows the veteran experience versus the newer experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. The Siege gods always demand sacrifice. Let us lament those that we have lost this day. Someone please put a candle up for Beast Coast, because as far as the league is concerned, they are dead. They will have to make a run through the LCQs if they want to go to the Atlanta Major. But coming up next, our final game of the day, it's Wildcard's first appearance in Play Day 5, all the way at the very back end, and it's against Space Station. Wildcard are already going to playoffs. Can Space Station join them? We'll get one step closer after the break.
It's going to feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
There's
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are two key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be vSAT admin and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in concert. Dokkaebi, Jacko, Line. So basically we going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
The final game of the Super Week is upon us. And oh baby, is it a good one. Space Station and Wildcard round out this 3-day sprint of games and best of ones. Both teams having very, very different implications for the future. One of them has already qualified for playoffs, and another one is trying to join them, but their probabilities are looking a little all over the place given what we've seen so far through the course of today.
Well, we've already determined there's around a 50% chance for Mirage to make it into that 6th and final spot. But of course, as you mentioned, Jacob, these last two teams also going to be trying to get into that playoff position. Space Station Gaming in a better position. We see their odds 55% if they can get that regulation win. Neither of these teams, Space Station confirmed out of the top two. They cannot make it in there. My apologies, last segment I mixed that one up. They can get up to 14 points technically, which would tie them with the current second place, but based on some other matches, that still wouldn't be enough to make them into top two. So that's out of reach, but still top 6 very much still in the cards. And even if they get a regulation loss, 26%, that is so high just because of the fact that Space Station Gaming have 2 more games to play next week, which is more than most teams in their position.
Yeah, without a doubt, Space Station need these wins. I'm not looking too much at Wildcard. Wildcard obviously wanting to secure that top 2 position, but I'm more focused on SSG here because they have the backs against the wall. They need to be closing out these wins in regulation.
Well, real quick before we talk about Space Station, let's talk about somebody who just won Element 1 with Karn & Co. Somebody who's been having a pretty damn good stage all on his lonesome if you don't consider everybody else. We gotta talk about PackerStar.
Packer's been one of the craziest supports I think I've ever seen inside of the league. Watch Packer. These are some, actually these stats mixed up a little bit. My bad on that. Packer has been, though, an incredibly talented player popping off throughout the league so far. And I've got some highlight clips just to show you the craziness that is Packer in his play style. He plays a style of support that honestly no other player really plays. This is from last week, okay? 2v3, they're trying to defend inside against, I believe this is, Wildcard, right? Most smoke mains in this position with 2 Toxic Babes in their pocket, they would shoot that Flores drone and they would start throwing the Toxic Babes, trying to stall out time. What does Packer do instead? Toxic Babes in pocket, rotates through break room, rotates across the Raptors, through East Stairs, and he flanks the players that were trying to clear him not 10 seconds ago. This is an absurd play that almost no support player would make. He does it on attack too. Draws to rush on in, defuse kit in pocket, 1:30 on the clock, does not care. Getting in through reception, it's actually crazy the moves that this guy makes. It's almost no other support player, I think, in the entire world who would do the things that Packers are willing to do. One of them maybe is Forrest, who he's playing against today, but I just gotta say, man, the moves that this guy is willing to make, regardless of the situation, pushes him and his team over the edge so often.
It's very unorthodox, for sure, for support players to be playing play styles like that. You don't see it too often, but that's what catches teams off guard because you find that smoke on the map and you just assume, hey, this guy's going to be stuck here. We can focus here. And the next thing you know, boom, you're getting shot in the back just like you did. He had that huge flank. Now, I will say, as a professional player, I did see some things in there that I really want to criticize, like not checking the doorway where the line was holding. Okay. And then Attacker, when he came in through that single wall on House, he gets the 2 kills. Great. but then he pushed into Dragon,
Don't worry
left the
about what
bomb in
happened
Dragon.
next. Don't worry about it.
I just want Packer to go back and see that and be like, hey, I made good plays, but there's always room for improvement.
Mr. Perfectionist over here. Good grief. There's a couple people I can think of that play a similar style to Packer, though. Somebody like Souls, maybe someone like what Drip was trying to do back when he was playing on XSET in the old Beast Coast days. You're right, it is very similar to Forest. So there's a lineage of guys who try and play support in a similar method to what Packer does. And right now for Wildcard, it's a big reason for why they're currently up in top 2 contention. On the opposite side, for Space Station, they had a game earlier today. That's kind of old hat considering they have to play 2 games every single day. They got their first dub. They just have to get another one over Wildcard to make the most of the 9 points they can still make up at the back end of this stage.
Finally saw a really great game coming out from Ashen. I don't think he's been bad for Space Station, but I haven't seen a match until today where I really thought, wow, this kid is playing fantastic. I thought he was playing very well for Space Station earlier today against the Sonics. They really did rely on some big individual moments to win that match on Bank earlier today. I'm hoping this game they won't need to rely on so many heroic plays, but they may need to once again, and I'm hoping that these players are going to be ready for it.
I'm hoping for Forest and J9 and Hot and Cold to really step it up this game, especially with your back being against the wall once again. I know I keep saying that, but we are at the end. You need these points. You need everyone performing and firing at all cylinders if you want to come out on top.
Just a reminder about where Space Station would sit. If they lost this game, suddenly their chances of getting into top 6 fall down to 26%. Meanwhile, if they get all 3 points over Wildcard, who again are already confirmed for playoffs, it goes back up above 50. So Wildcard are fighting for seeding, but SSG are still very much fighting for their lives right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, and that it breaks the mental too, because once you start losing rounds in a way that you don't want to, your back is already against the wall, you really got to recoup. And this is what I keep hounding on is SSG has no more chances here. You need to be firing out on all cylinders here if you want to be in contention.
Let's figure out where we're going for this bad boy. There's only a couple of maps that I feel like Space Station are really confident trying out again, and well, wow. Okay, never mind. We're actually getting an old rehash of one we've seen them play already.
We stopped playing Cafe.
Well, we may be watching a lot of Cafe, but Wildcard have not been playing it. So far, they've not played this map before in their history. They've not been banning it, though, either. 2 bans out of 6 plays, not including their well, no, they haven't played another game today. So that's coming into today. For Space Station, 0-2 across their first 2 games of Stage 2, losing both to LG and Oxygen, both of those matches in overtime, both of those happening this week as well. So SSG, seemingly a very limited map pool as they've come into their first week of the NAL.
Yeah, I think this is a great map for Wildcard. Obviously, they chose it. But having that aggression that they keep showing and introducing teams similar to what M80 does, I find this going to be a big struggle for SSG if they can't get off the foot running.
All right, we've already set it up about as well as we possibly can. Wildcard are in playoffs. They just want to see if they can't get top 2. Space Station are not in playoffs, which means if they lose this bad boy, their odds of getting to Atlanta get slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. Sam Stewart, Carter Hannafeld, go!
Are we Pokemon or something?
I don't listen. I don't want to be that dude, but I don't know if you want to tell us to go, because I think if we start running, I don't think this game's going to be a very long one, Sam. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, Laxing brought up that M80 comparison, and it's pretty apt here because M80 dealt SSG not only their worst loss, but also the most dominant loss inside of the NAL at 7-1. Wildcard also, by the way, dealt a 7-1 to LG, but that's beside the point. And I think this is a very poor matchup stylistically for SSG against Wildcard because of the similarities they have. 2 teams like M80 who also just so happen to be topping the league alongside Wildcard. So do I hope SSG will win? Yes, because I love Ashen and I love this team. But Sam, I'm gonna keep it real. I think Wildcard had this one in the bag.
That's a little worrisome, isn't it? Especially after what we saw earlier on in the stage out of SSG, getting handed the worst spanking out of the entire stage. It's definitely not something that you want in your corner, but it's something that they can fix right here, right now, actually, Lynx. I mean, you might have some doubters, but if you take out the king of the castle, not a lot of people are going to be talking about you at that moment in time, are they? You can kind of see the hype, the excitement being built up around this. Even for Forrest, he's taking the chains off right now, folks. He's breaking loose. He's ready for combat, and so are we. We're 1 ban away from getting in here on our second cafe of the day between you and I, Lynx.
Did Ashen lower his camera angle?
Did Ashen lower his camera angle? Let me see here.
I'm such a
tiny
I'm
bit.
such a loser. I was about.
You are for knowing that, and also just putting on full display my ADHD and the fact that I didn't even like think about that. But then when I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, it's totally different.
I'm looking at it and I'm like, obviously, you know, like Geo, we got the origami crane centered right. Like I got all these indicators. I'm like, Ashen, little lower, about 30 degrees below the x-axis.
He wanted to make sure that Wildcard could see the pecs. Just get a little terrified, a little quake
Ashen,
in the boots.
You don't understand. When I like when Ashen was underage, he was like this scrawny 16-year-old, and then all of a sudden, like, he's 18 and like is way more ripped than I am. The gym arc has been crazy for Ashen this past year.
Yeah, trend goes crazy.
Gotta give credit's due. Packer too, actually. Packer's also been hitting the gym. By the way, fun fact, guys. Jesse was talking about how cool Packer was. If you're not dialed into the T2 scene, Packer and his team, technically Karn's team that Packer was on, Karn & Co., they won Element 1. He played the vast majority of that league with a broken arm. With a broken arm. You need to understand the kind of player Packer is. And the highlights do one thing, that does another.
Yeah, for lack of a better term, that's pretty badass. I'll be real.
That's pretty sick. I could have played Transformers Fall of Cybertron with a broken arm, and Packer's out here winning leagues.
He's out here taking it to competitive players, people that do this every single day and get paid for a living to do so. He decided, well, I'll just do it with a broken arm. Why not? And it worked out for him. Can't say that about a lot of people, can you? But you can about him. So, Wildcard are going to be adopting the offensive side here first on Cafe. And inside of our last bout, it was a pretty hotly contested links, but the defense was definitely the one that came to bear the most fruit throughout the map.
Most definitely, and tends to be the case on Cafe, especially when operators like Mira are up, which he is in this matchup as well, but SSG deciding not to make that too big a part of their strategy. Instead, keeping it a little looser, bringing the Solus instead, having the Fenrir as well to shut down some specific entrances and angles. So, yeah, Wildcard decided to deal with that as this team has played pretty fast and loose over the course of the NAL so far, and they've sprinted all the way to the top, only just today losing their first place spot to M80. Overall, I mean, what else can you say other than just some incredible play that we've seen from the new roster inside of the NAL? How they'll deal with some of this SSG players, that's to be seen. Packer on that buck, looking to maybe find this Solus downstairs and reading. It's now been droned out. Packer's got a lot of angles looking at this exact position. Multiple players coming on in. Fultz just flicked on a hot and cold, actually, by the way, but didn't end up killing him. Packer finds Fultz hot and cold down too. SSG's roam dismantled with basically no fight.
Located by attackers.
Really no response, and kind of difficult to have one at the end of the day, right? It was perfectly timed.
Holy.
Spirits, where are you? Easy, where is Spirits? Where is this man? What has he done?
I think this is about to be a career Ashen run, if you ask me.
He's in the site. He's inside. He's in your walls.
We don't know if he got. We don't know. All right. Well, that's a flawless round for Wildcard to start out. So you guys remember how I said that I thought this might be a good stylistic matchup for Wildcard against SSG? I was actually talking about that. That's exactly what I was talking about.
No, it's so funny because our spectator was just like, man, this is some crazy stuff, and I completely agree with you, Easy. It's wild to try and keep track of all of this and just how chaotic it is. Spirits is all of a sudden in on the bakery side, and he's making mincemeat of the entirety of the site. Links. He walks into the site.
I mean, honestly,
kills people.
I mean, honestly, Sam, one of the coolest parts about Fall of Cybertron was the fact that you could transform into like a gigantic jet. It was really, really fun. It was super cool. Love that game. Love that game.
You know, speaking of Transformers games, one of the greatest Transformer games of all time on the Nintendo DS. Used to play it all the time, man. Optimus Prime on that thing could shoot rockets out of his back like you were playing Armored Core. It was so sick.
Oh, I need to play that, actually. I need to play Armored Core. Anyway,
by the way, speaking of while we're off topic,
that's what I'm talking about.
Badass, man. If you guys haven't played it and you're looking for a game and you like From Software, before we get back into this, play that game, guys. Really fun. 10 out of 10. That's the Stokes review.
Well, either way, we might be doing a lot of talking about random nonsense over the course of this game. If Wildcard have more rounds in store like that, I mean, there's literally really not much to talk about for what we saw.
What do you want to say, right? Hey, Spirits walked inside and killed 3 people.
Well, that's the. Hey, no, he killed 2 people. Well, did he kill Ashen?
Looks over to the right. Oh.
But either way, the point I'm making is right. Is like SSG had like a setup, which is literally true, and then Wildcard just walked in and killed all of them. Like, is that highbrow analysis? No, but like, what else do you want me to say? Packer opened up the hole at this particular angle, and then 2 people were in reading, and then no longer in reading the next second. Wildcard did a very good job at attacking that initial bomb site, and now we'll see how they go trying their hand at the second floor this go around. No Solus this time for SSG. Still a lot of utility though that will be looking Wildcard in the face as they're pushing on in. The castle barricades and the mirror windows especially, but Foltz in a very forward position inside of the Humidor. I think Wildcard will look to focus all their pressure on that position as quick as they can.
We saw how quickly the team play worked its way through the last time. Merc,
there you go.
The very first kill, and he's going to kill his old-time duo. Foltz will go down. These two have been on teams, off teams, competitors, friends, everything under the sun. And this time around, it will be Merc delivering the death nail to Foltz in this iteration.
Drone activated.
Ooh, very quick spray by Ashen. Does find Merc, so no Organized Chaos members to play in this round, unfortunately. 4v4. And still the upstairs held tight by SSG over on the cocktail side, but this is mining and dining, and as we saw during the Mirage game, you don't need to take the entire control of that top floor to win, and Spirits has that idea firmly implanted in his head. Sees the player playing inside a reading, and so does Hot and Cold, the very player Spirits is shooting at. Twitch now forced to back off. No lurk on White Stairs working out just yet. Surf using that skeleton key to open up the holes down into mining itself. This is where we see Wildcard making the firm decision at this point. They are not pushing the entire third floor control. They are perfectly content with the control they have at the moment and are only going for a half clear. Now it's on SSG and specifically players like Ashen to go for a retake to try to stop this attack from gaining any further progress.
You gotta be worried, especially because Wildcard, there's a plant going down. Oh no! Misposition of the scope from Adam. It'll go unchecked, but at least the plant will go down. They'll maintain this. They'll lose the planter and the likes of Packer. 2 versus 4 now with Spirits rotating his way through, and a huge 2K from him. A little bit more to do here, but this is definitely feasible now, Lynx, especially with the positioning here. They think they know. They think they have the coverage. It'll be up to Spirits. It's going to have to be a quad for him here. He's got the background noise covered. He's got the one in the hallway, too. Back and forth they go. Very minimal time remaining. Hot and Cold halfway through the defuse, but J90 slips through the cracks. Not only that, but it's going to be the super shorty that ends the round, Lynx. An amazing find from Space Station, and they will elongate this game, making things a little bit easier for themselves. They'll tie it up 1-1 before Wildcard can get this ball rolling.
And thankfully, after the first round, I am now confident we at least have, in this first half, a game on our hands. Very, very good retake from Space Station right there, as Wildcard had a very clear picture for what they wanted. All right, we see the Humidor. We see the mute plant inside of it. Let's deal with that guy first. Great, he's dead. Let's move on. All right, what do we want now? It's mining and dining? All right, let's just get a plant down inside of mining. What do we need to do that? Clear out Christmas? Solid. SSG see all that. They don't deny that control initially, but because of those long angles they have set up on the top floor, they're able to take down the players sitting up there, except Surf hiding behind the ticket bar, and that's where I think the round really got finished for SSG, because J90 doesn't check it completely, but is aware of it at least. So when Surf peeks up, he flicks, shuts it down, and at that point, the retake is pretty much won for SSG. So very good comeback. Hopefully, given that round, will not be the stomp that round 1 might have indicated we would be in store for.
Seems like SSG might have some stuff in the arsenal to see how the rest of these rounds go. But as of right now, releasing the good graces of everybody at home watching. Keep things competitive as of now. Spirit's going to be adding some nice holes here inside of dining. Nice little cross you can make. Something that was a little bit difficult, throughout the history of Siege when it came down to it, because of the caliber-based destruction not being as bold as it is now with the DMRs, but makes it to where you can clear out that nice angle for 90 down low. Rotations and all that kind of stuff can get headed off for him here for like the first minute. Gonna send everything else up the top floor. Start breaking up some of these hatches and start transferring this into more of a top clear and info game. See what they have built up on this mid-level.
Nice camera pickup by Adam right there. Able to hold the flank down in the red hallway if they so choose. A lot of different gadgets able to pick up with these Kludge drones. might not necessarily be directly aiding the top floor clear that's also going on while all this is happening, but it certainly make the later round a lot easier. Okay. Kind of unnecessary right there. Spirit's just shooting the very drone that Adam hacked, but hey, whatever, that's fine. Now we're sure the Fenrir is not there. Force spotted down below inside of the train and, well, very quickly dealt with. Right as he threw a C4 underneath the feet of a wildcard attacker, but Spirits make sure he doesn't have time to detonate it. Now wildcard can start fully focusing on this top floor, either clearing out or holding these angles. It appears right now, maybe another half clear is in mind.
They're going to have to at least deal with mining here. Hot and cold might be the answer to this. What a shot. Take down Merc. Call it a nice little 9-iron there. Not the driver. Nice little chipper. Take out that first kill. Able to equalize here for them as they did lose Forrest earlier on. He's not really able to find his stride just yet, but as we know about Forrest, it really just takes one big round from him. It's really not the KD you're looking at when you're looking at Forrest. You're looking at that play style and just how wicked he can be in some of these clutch moments, or once it gets off into the ether inside of the late round. Now, speaking of that, we're almost there. And yes, indeed, we are going to get that action. Wildcard actually getting sent to the Wolves. SSG eviscerating them at every single corner. It's down to Adam now as he's found his way into dining, been able to manage his life as of now, but doesn't seem like we'll be able to manage it too much longer. Ashen shows up yet again for Space Station, and he'll claim the very last kill.
Now, a good string of defenses all in a row for Space Station, able to win both second floor bomb sites, actually. Now we'll see a shift either up or down below for Space Station. And just a similar method between the two as well. Have positions on Cocktail, inside at the bomb sites, around the middle floor. Holding it down, not trying to fight the attackers too much inside of Christmas or fighting for that control. And just playing their positions. Honestly, similar to a lot of what we saw from Mirage. And in rounds 2 and 3, met similar success when Hot and Cold's just sitting in pillar. Bam. Down goes the red player. When the other players are sitting inside of the site, once wildcard go into push, they're shut down pretty effectively. So, I predicted a very unfavorable stylistic matchup between wildcard and SSG, but I have to say, aside from round 1, SSG have done a pretty good job at making sure wildcard just can't walk into sight, take control for free, or get any easy picks beyond maybe 1 or 2 early on.
It feels like they had a really good understanding of what caused round 1's downfall, right? And it really just came down to the picks and their attention span towards the back end of the play. Once they started really paying attention towards white, that allowed Spirits to work his way in. Nobody really covering anything on that end. They thought that all of the WC members and really the WC play was going to be coming in from the white stairs, and obviously not the case. But these last 2 round slings, they've done a much better job of keeping things close to the chest, keeping things coordinated and strategized, and it's working out extremely well for them. It's made it to where wildcard aren't able to garner map control in the same way. They're losing out on some of these earlier engagements, and also, it is still getting down to low time, but wildcard don't have the same foothold inside of that time span now either, due to the fact that SSG are not only able to obviously keep that man count up, but back to that original statement, map control and the way that they're able to shut down wildcard as of right now from gathering these pieces that they so desperately want.
Very good pickup by Hot and Cold. Having a good last couple rounds, I will say, especially now, whereas before wildcard have been able to get the opening pick decently often in the past 3. Now SSG start off with a 5v4. Nobody from wildcard in a position to trade that back, though Merc is in a position to get a kill maybe next 15 to 20 seconds or so. Worked himself into dining, where Forrest is just across the hallway in the next room over. Drone following suit will spot that Jaeger inside a reading. Merc not too worried about it right now. Instead knows someone's inside a freezer. Great read on the player upstairs. But Hot and Cold still gone completely unread. Both kills for SSG due to that P90 and SMG11 combo. And everyone from wildcard left picking up the pieces whenever Hot and Cold walks through.
Well, so far, not so good for wildcard. We had that first great round, but past that, it's been the Spirit show. Hasn't been able to really do too much past that first one either. Maybe the swing in for Heaven. Adam waiting. He is supposed to pop this EE1D. They only have 3 alive here, Link, so it's starting to feel more like a window play. But after Packer backs off of that, they might be reassessing this. And honest to God, I really didn't like that in the first place. If they were going to go for something like that, everybody's just isolated by themselves, and that's not exactly what you want. You want something like this where Adam can assist the door on the swing, but he's also got to worry about the trash area too. It's just such a murky mess right now, but somehow Wildcard are working their way through the thick of it. Spirit's got one, Packers got the other. SSG, they're losing full right now. They're going to try and reassess the top floor, send it back up sky high on the white stairwell, losing a body. They'll put J90 down to the 1 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 2, but he won't live too long, will he? Going to be wild cards round there, although it really looked like Space Station had successfully boxed them out.
And they very much had successfully boxed them out at that point. We have a very different round on our hands. If Spirits does not win that 1v1 as he repels into the cocktail balcony window, at that point, Wildcard are in a 3v4. SSG have been able to maintain the man advantage when Wildcard still decide to go in for an execute. And often we'll see teams, when they are attacking that cocktail position, bet it all on that player repelling into cocktail, winning that 1v1. But if Spirits loses that there, not only do you lose that position, but Spirits has been the main guy getting kills for Wildcard so far. 6-2 when that round started, getting 3 kills by the time that round ended. But if he loses that fight, not only is Wildcard losing a big player, they now don't have somebody applying pressure to SSG on the cocktail side. They just have to push in a 2v4 up through Cigar, up through the doorway into Long Bar without that two-sided pressure that ended up tripping SSG up. So big shout out to Spirits on Wildcard, as especially in round 4, he's been the guy to open it up and keep Wildcard in the fight.
Well, 2-2 now in between these two, and I mean, I just got to say it, Lynx. You said it at the very start of this game. You thought it was going to be a stylistic bout in between these two. And honestly, that's exactly what it's been. We've been getting some hot and heavy mechanics out of Wildcard and that sound, cool, calm, and collected strategy out of Space Station. And honestly, I'm here for it. It's been a lot of fun so far between these two. Some of it obviously been a little bit more high-flying than other moments, but it feels as though this could definitely be a cafe that goes the full distance, doesn't it?
I would hope so, especially given, again, the stakes going on. Maybe not much for Wildcard, but for SSG, a team that, given the players, given the org's reputation, finding themselves in this position in the stage where they are fighting for not just, you know, a decider position in general, but the last spot to make it into playoffs, be forced to play through the bracket, the open qualifiers, not the spot you want to be in. These past couple rounds have proven they're still here to fight. I mean, even the results they've had is, I think, the team with the most overtime games, let alone overtime losses. SSG, they might be in a tough spot, but they have clawed their way for what they've had so far and been so close to being in a dramatically different position. Speaking of hot and cold, bullets colliding through windows, through the wall, and his somehow land despite 3 different sprays all intersecting around him. Might just go for the run out with a flashbang, shut down his position. That doesn't stop it. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a goddamn about your flashbangs. He'll throw the impact grenade, but has put himself to 1 HP. At this point, he's just trying best to stall out time. Gotta say, I was hoping for a lot more from that run out, but hey, at least he died with style.
Oh, man. Died a soldier's death on that one, fighting for every single inch of that balcony. Could not find the man right around the AC unit, but even though Wildcard do have the man advantage right now, Lynx, they are tattered when it comes to their HP bars. The good news for Surf is that he is a 3 armor, so technically he's got a little extra HP in that back pocket. Probably take some extra shots in comparison to some of his companions at the moment, especially for Packer's sake. But oh my, that is probably the worst thing that you could have happen to you. You're gonna lose your Lion. It's a 3 versus 3, and Ashen, he's starting to heat up. Remember, Packer, he's got no HP. Anybody breathes on this man, he's dead to rights. It's really up to Surf to try and get something going here. I think he's trying to get rid of an obs blocker down there.
No, that's I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is, to be perfectly honest. Is that a guy? Is that a dude? Yeah, that's full. That's full. He's trying to shoot the shotgun barrel. Hey, I appreciate Surf trying, but unfortunately, you're gonna have to face that shotgun one way or another. You're not gonna be able to cheat your way around it. Fultz brings the pain to Packer. Surf's really wishing that shotgun had hitbox right now, but it does not. He does find Asham. That's a 3K for the new pickup on SSG. They take the lead again.
The timing on that shotgun kill was impeccable. That was so perfect for that build up. Oh yeah, he's gonna have to face the shotgun. Thump. Oh man, so unfortunate for Wildcard. And honestly, I think that them trying to get that shot right over the top of the bomb chassis on defaults perfectly displays how this is went for them on a round-to-round basis up against Space Station right now. They are millimeters, actual millimeters away from getting some of these rounds, and they cannot get it across the line. Space Station have been able to reconcile all of the issues that Wildcard have been throwing their way and deal with them with flying colors. And not only that, but also through some creative means like Hot and Cold spraying that man down to the wall and then choosing to come party outside for about 10 to 15 seconds.
This is just absurd. Like what is it? And the dude, they can't even, the dude outside doesn't even kill him. They get somebody inside the map to go play cleanup duty outside the mining window. I forget, we really dedicated a replay to Surf trying to shoot a shotgun. That's just foul. That's foul, honestly. No need to show the man shame. I mean, listen, I appreciate the effort, but you can't shoot the shotgun, unfortunately. Anyway, round 6. SG looking for that 4-2 half, which would be exactly where they want to be going into the side swap on Cafe. Given the performance so far, Wildcard might have had a very, very strong start, as strong as you can get in Rainbow Six. But even their other round victory looked a little shaky and relied on a big play from Spirits to open things up. And then every other round, it's really been SSG's game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Wildcard kind of routinely just going back to the same bag, you know? Get that utility game going, get things set up, but then when it comes down to the true gunfights, that's where they're starting to run into the problems now. Space Station was willing to kind of play a slow game in those first rounds, and that's what's gotten them punished. Now they're fighting fire with fire. When Wildcard wants to make their entries, they're there to try and head it off. They want to try and take those engagements and see if they can come out on top instead. And as we've seen so far, really, really good. So for Space Station, that's more than likely going to be the game plan continuously throughout this, especially on this mid-4 defense. You can see they've built stuff up upstairs. They got some nice mirror window placement as well as some breakage and a few of these soft walls around this top floor make things a little bit easier. And literally every drone that we have accessed, I think, actually, no. We might actually be bugged out here. I don't know. I don't know if we're rolling through drones. I don't know if we're, there we go. Okay. My goodness gracious. It was like an old TV there for a second.
I was like, I don't think there's been a spectator bug in a while, because it used to be like mute sound bug, drone bug that you get stuck on. I was like, we gonna have another one? It's been like a couple years.
Start knocking on wood right now. All the devs are gonna be very mad at you.
I'm sorry, Stefan. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
Oh, especially Stefan, man. He's got to deal with every single one of those things anytime they happen. So you always got to feel for the spectators. Little damage coming through onto Space Station, but Ashen. The timing, he finds Merc, the one man you don't want to die on Wildcard, the one that can always provide a round for you. But fortunately enough, Wildcard have built themselves around him. The trade game, it's going to continue back and forth. This carousel of chaos between these two. Space Station will keep more players. I was going to finish that with On the Ride, but we're going to end up equalizing that, aren't we?
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I gotta say, very, very good looking Cafe so far from SSG. Now, to be fair, and they played against LG, they did get that 4-2 half, but still ended up going to overtime, still ended up losing. But these defenses still looking as solid as they did all the way back on their first play day just a couple days ago. Wildcard struggling to have an answer for it, especially with SSG's trade game. Janino makes the cross successfully into Laundry. Now can test the reading doorway. Pop goes the Weasel. 1v3 for Wildcard now. Surf no kills so far. Anyone he get here might just be impactless. There goes the Mira, but there goes SSG. 4-2 half achieved. Now let's see what they can do on their attacks.
And, I mean, to be frank, Lynx, it was not looking hot off rip, was it? It was looking like Wildcard was going to take it to Space Station, and there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell that they were going to make it through it. Going to be a full meltdown of Space Station, but obviously not. They found themselves in the moment, and not only that, they've been able to muster a very convincing, I would say, defensive half here on Cafe to take it 4-2. And present a lot of issues to Wildcard. Something that we've seen out throughout this entire stage was their ability to clear out maps, take gunfights as a unit, and give the defense a lot of grief when it comes down to it. That is not stuff that we saw replicated on this offensive side.
No, not at all. And I will say there is definitely on the side of Wildcard some poor performances so far. I mean, Surf just getting his first kill in that last round. Merc also having a pretty quiet day so far when he alone has taken over games in the past. And Packer Adam doing fine. Spirits being the main guy putting up numbers, but this could very well be a 5-1 half for SSG if all the way back in round 4, if they just win a 1v1 against Spirits, that'd be a 2v4 and much different odds than when Spirits repelled into Cocktail Balcony and ended up getting that kill. So SSG, again, might just be one round, but this has still been a defensive half that really, again, outside of that first one, it's been all of them in every single round. Now with the side swap, let's see if Wildcard can maybe start getting aggressive on their defenses and stall out against SSG. This has been a very slow team, especially on the attacks inside of the NAL. So Wildcard, even if their instinct is to start getting aggressive and taking fights, maybe just delaying a little bit of time with utility might be enough and not even necessitate a gunfight.
Back to square one for both of these teams on their respective sides. Obviously, SSG will have the round lead as we switch sides, but all of them now having to assess things from a completely different viewpoint. Space Station will be adopting the east side of things into their play. Bolts over here on white top for now. We're trying to break up the window just a tad bit, and this angle is so dastardly. One of my favorites when it comes to Cafe. You can not only make it to where people can't really rotate up white as safely as they once could, but also with some proper angle work, whether it be from the AC unit out there or repelled, even better. You can get some crazy angles partially down the hallway or completely down that hall to try and deal with things like Pixel or players rotating away from the bathroom. So a good spot for SSG to start off and try and hold on to for some time, and also allow them to play around the cocktail windows, which is always annoying when you're a defender in that area.
Adam getting a couple ideas, sees that air jab outside of the snow door. Merc gets that first kill, though. Talked about a player who was quiet on that attacking half. He's able to start things off very good onto the top-performing player on SSG right now, Ashen. So very good pickup from him. Maybe if he starts heating up, Wildcard's fortunes will shift very, very favorably in their direction. SSG also now moving and rotating a little slowly, but still a decent time on the clock, but with a disadvantage. Two players now drop down into the humidor, but it's a minute left. That player's long gone. That player's rotated. Spirits might be shut down, but he's picked up Fultz before being finished off, so he keeps the advantage in Wildcard's favor, and it's solidified by Adam with the P90. Now forced down and both attacking players on opposite sides. Jaina, no, you gotta channel Spirits, get the kill on this cocktail balcony. He's made it in, but can he make it out alive? No, he can't. Both halves start for a flawless round for Wildcard, but as we know, that does not mean the rest will go nearly as smooth.
Yeah, right. And that's exactly why we're trying to keep this door open for both of these teams as wide as humanly possible. Because when it comes down to it, especially with how the defenses go on Cafe, when you hit that side swap, you really never know how things are going to go. Yeah, you might have been dominant in that first half, but how are you going to fare now that you have the problematic side? And to start things off, it's not exactly the greatest of straights. They're going to lose a round. Now, they do have some nice padding for this, obviously. They did have that 2-round buffer, so they'll be able to figure things out, hopefully, in this next round and start off this offensive side on the right foot. But Space Station have to be glaringly aware of the situation that is building upon itself over on the defensive side for Wildcard, because if there is any way to take this in regulation, this is definitely the way the Wildcard was looking to do it.
Win on Kitchen will definitely tell us if Wildcard are going to be able to defeat the trend that we saw on their attacking half. And Merc back on the solo, as we talked about, or at least we saw from SSG, very disciplined on all of their bomb sites, holding their positions. Some players playing loosely, hot and cold on that Solus, definitely being an example. But I will say, despite the presence of the Solus, they generally would stick back to Cocktail Balcony on roams, on Kitchen as well, kind of stick to their positions. Wildcard are known for being a bit more fast and loose, and Merc, oh, he is not worried at all about going into this half with a 2-5 scoreline. Trying to get the spawn peak over on this side of the map. Oh, the ice cream truck just hides him a little bit. And unfortunately, that player now on drone. Is Merc going to wait here? There's no way he wants the spawn peak that badly, right? I mean, listen, I know it's Merc we're talking about, but I just don't believe it. No, he's been shot at. He surely leaves now. There we go. Okay.
I was going to say, you're doubting Merc? Out of the two people in this game that I'm like, they're definitely peeking, it's probably him, Fultz. Honestly, there's a lot. There's actually quite a few.
Listen, I'm not doubting Merc. I'm just believing in sense.
There's no such thing as sense in Rainbow Six Siege unless you're talking about the operator sense. That's the only sense that we have when it comes to, you know, doing anything in this game. So, Space Station won't even have that, though. We'll have the common variety, hopefully. As they haven't lost a body just yet, but they have lost quite a few drones.
Yeah, down to 6 drones, and even at this point, if you make good use with the remaining ones, it won't be the end of you. I mean, the 2 players that are out drones are Yana with a clone and Fultz with Inox scans, so still intel aplenty for the attack, but now Merc creeping up those stairs. He has evened his scoreline, or his KD, in 2 rounds now, at the very low cost of about half his HP, maybe identified, but I doubt Merc cares about the intel in his position. He might even feel emboldened by it at this point. Take the advantage in between pings to surprise attack the attack. Ashen has worked himself into a nice position, though, not to look at the Solus, but to cut off the Jaeger Adams rotation inside of VIP. So if SSG move down the white stairs and pressure that position, they do have a good setup to maybe even this 4-4.
Another kill coming their way too. Fold so much damage. He's gonna get Packer. Ashen's gonna get Merc. Wasn't paying attention to brown stairs. Ashen, very well aware of the scenario being presented to him. He knows the entire setup like the back of his hand. Not only that, but also him having to be the player for SSG that actually sits in that position over inside of VIP. Isn't that right, my friend? So Ashen very aware that, hey, somebody will probably be playing in this area. Picks him right off as he peeks. Surf, a lot of damage coming in through the verticality, and the other issue, bad news bears for him, his location being called back to the rest of the team. Spirit seems like he knows where one is. Angle being held from J90. Can he get it on the pre-fire? He was looking for it, but doesn't want to flirt with disaster just yet. 27 seconds remain, and although it does look dire for wild card, they do have enough health and enough gunpowder to be able to get through this. Don't know if it's going to be dealt with past that, though, and that's the problem, right? I wanted to see if they would deal with him properly, and they definitely did that, didn't they? Frag grenade out will handle the angle, and Space Station will handle the round.
I mean, like, come on, man. Like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is about to be some insane fanboying, so you're just going to have to bear with me real quick. Like, so I saw Ashen get picked up on SSG, and I saw they're having a rough time through the first couple playtests. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't think it's an Ashen problem, but all right. I don't think people really know what this kid can do yet. Look at that round, okay? Look at that round. Merc gets the kill on hot and cold to start things out right. 5v4. SSG, don't get me wrong. They're not, like, completely shut out, but they're struggling a little bit to move back up. They haven't cleared out VIP. They're going for a freezer drop, so that's something they need to do, whether it's kill that guy, deal with that position, whatever. They got to do something about it, right? And so Ashen creeps down brown stairs and recognizes that the Jaeger isn't really playing that aggressively to look at the long bar. He's really focused on the white stairs. So he reads that as a prime opportunity, as you'll see right here, to creep into coat check. And what does he find? His support in long bar. But he doesn't push for more, my friend. No, he does not. His eyes don't go red to hop into coat check. He says, you know what? I've just killed his support in long bar. He's probably going to do the smart decision and check brown stairs to see if I have my back turned. And what does he do? Turn around, get the kill, and then, of course, nade the guy close freezer as well. That's just great game sense on a rookie, and there's a reason he's 11-6 leading the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all in the motions, right? You go through enough repetition on any of these maps, you kind of just have that natural cadence of knowing X, Y, and Z, and that's exactly what Ashen presented right there. X, I know that brown stairs is free. Y, I know that Merc is around here somewhere. I kill him, and then Z, the last guy's got to try and swing me to try and recoup this moment that I just made for myself, right? And every single one of those things came to fruition. Practically clairvoyant. If you would have seen that just like, you know, an off chance and you didn't really know anything about Siege, you'd be like, man, this guy's got to have some like inside knowledge as to what's happening, right? Nope. He is just that damn good, man. And there's a lot of Siege players like him. That's the beauty of Siege, is like there's just so much strategical depth that if somebody has that big brain knowledge, they can simply know what you're doing just by existing in the right place at the right time. So very well done from him, and a great moment there from you, Lynx. Thanks for pointing that out, man.
Yeah, shout out to me just like fanboying over a player for 45 seconds. I really did a lot. Dude, I did a lot of rough work right there.
Everybody deserves a little fanboy every once in a while, you know?
Listen, it was first Gunner when he made the league. Now it's Ashen. There's always got to be a rookie that I have to be like, this is the guy, guys. I promise. Like this is the world breaker right here. This is the final boss. Either way, plenty of veterans in the lobby too. Hot and cold also having a very solid game for SG so far. Might not be a super impressive scoreline, but the moments he had on the defense were very, very nice and very impactful for SSG's chances. Here on the attack, he's trying to deal with the white stairs position and clear the way for Forrest. not having a great game, but he's trying to recover. Nobody on the Palace position, unfortunately, but he's reached a very tight angle to look into Cocktail. And that one kill, very impactful, as that has basically almost entirely acquired second floor control for SSG. It's forced the wildcard players back, and now at a 5v2. Full vertical established. Wildcard very firmly on the back foot. Now likely forced to retake top floor eventually with the white stairs completely cut off. The attacks from SSG, again, after that first defense, have been excellent.
A fully blinded man on white stairs will go down. Ashen properly beating him down, and Space Station adamantly take the round. Fantastic.
Where was this
good.
team?
Lynx, you took the words right out of my mouth, my friend. Where was this team?
Because where has this team? I'm sorry.
Last week, this was not what we were getting. You want to go off? Go off. Go off.
Like I was about to say, like, listen, I need to let you finish, but like, where has this team been? Where has it been? Because I love what I'm seeing. I love what I am seeing. And obviously, like, I talked about Ashen and he got the opening pick that round, whatever, right? Like, that's cool. That's fine. But look at that coordination. Look at that clear. That is the SSG we have not been seeing, but they have had the potential to be this whole stage. Look at this. They have the Whitehall completely shut down. They've got hot and cold on the rappel to make sure nobody can flank up and support the pallets guy. Ashen gets the first pick. Forrest pushes all the way up, holds the angle, cutting off the guy playing by the cocktail balcony. What do then? They double swing the guy on the hatch, and they don't even need to get the kill because they pushed him back, because that clear worked properly. This is the SSG that, when they're operating at their ceiling, can beat the #2 team in the league, formerly #1 team in the league up until this point. Excellent clear on the top floor. I love what I'm seeing from SSG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just to put the icing on the cake for that with the initial setup, right? Because the strategy was amazing, but what I really want to highlight there for that was the fact of like the distraction protocol that they had going on for Cocktail, right? They get everybody over on that side on window repel, so much noise happening across the map, and then we switch cameras over to Forrest, and where's Forrest, Lynx? He's at the top of white stairs from Christmas, because not a single damn wildcard person is worried about anybody moving in from that portion of the map. And that's why Space Station, or rather, well, that's why Space Station won the round, but rather why wildcard lost, because they were so hyper-focused on what Space Station were doing over on White Top that they completely forgot that, well, there's other people on the team and they can still be doing things across the map too.
SSG have me standing up in my office right now. That's how excited.
I can hear the energy in you right now.
That's how excited they have me after this round. Like, I'm literally like, I'm smiling over what might be a 7-3 right now. Like, that's how we're watching some good Siege. Is I'm like, oh boy, 7-3, let's go, boys. This seriously, in the rounds Wildcard have won, they've been very impressive as well. But SSG has just been the better team. They've been more disciplined on their defense, and they've been more coordinated on their attacks. Now, obviously, Wildcard have taken their time out. They need a flawless site rotation to bring us to overtime. And again, they're already in playoffs, but it's more to stop SSG's chances from pushing for a contest for that 6th placed position to make it into the deciders. SSG are going with that full clear again. And hasn't been perfect on the attack, no, but their entries have been there, and the follow-up has been there as well so far from SSG. They're in a very good spot if they get this initial bit of control and an opening pick to convert this into that 7th round they need.
Absolutely. Now, the one thing that I do want to touch on before potentially SSG finishes this and we get sent off to the desk, SSG, right. I mean, Spirits has something to say about it, right? At least slow us down for a little while. But Space Station, in this iteration of the roster with the backstaffing that they have, this is what we expected out of them, right? You don't have a coach like Callout. You don't have players like Fultz, like Hot and Cold, like Forrest, all on this squad to have this team be lackluster. In fact, this should be one of the best teams inside of North America, especially if Ashen is capable of what he's doing right now. You have, I mean, so many just hallmark names that have stood the test of time in NA and have been on multiple different iterations of rosters. There is no reason for you to be performing poorly. And now it seems like they've kind of found themselves, which fortunately enough for you and I and everybody at home, that is a great thing. We love Space Station, we love that org, we love these players, and it's always good to see them playing well. Wildcard still with a chance. They did have that pickup earlier on Jane, I know. We're down to the last minute now, and another one will happen on to Bolt. So looking like they might be able to elongate this a little while longer on this kitchen defense.
Yeah, and to Wildcard's credit, I mean, the strategy has been there as well. Opening pick achieved in the round by driving a yokai drone out the bakery door to find Janano on that rappel, and then Fultz is shut down 1v1 through the floor. I mean, that's going to happen sometimes. So Wildcard, they're still individually in it. But, well, that's a bummer. Forrest, I think, lagging out, unfortunately. And Ashen, 13-6 perhaps, but is effectively indeed. Oh no, actually Fult's gone too. A lot of people lagging on the side of SSG, I suppose. Ashen's not though. Ashen's here.
Smart man too. He's gonna sit right outside the truck. He's like, I am not affecting this KD. You are completely bent out of shape if you think I am taking a fight with anybody right now. So fantastic from him. I mean, really smart. Play things out. Some extra time to see if we can get these players in here, and unfortunately,
nice shot.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. And wouldn't you know it, it's Merc. Of course it is, right? He's basically got the old ACOG on that SMG there, so we'll be able to take him down outside the truck. But I'll be around there for wild card. 2 more to go. Of course, overtime on Cafe.
And again, that was a decent round from SSG, but wild card having very solid individual moments just to work picks, specifically starting out with that yokai drone out of bakery to get the run out on a J90, then taking gunfights through the floor to make that a 5v2. Then, of course, obviously SSG, when we get to the 5v2, Fultz and Forrest both lagging out, and also not a connection issue, but Ashen being shut down on his lurk by the front door by Merc. Not killed, of course, but that's where he was able to open up that bakery round individually before, whereas this time Merc is ready for it. He's playing close with the SMG-11. Ashen forced to back out and doesn't get a kill, and the damage at that point, even without people lagging out, it was a 3v5. One of the players lagged out, was dead as well. So already around that SSG were likely going to lose based off some solid play from Wildcard. SSG have built themselves up a very comfortable lead on the attack that once we get everyone back in, hopefully, might be able to get their heads together and run another plan of attack, because Wildcard in these 4 rounds, again, they've looked decent, but aside from those flawlesses, we've really been looking very hard to find more from Wildcard that we can call consistency instead of one-offs.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think that this is kind of built up to be a really good example of what can potentially go wrong with some of the like outstanding things about the play style of Wildcard, right? They're pretty, I mean, wild at the end of the day with the way that they do some things when it comes to some of their entry games, some of the aggressive tendencies and stuff like that. And I think the best way to encapsulate Wildcard is that they're risk takers, right? They're willing to get into your face. They're willing to take some of these bigger gunfights that maybe some other teams would look at and be like, I don't know if I exactly want this engagement, but it works out for them for the most part. The big issue is with this kind of strategy, though, is that you can run into some issues when you get into a scenario like what's being presented right now for Wildcard. Although that is the greatest tool that you have in your arsenal, right, and is the ability to capture your opponent off guard. If it does go awry, Lynx, you might be losing 2 or 3 bodies just all on one big play, and that could be the round blown right then and there. So for Wildcard, it's all going to be about finding that perfect balance, that perfect symmetry on these defenses to try and give SSG the hardest time they can without overplaying their hand.
I mean, and that's what Wildcard has done to most teams in the league up until this point. I mean, in the first game you and I casted against SQ, where they got the first victory of the NAL and what many of us at the time considered would be an upset, but now in hindsight seems to just be business as usual for Wildcard with their impressive playstyle, impressive roster of mechanically skilled players all down the line. It's just against SSG that they are facing one of their biggest and toughest fights of the stage so far. Probably the biggest deficit they've had to work back from up until this point. It's just good to see that even the ones at the top are not immune to damage. Wildcard might be able to beat M80, the team they were fighting for the top, but it's not always those huge heavy hitter teams that are going to give you the most trouble. Of course, we are still trying to get everyone back in the lobby right now. SSG, of course, up 6-4 at the moment. They were the ones that had a couple players lag out to try and get back in. I have to imagine, though, that once they get back here, hopefully, we didn't have to rehost, so we can still see Ashen's very nice scoreline.
I'm going to assume that we more than likely did.
Stefan just told me I had rehost, so.
Yeah, I figured.
No 13-7.
Yeah, you know how we told y'all to feel for Easy earlier? You should feel for him again, because I don't know if any of y'all have ever had to set up a lobby by yourself, but that really sucks, especially when there's like 10 rounds that have already happened and it actually matters for the site.
I don't care. I hate
I don't care. Screw that guy. He's getting paid to spectate video games.
No, I'm just kidding. I love Easy.
I love Easy too, man. Great guy. Great
Very
guy.
tall,
If you guys ever
very
see
tall.
Stefano Delan, make sure you give him a hug. Tell him that Links and Stokes sent you.
He would hate that. Do not give him a hug.
No, please do. Ask him. Ask him if you can give him a hug. I'm sure that he would really appreciate that. He's a very personable human being. He likes talking to people a lot. That's what I heard.
Horrible.
You can tell from Links' laughter that I am 100% being serious with this. Anyways, Wildcard going to be sending this to the heavens, Links. We're headed towards the top floor.
Ah, I see what you did there. Very clever of you. I'll have to see if they come
You
down
can take that
from.
one if you want to. It's okay.
Actually, I've got a Google Doc written with all your clever segues. I've written every single one of them down so far to use in the future. So I'll just add that one to page 34.
Mark that down as the first time anyone's called me clever.
I notice I didn't say clever. I just said I was writing it down.
Oh, okay. All right, bud.
Yeah. I'm quick too. Don't worry.
We'll see how quick you are in this round here. SSG, though, not going to be as much. I think they're going to be pretty focused on this one, huh? Trying to make sure that they can close this down before it gets to max regulation.
Also, Ghana shifting hands to J9O. Ashen bringing up the Capitao instead. Still an operator. He will most certainly be able to get some very nice plays on if he's positioned accordingly. As you said, it is on the top floor, so with those smokes, you can easily cut off a lot of swings from that cocktail position, a lot of angles that, if you want to push in from Cigar, would be useful. That's also assuming SSG want to go that way, because there is not just one, but I swear to God, it might be the entire team on the rappel momentarily. There's still one guy on the roof. It's just 4 people on rappel, though. Very minuscule number. All of SSG prepping for a very quick cocktail take, but a C4 will force Hot and Cold back for just a little bit. All the utility flying in, the smoke bolts and likely fire bolts going down too. SSG will get 2 kills extremely quickly, but Spirits has a long angle inside a Cigar to stop anybody from rappelling into the heaven window. Skylight Sam, maybe where the next action happens. No, it's a full rotate. That is actually insane level of discipline. Oh my God.
I actually can't, man. This is, wow. I'm thoroughly impressed by what we're seeing from Space Station right here. Not only Links were they capable of setting up their entire take for that side, but they made it seem like a rush. All of Wildcard responds. They're now going to kill their 3rd person from window repels, Linksifer. And they're probably going to take this round because of it. This is a strategy and a half. Shout out to the backstaffing for Space Station yet again. Shout out to Call Out. And shout out to this team for implementing it in such a beautiful frickin' way, man. God damn it, Space Station Gaming. You are so frickin' good at video games. It is mind-boggling sometimes. They take it to Wildcard Links in a fashion that I don't think you and I ever thought that they were capable of walking into this.
Oh no, and the playoffs still very much, the hope's still very much alive for SSG, but that's for the desk to talk about the implications of this match. We'll throw it back to them after this short break.
God damn it, Space Station. Did you have to pick now to have a late-stage resurgence? It's good to know that you're still in the lobby, but 4 straight losses and then 2 straight wins today? Why'd you pick now of all times to wake up?
Why not? It's not too late, Jacob. They're still in this, still fighting for that top 6 spot. SSG, this is the team I wanted to see at the very start of the stage. We were so disappointed through the first 2 days that Space Station played. Day 1, they fumbled their first game, didn't really manage to find anything too impressive in their second game. Day 2, they had back-to-back 15-round 1v1s. Day 3, finally getting the job done. 2 big dubs on the day.
Everything you said is exactly how I wanted to say it, and I'll just retouch up on what Carter said. Where was this team? This is the SSG that we're all used to seeing. This is what we want to see. This is what I hope to continue to see.
Ashen also so good.
Yeah.
Has to be the MVP of the day for me. He has been incredible in this matchup. Game 1, he was good. Game 2, he is great today on Cafe. And I obviously as an individual, he popped off, but I do want to highlight, like, him working with the team on the roam clear, him being a part of the unit really was what pushed him over the edge and continued to help out with the squad, right? Even in this final round on the Capitao, the utility play is so massive from Ashen. Oh, I was so impressed by this from Space Station Gaming. I'm so happy we finally got to see them playing a really good, solid game of Siege. What more can you say at the end of a day like this?
And it happened against Wildcard, a team that we already see as maybe being in top 2 contention. Their plans are completely foiled for making top 2. It's just that now that Space Station got 3 points, suddenly the options for Wildcard to get even more to crack into said top 2, it's just a little bit slimmer than it was before.
Yeah, closing out in regulation is massive.
Yeah.
They needed it desperately, and I believe that puts them tied with Mirage, if I'm correct.
They're tied with Mirage on points, but it comes down to overall round count
differential
and how all that works out. Right. So,
but still getting those points tied up, that's massive.
Yep. So, and it happened on Cafe too when. That was a struggle point earlier in the stage. It feels like a lot of things for Space Station are very, very slowly but surely starting to come full circle.
I will say, I'm waiting to see a little bit more of SSG's new map pool. We have seen them play, I think, 3 different maps over the course of, they played 6 games this week. So still a small sample size in terms of what we've seen them be willing to go to. A little bit of reminiscence of Wildcard even when they started the stage, playing border after border after border. But nonetheless, maybe they battle back their demons. They finally get a win on Cafe.
I don't want to get too hyped for SSG. It is exciting. This is the team that I do like to see, but I want to see more. I don't want to just hold them to this now and be like, okay, this is what we're going to see. We got to see this continue going forward.
Well, just on the face of things for now, Space Station's dubs is 5 points, which is fantastic for their prospects for making top 6, especially when we thought there were 4 teams that were in contention. Now there's only 3, so they're making some great progress. And just to throw the schedule up again, based on what they've done today, it's Sonics and Wildcard. Sonics confirmed earlier with that win over OXG. Wildcard already confirmed. It's not just 2 dubs out of nowhere. It's 2 dubs against teams that are already going to playoffs, Jesse.
Yeah, the best team from stage 1 if you include their major performance, and then the best team for the good chunk of stage 2 that we've had so far. Obviously overpassed by M80. Still a battle going on there, of course, for who's going to actually end up number 1 at the end of the group stage. But my God, these are strong opponents for SSG to be finally getting wins off of.
And if you look at the standings now that we've got everything updated, this is also making things a lot more interesting. There it is. Wow. So they do vault over Mirage at this point. Mirage, who were in 6th, not able to get enough points to stop the onslaught of Space Station all the way down there at the lower portion of the bracket. Again, everyone from 1 through 5th is spoken for in terms of qualification, not necessarily in terms of seeding, which is why their games from today and next week are still going to matter pretty considerably, but it's great to see Space Station already back up there with 2 dubs.
Yeah, and Spiker even said it. They have to beat Mirage. They have to beat Space Station. They really do have to beat Space Station going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So that battle is going to really be important for the next day.
Well, I think that's it. There's a lot of games that we can go through specifically for the games next week. That'll be a lot of fun for Playday 6, but that's the Super Week done. And
it was a Super Week.
So what? God, it was a Super Week. We got all 5 of our initial playoff teams confirmed today because we didn't have any of them yesterday. Our first elimination is already off the books. Again, commiserations to Beast Coast. You're going to have to make a qual run if you want to go to the major. And now we're just down to 3 teams trying to fight for one last breadcrumb so that they don't have to worry about the qual situation. Everything's looking like we got a really good Playday 6 on our hands next week.
And we got to figure out who makes top 2, Jacob. Just as important because you skip that first opening match of playoffs, and the opening match of playoffs is super critical because if you lose your first game of playoffs, if you finish 3rd to 6th through the group stage and then you lose that first playoff game, you're done. You're going to the LCQ. Bye-bye. So top 2 is massive.
And it's having that advantage of just watching these teams play, get a little more study time, do everything you got to do to be the most prepared you possibly can to close out that spot at Atlanta.
Well, We're done here. Super Week, trifecta, triathlon, everything for this week is all done and dusted. Playday 6 is our last Playday with any best of ones incorporated. And then from here on out, it's best of threes in both playoffs and LCQ. Congrats, boys. We did it. And on to next week. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. And we'll be back for more North American League action next Wednesday. See you then.